Hello and welcome everybody, and welcome back, of course, to IESF. We have plenty more Counter-Strike action on your screen today. We are in towards the playoffs. We got two best of threes to be bringing you, but there'll be many happening simultaneously, of course. They're all vying for a part of those 7 spots at the World Esports Championships if you're in the West qualifiers, and the 5 spots if you're in the East Europe qualifiers. My name's Neokai, and of course joined by Anders for this one. I'm looking forward to it, man.
I am too. I'm glad we're in the best of threes. Not that, best of ones have their own kind of charm, but it's nice, especially when you got some really competent teams to get them tested on a couple of maps. So I look forward to today. Obviously, the first game between Czech Republic and Hungary, I think should be a higher level game as well. So yeah, best of 3 territory, always a little bit more fun.
Yes, exactly. It should be good. We have, like I said, simultaneous games happening. We'll be doing Hungary versus Czech Republic, but alongside us, there's going to be the Austrian side taking on the German roster, which is, of course, alternate attacks as a full 5. You've got Norway taking on Portugal. Both of the sides have looked pretty good, and Kosovo are going to take on Latvia. Latvia so far are unbeaten. They're a bit of a sleeper side who we haven't actually caught in the best of ones. Haven't caught the best of threes yet. So maybe, I mean, judging by the way they've been playing, apparently these victories have been quite comfortable for Latvia. So I'm sure we'll probably get a time to see them a little bit later down the line. This is our game though, Hungary versus Czech Republic. Like we said, 4 happening simultaneously. So we'll keep tabs on the others because it's pretty important, and it's a pretty standard thing. We got upper brackets, we got lower brackets. It's nice and easy. The top 2 sides from each of the groups, of course, 3 made it out from group A, B, C, and D. The top 3 make it out. The top 2 go straight to the upper bracket, nice and easy. The third place team go in towards that lower bracket. So they have to basically make a lower bracket run from the get-go.
Okay, we can work with that. We can figure it out, and we'll obviously keep you guys up to date with the results along the way. We can't cover every single game on the channel, so we'll do our best to spread it out and get everyone in. We haven't seen Hungary play yet, have we? But we looked at some of the results. They look like they're doing pretty well at the moment.
Yes, yeah, the Hungary side looked pretty good on paper. We got to, I guess, briefly speak to them when we were out in Yash. They made it to the playoffs, they made it to the quarterfinals, and then I'm pretty sure it was Sweden who they lost to, which is, kind of fair enough in a way. That Sweden team looked very good. Of course, they have already booked their spots to the World Esports Championships by winning last year in Yash, Romania. But Team Hungary looked very, very good on paper, so definitely a side to keep an eye on. They were flawless throughout their group. They had arguably the hardest group. They were the only group with 6 teams in it. The others had 5. So the fact that they went 5-0, didn't pick up a single loss, for the most part, they looked pretty comfortable wins as well, I think says a lot for them. I mean, this is a side now who I think we have to give a lot of respect heading in towards the playoffs. Yeah,
that's what it feels like. They could be maybe the favorites going into this particular match. Although I would say this Czech Republic, we did get to see them play. They played with a lot of confidence. Now, whether or not that was the strength of their opponent that kind of, made them think, okay, we've got this in the bag, we're definitely going to win it. Kind of hard to say, but I think either way, it was fun to see them, kind of really show up and feel confident right off the bat in that game. So hopefully we'll see more of that out of the Czech guys, because I thought that was really cool to see them play as well as they did.
Yeah, exactly. Against the Swiss side, that Anton, who seemed to be at least keeping things competitive. But Czech Republic did look very good. They've, in terms of name value as well, a very solid team. And I think this is the big thing. This is 2 teams with decent name value behind them. I think they've got a lot of experience too. So coming into the qualifier like this, we expect big things out of them. And I guess the beauty of this as well is that if you are to lose here, it's really not the end of the world. As you saw with that schedule, loser here, then goes on to play Belgium in that lower bracket game. So it's really not the worst thing in the world. Belgium are waiting in the wings to kind of see who they're going to be playing off against. Regardless of who it is, it's going to be quite a tough game. Belgium, they didn't look 100% in the quals, is how I'll put it. They're a side who have decent name value. Of course, they originally were meant to have Kios, didn't actually end up happening. We got to catch them. They pulled off that ridiculous comeback, which was insane. 12-5 down, took it to OT, won it in OT. An insane showing. Yeah. However, the fact that it even went 12-5 down, arguably in itself, is a little concerning.
Yeah, that could be a sign of trouble for them. But you're right, the comeback was crazy. I forgot about that. That was a fun way to get started. Yeah, I'm curious about this game. Best of 3 as well means we've been bouncing back a lot between Ancient and Nubis as like the 2 maps that are going to be played all the time in best of 1s, it seems. So obviously there's a chance that at least the 3rd map in this could be a little bit different, and maybe some of the teams are going to be well prepared for that. Maybe some of them aren't, but I would love to see a little bit of Inferno, even maybe a little bit of Nuke, just to get some variety in there. But yeah, it seems like those other 2 maps were heavily represented throughout the best of 1 stage.
My assumption is when we get in towards the best of three territory, like now, is that we will see a little bit more of that nuke. It's a map in which isn't kind of a pocket pick when it comes towards the best of ones, just because I think it's a little bit too strategically heavy. But it's one that I expect in the best of threes. Let's look at the lineups, though. We're going to kickstart things with Hungary. Arguably the favorites coming in towards this matchup as well. We've got Coolio, Aaron, MSN, Xavi, and Corey. Now, this is a side with plenty of talent. Aaron and Corey both play under Pera currently, who were recently at Pro League. Coolio is the academy coach for Navi. So he's a Navi Junior or Navi Academy coach, but he's also a very solid player himself. Flea's been around for many years, playing on sides like Budapest 5, Rubik, Tenerife Titans even back in the day as well. So this is a guy who's been around for a hot minute. And Xavi as well, similar to him. He actually played in UKCS for a little bit, Xavi, and was pretty solid. And he's currently on trial at Pera as well, so alongside Aaron and Corey. It's a very decent side. It's basically a core of Pera, plus Fleeve, who's a bit of a stalwart in the scene, been known for a while, and Coolio, same for him. So this is a cool team.
All right, that'll be super interesting. But we do have the Czech Republic as well. We got to see them in the stream earlier, but or yesterday that was. We still just want to check in with them, refresh everyone's memory about who they are and what they're all about here. I mean, I think you mentioned last time PR was one of the people to watch out for. Yes. I think MBQ was one of the players that played very well in the game that we saw. But generally speaking, they just all look very comfortable. It was a new experience for me with most of them, but it was fun to see.
Yeah, MBQ is a dedicated entry fragger. He's one of the few kind of remaining that you actually see who his whole job is, right, I am going to crack open sites, which is for better or for worse. He kind of lives and dies by the sword a little bit. Detour, another great name, who has been super talented, just a very decent pack rifler, does a great job on CT side as well. Forzi, an incredible AWPer as well. Those three all play on the Dano Eklot, a very decent kind of tier 2 side. Then there's Kafida, who has been in and around the Czech side, Czech kind of teams for a while, playing on the Unity now. And then PR, like you mentioned, this youngster who's come through the scenes and he's really been making waves. Plays currently on the Mauser XT, the academy side, and we all know their history with finding good kind of talent and making them tier 1 ready. And I honestly think at some point PR will get that step up into, at the very minimum, kind of a tier 1.5 team, like a kind of an OG or an NRP or something of the sorts, something like that. In due time. So this is a cool game. Like I said, there's basically a core on both sides. It's kind of the core of Pera versus the core of Dano Eklot, and then you've got a couple who come in to kind of round it all out. And in both sides, both of the two players to round out that core are very talented. So this is a cool matchup where we should actually see not only the individual shine, but the strategic depth as well.
Well, before we figure out who is going to win this, we do have to figure out the maps that we're going to be playing. We do have the veto coming up for you guys to see where we end up. And, Vertigo is picked in there. What a shock. It's Czech Republic to pick it up. Anubis, and then decided on Mirage at the end of it. So, yeah, I'm surprised. Wasn't expecting to see Vertigo again for the rest of the tournament.
And the fact that it's picked into, I think, is actually quite a big call as well. I mean, it is a map which, when I actually look at the Dano Eklot core, they don't play it. This is meant to be their perma. So this is a crazy call for me to kind of make it. They are going in towards this map. They're picking into it in a map in which they have 0 wins on HLTV. They played it once in the last, they're basically once this year from what I can see. And it was very recently against 5W, who were kind of briefly that team. I think it was the one with Thomas, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, like Thomas and Red Star and Joel, who kind of were briefly formed, and then it kind of fell through with the organization. But they played briefly. They played it. That was the only time they played it, and they lost. So that record as a core, and I guess Czech Republic as a country, this is a real big call. My assumption is that this is just a map that recently they've been kind of trying to integrate into towards their map pool as part of the player break. But yeah, wild decision, I think, is probably the big way that I'm leaning here. This really has the potential to go quite wrong. It is a map in which is played, at the very least, by the core of Hungary, which is Pera. This is a map in which I saw them play at Pro League. They didn't look terrible on it. I've seen them even play it semi-recently as well, and a similar thing, they didn't really look that bad on it. It's not their best map, but it's not their worst.
Right.
So I think it's quite a risky call. It's probably the way I'm leaning here.
Yeah, in general, I feel like some of these maps, like Vertigo is one of them famously, that it is just either risky almost by definition, even if you kind of know what you're doing. The new changes, my opinion is that once you're on the A-bomb site, it's obviously going to make a huge difference because a massive change that's happening there. But the problem is, sometimes you don't even get there. So it's like the first part of the map on the ramp is kind of the same, which I'm not even criticizing that. I'm just saying that sometimes the map rounds look exactly the same as they did on the old Vertigo. The T side tries to make it up, they don't get through the smokes, they get attacked by the CT side, and they just can't make it through, and then it's just the same map kind of. So yeah, a little bit of an interesting scenario, but I mean it's early days. I still want to reserve my judgment for Vertigo before I see more competitive teams played. I have to see that before I really make up my mind. But yeah, fun to see it played either way. I'm kind of happy that it's in there, but it could be a disaster. We'll see.
Yeah, if we're talking about cores of teams as well, if we're talking about the Dano Eklot versus Pera, kind of, which is sort of the vibes here. Last time those two sides played was only about a month ago now, obviously just before the player break. It was actually 3 days before the player break started.
Okay.
They played in, I'm not actually sure what the tournament is, but just a bit of a random online tournament. In a quarterfinal, Pera won 2-0, and that was on Ancient and Nuke. And Nuke was dominant. So maybe an understanding as to why Nuke wasn't selected here. It's a map in which Pera have actually looked very good on, i.e. Hungary. Ancients was pretty close, 13-11. Still a win, of course, for Pera. That's a map in which they like to pick into quite a bit as well. So, yeah, this is pretty interesting veto. They're kind of playing, I want to say, not to their own strengths and more to their opponent's weaknesses, which is a blessing and a curse. It's a bit of a risk is probably the way I'll go about it. I think I always prefer teams who play for themselves rather than play to kind of really get a hard anti-stratting, a hard counter-stratting there, right? This is a map that they're not good at. Maybe we're not the best at it, but I feel like we've got a better chance. Those risks, I feel like, are quite inherent for me in a veto. So I'm going to keep an eye out is the way I'll go with this. I always think that can be a big risk. I'd much rather a team be like, even though they're good at Mirage, for example, I'm going to pick Mirage because we're also good. And we're going to play to what a map that we know we can back ourselves on.
Yeah, you have to assume as well, if you sort of end up trying to play those mind games, it can work, but the danger is also if you go into a map and you think, hey, they're gonna be worse than we are on this one, and then they're not. It's like all of the premise goes out halfway through the game, and you're like, oh damn, like we did it to ourselves, Now obviously, depending on the mentality of the team, some teams could live through that kind of thing and just kind of come back anyway. But Counter-Strike is a mental game too, and sometimes that can be hard to overcome. Like you're building a potential trap for yourself as well. So yeah, it is risky, and I think at a higher level, the higher you go, the more people try to play to their strengths and say like let's play this stuff that we feel really confident in, as opposed to trying to see if we can psychologize the other team and figure out what's going on.
It is actually the big one.
Yeah, like, I mean, it can obviously be successful, and it's sick to see it happen every once in a while, but it does feel like the success rate for those kind of picks is a little bit lower.
Yeah, no, exactly. No, I feel you. I feel like it is one of those things where this is that kind of the big mental game, and also kind of because both of these sides are, in a way, actually a mix, right? They're not the full fives of their respective teams. There is going to be a little bit of maybe a looser style of play. When you go to looser style of play, do you want to go into more puggy maps maybe, rather than kind of leaning heavily? But I quite like this veto. I think it opens up in an interesting way. First of all, we get to see that Vertigo, which is just something that we've been quite interested in, see how it changes at that kind of pro level. Nubis is a map that seems to be everybody's favorite right now. Everybody seems to absolutely love this map. And same with Ancients, but it was one that got banned in that second wave. And then we got the decider of Mirage. If it's needed as well, having Mirage as a decider, it's the perfect litmus test, right? It's just the map that you don't see anything new on. Everybody knows and loves it. It's as simple as that. So for me, when I look at it in that sense, this is a cool veto. It has the kind of the blend and the best of both of so there's puggy nature, which can bring kind of sort of just really showcase the individuals, which both sides have an abundance of skill within, and then of course the tactical depth as well. We have been given an update that we'll be heading underway in towards the game shortly, so do not go anywhere. But we're excited. Like we said, there's a few games of Counter-Strike happening simultaneously, and some of them should be pretty cool. I'm interested in a couple of teams that we haven't actually got to catch yet. One of which being Latvia. They went flawlessly through their group, in the same group as the Czech Republic as well. And the Czech Republic look good. So the fact that Latvia beat them and beat them relatively handedly as well seems to be positive signs for the Latvian team. Maybe they could be a bit of a dark horse to get a World Esports Championship spot. And on the other side as well, Portugal. Portugal's always been a region which actually has a really decent amount of talent. And I looked at Team Portugal. They're all very good. They've all played in and around basically the top teams in the region. They've all at some point played for the likes of FTW, SAW, or something of the likes. So the kind of the bigger names in the Portuguese region. So cool team, cool names, and they, for me, even though we haven't caught them, they I haven't seen them. I can't even judge what they're looking like. I would make the assumption based on just name value alone they absolutely should be there in Riyadh for the World Esports Championships because there's some pretty big names there.
Yeah, definitely. I think a little bit overlooked. There have been some really cool, all Portuguese teams in the past, but it's been hard to keep them all together. But for sure, like they're a country that should be able to represent or field a nice lineup. So I'm curious to see how that's going to play out as well. For them, Latvia, I don't know, maybe not the most. Like the country that springs to mind the most for me, if I think about sort of European Counter-Strike in terms of that, but obviously produced some talent over the years, and I think it's cool to see if maybe they're like the sleeper country that just made their way through. That'd be really, really cool if that's the case. Yeah, I mean, this is some part of it is about the future of Counter-Strike, and we do get to see a lot of new names when we're watching these IESF games that many of us don't normally get a chance to see. So it's a real learning experience as we go into it. Shout out to those of you who hang out in the chat. It's been great to see you guys, show up every day and ask questions, all the rest of it. It's good times.
Yeah. Thank you for keeping us company. I guess is the way. I'll take a look at this Latvian team just to mention them as well. A couple of names that might be known to some who maybe follow the more grassroots side of things. But Rude currently plays for the Game Legion Academy team. He's actually pretty good. I casted him once not too long ago. Looked good. Looked like a pretty talented guy. The other one is Keen as well. Keen also a guy who's been around for a long, long time. IGL, I think he's AWP'd in the past as well. Played under a variety of teams like Mad Lions, B+5, NASA, the Prodigies, which is when last time I got to catch him. I think currently was playing most recently with GG Howe, who recently just signed the likes of kind of Dennis Law and Kiebi and the rest. Either way, we are live. We are kickstarting the best of threes here at IESF as we've got Hungary taking on Czech Republic in a banger. This is an upper bracket game, so it's not the end of the world if things are to go bad here. But you don't want to drop into that lower bracket early. That can be a tough run.
No, definitely don't, yeah. Ooh, Aaron sneaking on past. He was not 4x3'd. Definitely saw what was coming there. Otherwise, he would have no chance to CPR. But he gets traded by 4C right away. So it's kind of all back to square one for both teams. I will say this, so for Czech Republic, getting this ramp control early on with only one casualty is pretty good. You'll definitely take that. Smoke going up, and it falls back down, so it blocks the entire wall off. So really well done with the smoke. That's a nice little trick. 4 versus 3 as they do get another kill taking down Fleeve, and they're going to keep pushing forward, trying to get that bomb planted, although they will lose NBQ.
Okay. Round on. In both senses, this first fight could be important. Pushing the smoke by 4Z is a wild call, and some very slow taps there, but he will get the kill in the end, thrusting Coolio into a tough 1v2, looking for the fight. He has no information, no kit, and probably no chance in this one.
Yeah, I think the lack of a diffuse kit here makes all the little taps almost completely irrelevant. They'd have to make such a series of mistakes to make that happen. Don't know if there was a kit on the ground, but I'm not seeing one anywhere, so it'll be Czech Republic to pick up the first round. And all in pretty straightforward fashion, right? Like nothing super tricky about that round. I guess the smoke being dropped there towards the new hole in the wall was pretty cool. But I'm guessing most teams know how to throw that by now.
Yeah, exactly. It's a little bit of an adjusted lineup, but you're right. Most teams have sort of figured it out by now. This is a good start. Czech Republic coming towards Vertigo on that T side, which honestly, the T side of Vertigo can be so difficult to get going. It can be one of those most brutal. If you get smoked in a ramp, for example, you kind of lost. You really don't know where to go, especially if you don't have the kind of a true way to counter it. If you lose B stairs control, same thing there, where it can be so difficult to get on towards sites themselves, where more often than not, you actually have to lose a lot of bodies to actually get towards a site. You have to really trade out hard. And I always think that's, for me, something that makes Vertigo unpopular with a lot of teams, just because maybe the RNG value around it. Mac 10 will get 3, though. That's good cash in hand. And the AK should see it off, and it will, with a spam through the top.
Yeah, I do think you're right. And I think one of the frustrating experiences of playing Vertigo, especially on the T side, is it doesn't even matter if you really want to attack the A bomb site. The problem is you have to spend so many resources like fighting for the ramp. Even if your whole plan all along was never to go A, you just always wanted to go to the B bomb site. It doesn't matter, because if you don't create some amount of respect around that A ramp, then it's going to be way easier for the CTs to have, 1B2 middle or something like that, and then it's going to be very, very tough. Although little bit of a fight, speaking of the bomb site breaking out. So 2-for-1 trade at the start of it. And that probably should have been Corey dead, to be honest. I had no idea how he lived through that one, but, you know, he's still alive back there. Oh, I say that. Might have jinxed him. Sorry about that.
Corey, he will fall. Detour, though, will deliver. This is a guy I really want to prioritize highlighting. If Detour plays well, this guy could be unbelievable. A really good game when we caught him the other day. So far, so good. Does get traded pretty immediately, though, in a 2 versus 2 situation now. M4, one of which is spotted. This is a really uncomfortable fight, which I think, yeah, Forzy knows. There's actually no point. It's that sort of fight. He sees less of them than they do of him. So he just doesn't want to give him a freebie.
Yeah, who can blame him? 50 seconds on the clock here. And staying kind of centered on the map are the Hungarians just for the minute. Means they're dynamic. They can rotate A or B depending on what's going on. So I don't really blame them for sticking like this. It's going to be Fleeve to take down Forzy and MBQ. Now alone. Oh, he actually pushes in front of the Molotov. I don't think Fleeve was expecting that. So good chance for a bomb plant right here. Although Cooley was walking in on a second more, and he's going to have this kill for free. Oh, it's just around the corner. Might have given up that opportunity, and now he gets swung upon instead. MBQ to take him down. A quad kill for him, and Czech Republic to pick up the round.
That's a massive round to be taken. I thought it was on. I thought Cooley was going to catch him before he even got that bomb down. But it wasn't to be. And somehow, somewhere, the T-side stay alive there. It started pretty roughly. You know, Corey and Xavi combined. And like I said, Corey definitely should have fell initially. But the fact that he didn't still get the numbers in their favor. And Czech Republic essentially won that round from 3-4 down in terms of the numbers. So a man disadvantage round win is massive for the confidence. And a big early showing out from this T side, where for Hungary, who are at least name value wise so scary to us from such a brilliant group stage, not dropping a single map. You come in towards the playoffs and think, is it going to be more of the same for them? And so far, not so good. PR for the first. Xavi gets caught. And he will just fall away as well, PR. Not going to overextend in via stairs just yet.
Corey in a nice kind of one and done position here. Very often get a kill on someone just kind of walking in, looking the wrong way, but not going to be this time. No one's really trying to test that out. I would say for Czech Republic, picking up these early rounds, making it a nice 3-0, probably a 4-0 here. That gives a lot of space to work with. Take some of the pressure off of making these early rounds work. And I guess on the other side of the coin, it puts a lot of pressure on Hungary to suddenly be... That next rival round that they're going to be coming into now is going to be so important. If they lose that, then this game is going to spiral really, really fast. So, yeah, I think that's kind of the lay of the land for the minute here. Bomb's going to make its way up, and I don't think there's anything to really stop it. So it will definitely be a bomb plant, and the only question is whether or not they could do a little bit more damage on the Hungarian side, but it's not looking likely at the moment.
I think you've basically got to play exits here. I don't even see it really worthwhile to look in towards the side. I mean, they're still getting close enough where they could be tempted for a late kind of pop here. I don't think it's worth it still. Maybe if you get a kill, it'd be nice. Other ideas, though, for Detour, who delivers with 2. Nice shot, in all fairness, by Cooley on the Deagle.
Yeah, why not?
I'll just say backside. Nice and simple. Forzy will make sure as well that nobody gets close enough. The MP9 going to run in. Corey might even go down before they even fight, and he can't get a kill at the end. 4-0 start. This is pretty mega right now. This is a really, really good showing.
Yes, it is. AWP being picked up on Fleeve, and wait, did they pick up 2 orbs? Did they sell one of them? All right, I think they might have reimbursed one of those 2 rifles. Thought for a minute it was going to be the double orb, but no. Still, round number 5 is here. Just the single AWP on Fleeve. Fair enough. An aggressive push coming out. Savvy getting a kill there. Corey as well. So, I don't know. I feel like the T's have a really good shot. Normally, you throw a flashbang over from the T side that will stop that push coming out from the CTs, but I guess it's either not happening or they're still just winning the fight regardless. But it feels like there's probably a grenade missing from the Czech Republic there to really make that a reasonable round. Now, the bomb has been dropped out here as well, so pretty easy for the CTs to group up on the other side and wait to see what's coming.
It's true. Where Oh my God, they picked it up. How? They actually picked it up without taking a single point of damage. It's a question in detail sense now of saying, do you actually want to stick around here? Just don't, mate. You know there's at least 2 here now. You've spotted an AWP who's taking a pop shot of you, and you heard the M4 earlier. Get out of there. But in the 2 versus 5, where actually can they go, I think is the main conversation they need to have, and basically nowhere. They're going to have to try and pug this out. They're going to have to try and catch Hungary off guard, and so far they've given them absolutely nothing. The flash is great. One tuck towards yellow. They're both known as well now as well. A step and a pop shot from different places will mean that known quantities. This one's done. 35 seconds. They haven't cleared sandbags just yet. They are holding for it. The flash is good. Detour down. And Forzy left to try and keep hold of this AK-47. And even that might be a big ask too, as he's starting to be choked in towards this small position.
Yeah, huge round this one for the Hungarian side. It's important, obviously, to get on the board, but even more so with all the people alive right now. Not going to be losing a single player as the time expires here. That's a nice luxury on the CT side for any map, really. It means they can have a little bit more utility to work with in the coming rounds. And also, stealing 3 AKs is low-key a little bit sick as well. You avoid those one dink, you know, like, oh, I got the 91 damage on him, but it wasn't enough for the kill, which is obviously the most frustrating experience playing with the M4s, is just be falling short of getting those kills there. But yeah, 4-1, AKs on the CT side, and Hungary finally showing some signs of life here.
Wow. We're going to see whether they can chain them in a consecutive fashion. We always try to say this, but it's all well and good. You get in these one and done rounds, but you've got to make these gun rounds start to find some consistent form. Hungary, that's a good one though. Like you said, no investment needed for them for the most part, as 3 AKs are a big luxury to have on that CT side, especially. If Fleet gets going with the AWP, he's a pretty talented guy as well. I mentioned a Forzy on the other side, who, when he has the big green out, he's pretty scary, but Fleet has his moments too. Definitely a name we shouldn't sleep on just yet. Could be a cool battle as well. Maybe not Vertigo specifically. Vertigo isn't a great map for AWPing on either T or the CT side, but maybe the rest of the Veto, we can see a bit of a head-to-head between those two.
I'd be looking forward to it. Detour trying to make his way up. Again, a lot of control here for the T side. The CT is really, really far back. It's good as long as they're getting the kills, but it does get the T's into a nice tactical positions where they can start to use their utility a little bit more. Fleeve, he knew that there was someone in the corner. He would love to get that shot through, but he doesn't get the timing down. So instead now, 3 versus 3. They actually wanted to go at the bomb back because they have control of B, but that's not going to happen. That bomb gets caught, and I think with 30 seconds now, it's too late. Now they're going to turn it into a flank instead, but PR gets caught. Maybe it was a little bit too obvious. Man, they had a chance here, Czech Republic, to do a lot more. I think now it's going to get rough. 1 versus 1. Obviously doable here for Detour, but can he even plant the bomb? It's so risky, so out in the open. He fakes it once, and the problem is now he can't fake it again. So, yeah, going to get swung up on there. You might try and go for the fight instead, but he's going to plant the bomb right. Oh, no, he comes up and gets the shot, and Czech Republic win the round anyway in the last possible millisecond of that round.
Genuinely has to be less than a second. I mean, we'll kind of see maybe on the replay, but that had to be less than a second. I was watching that clock like a hawk, and I thought he'd missed his timing. I cannot believe he gets away with this. Tap on towards the bomb. He holds it for 2 seconds as well. I mean, one has already been on the screen for a fair margin there. That is as close as it gets. Credit to Czech Republic. Hungary just gets shell-shocked that they even lose that. They thought it was a guarantee. Wow. Yeah. Well played. Well played by Detour.
That is the kind of thing that's really going to make you frustrated, right? Especially, like you said, it's coming off of that one round you win on the Hungarian side, and we're saying, well, it's not enough. They need more than just the 1 round, and then you lose the next one in that fashion. That's devastating. 5-1, and we're into round number 7 here. It cost them so much. Now, no, neither team really has a lot of money going into this round, I guess. That's kind of the upside for the Hungarian squad, is that they had so many people alive in that first round that they won. So they can still buy. But if they lose this one, they're back to saving. It's probably going to be like 7-1, catching Corey here on the flank. I like the attempt. It's one of the fun parts of playing Vertigo on the CT side is that you can sometimes get down that ladder, but my god, does he get punished. Stabby trying to swing a little bit wide. We'll get the 1 kill, but surely there are grenades coming to his position. The Molotov lands a little bit further back. He's trying to jump up on top. It's very uncomfortable. He's done a great job in staying alive and getting that double kill. That's actually pretty sick.
It's true. Or posted backside. 3 versus 3, but Xavi's so low. Makes this round considerably more difficult. He's going to be tested. For Fleeve, going 1 for 1, arguably might not even be enough. He's a little bit isolated here. They probably get the Uto down. He needs to go 1 and then be able to fight for the second. That's it. That's perfect. Finds that first. Doesn't go down, at least just yet. So he's buying time for the rotations to come through, even if he doesn't get another kill here. He's bought time, but he actually will. Forzy going to find a kill, and there is no time. Flee's played that perfectly. Gets his kill, drops away, beckons over for the rotations to get some support in on that CT side, and then, in his second time of asking, finds that kill, and there's just no more time, and Forzy has no options but to fall away and keep hold of the orb. And the big thing as well for Czech Republic, losing that round, and not only losing it, but losing it without a bomb plant means no money for them to work with. So they have just an orb. And in all fairness, they might even actually force buy around the orb, because a couple of them are on about 1.5k, which is in and around, yeah, that double eco territories. They are actually going to force in towards this. It's sort of the only decision they can make. They can't really eco. They don't have enough money long term.
Crazy way to get this game started here. 4Z, if you stuck around, that might have been almost a free kill there, but he unscoped just at the wrong time. But a bit frustrating, I think, for Czech Republic. They had that last one, 5 versus 3, but they just couldn't make it past the defense at the B bomb side. And I think that's because they didn't throw the grenades until they'd almost practically lost a couple of people there. Some danger here for Aaron, but he's going to be good for that one. All right. Thought maybe he could have gone down to the Tech 9 on the other side. Now, flashing his way for the Molotov. This time he will go down. Headshot, even if he was completely blind there. MBQ still going to be able to do that. So 4 versus 4. Fleeve being wheeled in with the AWP. Oh, that looked like it would have been a sick multi-kill, but doesn't connect with any of the shots. Down to a minute on the clock, and Czech Republic haven't forced them back. So now what do? Do they stick around and fight here to the death, or do we just try and go somewhere else?
That's the question, isn't it? Forzy, he's getting creeped on a bit here. It's going to be a flick down and a flick in which you can't convert. Takes a bit of damage, but stays alive. It's a tough shot, in all fairness. He's holding right up to the top end side of the sandbags. Kafid making a move. He might walk straight in towards the AWP here, unless they boost on towards the box and fight together, kind of a 3-2-1 swing type of vibe. He might get a chance. Smoke will come down. Fleeve gets one, and that's the bomb he just spotted too. That's good information. Look for a second, and Fleeve going to convert. No scope. Attempt for the third is ambitious, and I don't hate it. He may not connect. The rifles will do the job, and Forzy once again just has to call to save.
Yeah, no other choice. I think this is starting to look like a really nice little comeback coming in here for the side of Hungary. Slow start, maybe not what they were hoping for, but 5-3. You got a little bit more money on your side. It's kind of started to work out, and maybe some of the early power of Czech Republic here is fading. Yeah, I think it's a very open game all of a sudden. A lot can still happen, but some of these rounds that they're winning here for the CT side, they do have such a good economy going forward all the time, right? It's something that's helping out. I mean, not a ton of money, but enough to have enough grenades to kind of keep the force up, and also Czech Republic are out of money, so there should be a chance to build even more.
Very true. Can Hungary, the question for me is, can they actually steal away a lead here on this CT side? Because these last few rounds have actually looked pretty good. Even the gun rounds, that kind of half-buy force round there as well, it seems like maybe they were slow to starting towards this game, but are now waking up a little bit. On the other side of Czech Republic, if they can guarantee a lead on the T side of Vertigo, that's a pretty big positive to have on their side. They want to pop B here. Xavi is going to be tested. He does actually take a bit of a tag. First fight goes his way. In the open, he's going to get a second full blind, and thankfully has the support to Forzy. Can't do anything. And these pistols, oh my god, they're actually going to get away with a kill. It's not the end of the world, though.
Definitely not. Couple of casualties. But in general, they're going to be making a little bit of money behind that round. Still the AWP in play, obviously. 4 versus 5 here, and yeah, on the other side, PR kind of lacking a little bit in the game right now, right? He's 1-7. Kafita is 3-8. Detour is 13-5, which is absolutely outrageous at this point in time. That's a lot of kills to have early on. So, but it can't just all be on Detour, right? They need a little bit more, and hopefully we'll get PR and some of the rest thrown into the mix. We know that he's got the skill for it, so just a question of time. But Czech Republic, I mean, if you want it to have more of an impact in the first half, it has to be really, really soon, or you're going to run out of money once again. And it could be Hungary kind of ending at 7-5. Nice shot from Fleeve. Just Detour, the top fragger, out of the round.
This is a pretty important one. I've been doing a little research on the side as well, just seeing how the other games are going. But I also came to the realization, Anders, that you win one best of 3 here, you're guaranteed to land because it's upper bracket. So this is actually even more important than we initially thought. PR, gonna play up close towards Gen. Feeder finds one, so does PR. Swings on that smoke, and there's a big flank coming through from mid. MBQ, that's a perfect execute. No fights lost. Detour fell early, so that one doesn't really count in this sense. They've got a 4v2 post-plant, but Aaron, bit of a gimmicky angle, will catch one. Do they want to give it a go, though? I don't know. Aaron's so low.
Yeah, they don't have the money is the other problem, right? Like, they can't really afford to throw away everything, or they kind of almost do anyway. I love NBQ hanging around, lurking in the middle without really pushing it, because you could tell he just got that one kill, and any chance for a retake was going to be done with. So, really sick. Czech Republic now up to 6 rounds, and it puts so much pressure on the CT side economy. I think at the end of the day, losing the 2 people in the previous round, it does make a difference now. It bleeds into this round in a big way. Hungary, some tough choices to be made in terms of the money coming into these next couple of rounds here. You could see they could buy, obviously, on Coolio. They've got Aaron with the saved AK, but God, it's not looking pretty after that, is it?
No, not at all. It really is being a tough show of form here. I mean, that's a nice open, nice start, but they just don't have a strong enough B-hold. Xavi's had a couple of moments in that last round, got 1 kill and a second blind. The thing that I'm starting to see now, though, is that Czech Republic, they've realized maybe A is a little bit too hard for them. It's a little different, going on towards the A side. So they're just constantly testing that B to mids kind of split that they're going for, and it's working. And we like to always kind of say it, but if it isn't broken, why fix it? Just keep drilling this home. And you're actually also kind of testing Hungary in a sense and saying, all right, we've been going B the last few rounds via mid more often than not as well. When are you going to start to stack that a little bit more and actually then leave A a little bit vulnerable? It's these sort of mind games that we start to see come through. 2-round lead. Force buy going to come through, though, from Hungary. They don't bring a lot to the table. Like you said, the money wasn't in a good spot at the tail end when they were in that 2 versus 4. So interesting that they are kind of still committing to fights. And the knock-on effect is pretty big here. Double MP9, a FAMAS, an M4, and an AK. Not the worst buy, but still not the best.
Yeah, leaving a lot to be desired. That double MP9 setup. I mean, under the map, there's a lot of fun ways to play with it. I think maybe especially around this B-bomb site, he's kind of alone right now, Savvy, but otherwise, you get those jumps up, you can get flashed in by a teammate. Ooh, maybe Corey could still throw a flash over the wall with a little bit of luck, but it doesn't even matter. He's going to get the kill on PR, who's again having a bit of a nightmare time at the start of this game. 2-9 going into this 11th round. But they're going to get their one in return. That's a fight that's always going to favor the AK, unfortunately. That range for the grating. It'll be a 4 versus 4 now, with 50 seconds on the clock, and the bomb leading its way towards the A side of the map. They're on that ramp and starting to get a little bit close. It doesn't look like they're going to run into any CTs for a bit here, so they are definitely going to be within striking range of that A bomb site if they want to be.
Yeah. Double stack up close via short it. I don't know, primarily hold over towards deep site itself. I mean, they can hear all of this information. Not exactly like the Czech Republic are going quiet about this. They want to finish towards A. There's a flash just missed there in all fairness on the T side. It banked off the yellow. Bit of metal. Feeder got to try and get up close. Aaron for the first. Looks for the second. And he'll deliver as well. It's fallen apart. Czech Republic, again, just didn't give themselves enough time to work with. And they're going to try and save an AWP. And Flea's got other ideas. Down goes Forzy. Thankfully, he has a bit of funds to work with in towards this next round. Along the rest of the team, though, maybe not the case. Even getting into those 8Ks is a bit of a luxury here for the Czech Republic, so we could see a 6-all finish.
Wow. A wild time. But again, that A ramp proving to be a little bit of an issue. 6-5, like you said, could be a tied-up game at the end of it. Still pretty open. I mean, either way how this plays out, I think both teams have a chance to make a comeback and a bit of victory in the second half. We'll see what happens. Molotov, not what you were expecting, I'm guessing. Probably wanted to speed up, put some pressure on with the MAC-10, but it just clipped the ceiling there. So, unfortunate. I think, especially because I'm guessing the rest of the squad here were waiting for some pressure. Like, if he runs up with the Molotov and can maybe get a kill or put some pressure on, it could draw a bunch of people to the A side, and that's when you hit the B-bomb side. So now they probably have to come up with a slightly different plan here.
Xavi, a bit of a more passive approach from him. He actually hears the information of a step on stairs. Just drops the molly early. Doesn't need to fight too aggressively here. Pop flash as well. Slowing them down. Time has been an essence of which Czech Republic haven't respected all too much. A couple of the rounds they've lost have come down to the clock itself when they go for these super late executes. And they come all 5 here towards stairs. Xavi definitely going to be tested.
Yeah, he's been playing pretty well so far. So now he's got a slightly better weapon than the previous round. Maybe it's going to make a difference for him. Kafida will take down Aaron. And they actually had the time to get that kill on him. Davy finally goes down, but every time they show up, he's been getting about a kill around, which is pretty sick. Bomb should be planted here. Smoke is still up, so probably better for Hungary to try and go for the retake. They don't care about the extra money because it's the 12th round, so not going to help out Czech Republic to get that extra bomb plant in there. Corey thinking about moving forward. They have a couple of grenades here. They could set up for a flash. It's Coolio to get the one. Trades his way into Detour as well. It leaves 4C on his own all the way in the back, and he's got no grenades to slow them down with. They're going to try and see if they can set up something, but a good headshot here. Defusing the bomb already. Does he realize the inside of the smoke he's looking for it? He can't find it. A full-on defuse for Coolio, and that's a job well done. It'll tie up the game at 6-6.
This is a pretty good Vertica that we've got so far. Both of these sides have had their little periods of where they've been in control, but neither of them kind of grasping and running with it. So a 6-0 finish makes this pistol all the more important. Decent response at the tail end. It wasn't looking good at one point. I mean, I think we were 5-1 down, where Czech Republic had a real healthy 4-round lead, and they let us slip. Yeah. It took a while to get going, but Hungary have now showcased as to why they were so good in the groups, why they were unbeaten, didn't drop a map. Most of their games are pretty one-sided too. Now we've at least got the understanding as to how that happened, whereas Czech Republic did pick up a loss. It was to Latvia. Start in towards the T-side pistol. He's good as Fleeve fires the first.
Pistol could be real critical. Tied game. Both teams kind of starting to get activated a little bit here. Still missing maybe just PR as the one player. Going to get tested, but had a hard test to pass there. 3 people on the side with Glock. She's going to go down. But the difference between him dying like that or getting just a 1 kill is still pretty huge for the defense. Now 5 versus 3, making some noise running in the middle. MBQ maybe should have even lost that fight to Corey, but somehow he comes out on top. So maybe a chance still. They've lost the A-bomb site. There's already a T player. You can see Fleeve, yeah, he's making his way all the way up here. So they could rotate back, and as long as he stays alive and holds his corner, it's going to get real tricky. Forzy's well aware that someone could be at that corner, but is he actually going to check it? Yes, he will. And somehow Fleeve doesn't see him. That's surprising.
Okay. Still got a chance here. I think an isolate fight. Xavi, that's a great swing. MBQ gonna get caught. Kafida in the back lines. Little messy. Gets his, and Forzy will also find one as well. How has Forzy got away with a second? Who knows, but who cares? Czech Republic take the pistol. It didn't look like a good start as well, with Fleeve finding his. This is a very important recovery in that pistol and a very strong start towards CT, which they needed.
Yeah, absolutely. Wow, that's a position that I don't think Fleeve is going to take up again. From the point of view of the CT, there was so much more visibility than on the other side, so that might be worth it to think about, guys, if you're holding that position ever again. Maybe don't. That seemed like it wasn't going to be a good idea. 7-6 is the scoreline. Czech Republic back in the lead ever so slightly. And they do expect that there's not going to be any armor or anything. We can tell because they bought 3 MP9s, so they are ready to make a little bit of money behind that. if they're going to get the chance to here.
Nade being held. Could do a decent chunk. They try and run away from it, but a few will take at least some sort of a tag. Another one behind it as well. Does a decent amount of damage that time. Fleeve especially takes a hell of a lot.
Yeah, and at this range, sure, there's a deagle on the other side, but even with the flash setup, it's not going to make a big difference here. Now the MP9's getting put into play. A very, very straightforward round coming out from the CT side. They don't even take, I think, a single point of damage in this one, so they're going to make their way through. They're going to be smiling into the next one, enjoying that 2-round lead. But Hungary will have their AKs finally picked up here, so curious to see what they're going to come up with. Very sort of straightforward calling, I would say, from Czech Republic when they're on the T side, which I think is fine. Maybe don't overcomplicate things when you're playing these kinds of games. I think it's probably better to just try and make it a little bit more straightforward. Take the A ramp, put some pressure on. If it's too much pressure, go back to B. But having more elaborate strategies than that could easily backfire. All right.
Great. Javi and PR going 1-for-1 through the smoke there. They're spam behind as well. The MP9 hoping for a bit of a tag just for information more than anything. Yeah, not to be. A 2-round start for Czech Republic is good here. The first gun round is the most important. If they can convert this on the CT side, then we're talking about them being able to take this map. If they can't, if Hungary get back into it, once again puts the same sort of arguments as sort of tail end of the half. Pushing a smoke is a big decision, though, by Coolio, and one which doesn't pay off. And it could get worse. A tag comes through and a dink onto Scory, leaving him low.
Yeah, 3 versus 3 here, but with Corey being that low, how does he get into it? He almost has to rely on his teammates to get the bomb planted and just try and play at a range with the AK and hope to snipe somebody away. Detour in an interesting position. I wonder if he's going to be able to flick quick enough if they come around on the other side. Smoke goes very deep. I don't think that's meant to be happening. I think that's meant to be a little bit further on up, but, you know, luckily they realize and they actually go and check it, so they're going to lose Corey in return, but again, he was very low on health already, so he was probably going to die no matter what here. 2 versus 2, they're running through the center of the map, and PR is hearing it, so he can call it out to his teammate. Kafita is well aware, and they're going to be rotating towards the steps on the other side, so let's see if they are ready for Kafita to be there. They might expect that PR is going to be coming in from this position, but the question is, are they going to be reading the Kafita on the other side? And look at how close he is. Oh, nice setup. Even as he's kind of falling down, he still gets a shot on Aaron, and that's Czech Republic picking up round number 9.
Okay. This is where we, like I said, if you can find this first gun round on seed side, and especially considering it's a bonus round as well, where, you know, it was kind of primarily guns from that previous weapon brought over. We're talking kind of FAMAS and MP9, which actually gave them the opening 2 kills. Those weapons getting away with a round like that is pretty huge. Yes, we see the small positive of Hungary getting a bomb plant, which could tempt a buy. I wouldn't actually like it if they did, though. I'd rather they half buy here with maybe Tech 9s, Mac 10s, and then full buy next. But yeah, it's not bad. This is a good position that Czech Republic have put themselves in on their own map pick too. Looking good. And like I said, you know, the core of this Dano Echo side, it's not actually a map in which they play at a tier 2 level. So interesting that they're actually looking pretty clean on it, to be fair to them.
Yeah, they've made it work super respectable at the moment. I appreciate that too. Never know what you're going to get in some of these cases, but well done. 3-round lead. A little bit of a type going on. I think there's a little bit of a tech issue to sort out before we get back with the game. Yeah. Shout out to you guys in the chat. I know some of you are asking for results for some of the other games that are going on. I think you go to IESF.gg. Should be able to see what the results when they start to come in. So, so yeah, check it out there, and we'll try and keep you up to date when we can. Obviously, in between the games, but yeah, technical timeout for Hungary. Not sure what the problem is, but hopefully they can sort it out quickly.
Yes, yeah, exactly. Only a brief one, we hope, and then we can get right back underway. But this is yeah, so far so good from what I've seen, at least for the time being. I can have a little look over to IESF, there we go, .gg, and see if any of the maps have been included. It would be pretty early for them to be included unless they've been absolutely sped run. But for now, I think it's probably the case that there's not a huge amount of information on offer. We're one of the few live. I'm looking, nothing really on offer just yet. But we'll keep up to date and see maybe whether something can happen. The tech pause is done, however. So we can go right back into things. 9-6. They have opted for a force here. It's one that I'm not a huge fan of in the sense that they just don't bring enough utility for me. They have to win direct aim duels, something they've already been struggling with.
Yeah, not an easy task. One single flash if you get close enough. Ooh, all right, Aaron. I think with a potentially a good move there. If he could have caught one CT player, that could unravel the defense quite a bit. Still moving forward. Looking to take another fight. They have a little bit of utility on Coolio as well. But other than that, they are very, very slowed down here. Not quite the last chance, I think, for Hungary to make a return and a comeback in this game, but we're getting really dangerously close to the point where there aren't going to be many more mistakes allowed. So let's see how this plays out. They've got Fleeve, I think, sneaking through the center of the map. Very powerful position if he can just distract even a little bit. Obviously, get a kill, it's going to be huge. Because there's a big stack going on to the A-bomb site for Czech Republic. So unless Fleeve is successful, it's going to be hard to break through.
No, you're right. It does go eerily quiet as they wait for that first fight. Tap, not connected by Corey. And a smoke will come down just to try and slow them down. Spam again, not really effective. Now there's 3 players and a 4th rotating over for Czech Republic. One in via mid to try and hold in rotation, and they'll get it. This is important. Hungary are winning important head-to-head duels, but Forzy's got the right ideas. Surely not. How has he walked away with that round? That is brilliant individual work. 3 kills to Forzy's name, and Czech Republic just cannot seem to lose a round right now.
Yeah, and honestly, the start of that round was well built by Hungary, right? Fleeve in the middle did his job. He caught one rotation, did get traded, but he slowed down a lot. If the rest of them could have just taken down Forsy, it would have been fine. But I think, especially in that last 1v1 with Forsy and whoever was left, it looked like they had no idea they were still in the corner. They thought he'd escaped through the smoke, so they try and spam him down, and it turns out he was actually still in front of the smoke. So, unfortunate, maybe a little bit of miscommunication. I think it was Aaron at the end who might not have got the call, or there might have been too much panic going on, but either way, that's a bit rough. They did not get a bomb plant either, so 10-6 as we move into round number 17. They are moving up the A ramp once again, and Detour is kind of the only one there. But let's see for how long they can rotate people in.
I'm enjoying what I'm seeing. This has been pretty good so far. Smoke comes down, doesn't do a lot. The flash is not going towards Flea, but the teammate behind them, it is running and gunning take 9. Normally only goes one way as Javi converts that kill. Not an impossible retake, but they just have no information. Are they just tempted to full save here? And they are, and primarily probably because they just don't want to give away guns.
Yeah, wild. I thought for sure that what would just happen is Dito would fall back when they sort of try to come through, and he'd be able to call for some backup in there before anything happened. Speaking of losing guns, they'll give up another one here. Savvy just running away. This is, I think, really, really smart for Hungary. It's about the money for them right now. Czech Republic, they have some cash in the bank still, even after losing this round. But yeah, of all the rounds that they could have given away, Czech Republic, this is the more unlikely one. And they're actually losing so many guns now on the CT side. After making the call right away to save, they don't even get a chance to really do anything. That's brutal.
It is. 3 rounds the difference, and a round and a nothing as well for Hungary like that. It's pretty important. And it's just a different tempo that the Hungary decide to play with that one. Super aggressive. They just want to take fights, and they do. I mean, thankfully, Czech Republic can just buy right back in. Not really too much of an issue, but they themselves then take a little bit of a hit in the sense of they don't have great long-term economy anymore. They had to take a pretty hefty investment. So yeah, big one to lose. They think somebody's back white. They would be wrong as PR's fallen away. Aaron, tap towards default, doesn't convert. Hungary trying to test B stairs, and it might work against them. As Fleeve gets caught, Molotov will come down as well as PR want to play double stack, and he has so much information. I'm sure he heard 2 separate people get tagged there.
Scary for PR here. That little boost up there is so hard to deal with, especially because you're probably turning around for a flashbang by the time they actually peek, and they're going to go for a boost on the other side. PR surely shot at the back. Yeah, not quite ready for that. Still, it is a 4 versus 3. MBQ falling back, flashed off the corner and nearly caught, but it's actually going to be Kafita who's trying to come in there and help him. He gets down. Another trade for Coolio, and we're right back into a 2 versus 2 here. Got to be careful about the bomb plant here. Aaron alone now as Coolio did get dropped before they even got a chance to plant the bomb. And Aaron was the one that had the bomb, and he was a little bit further away, so he couldn't really do it. I think they wanted to secure some control on the B bomb side before they really went for the bomb plant, and it cost them another player. Now it's on Aaron. He's got the experience. We know he's a really, really good player. We saw that last year in Yash. He was definitely very strong, but this is a lot to deal with. Just 27 seconds.
Yeah, it is. Aaron, too tall and all that. Czech Republic now 2 rounds away from taking this. Pretty good work coming through. Just on the back of quite a major hiccup in that previous round, in the one they lost. Responding kind is all that matters. 11-7, and still, you know, plenty of breathing room too for that CT side. You know, like 4 rounds for things to go wrong before they themselves start to feel a little bit of that pressure. So all in all, cannot complain. Hungary, I don't really think they have many more chances after this one. If this round doesn't convert, they are in trouble. But it's a good start. The upper sleeve rattles off for the first. This is a must-win round for me.
Oh yeah. PR, I think up a lot more. PR's actually up to 10 kills, so he's made a bit of a comeback. Oh, Aaron, he's so close. Kafita walking away with his back turned. That just seems like such a risk. Aaron, he's going to get that one. He'll follow it up. Wow, the defense falling apart a little bit here for Czech Republic. I'm surprised to see some of these moves.
That was not only super quick, but actually really painful over towards Czech Republic. I think they have the force here. Yeah, they do. Forzy and MBQ were both are both on double eco in terms of their money. They're both on 1.4k, which means they actually have to force here. They lose this round. Hungary go from 8 to 9, but they probably get the 10th as well for free. And then the next buy-in is about kind of survival in a way of this lead for Czech Republic. So pretty insane stuff. I really thought Hungary were out of this, but they won that round so comfortably that it's had a massive effect over towards the Czech Republic, where they cannot have any other decision bar a force. Looks like it's going to be a pop in towards ramp in due time. I'm just going to trade off each other. Detour's got an M4 at the very least. They need to go 2 for 1 in these engagements here.
A little bit of a calm before the storm. They're actually rolling in the AWP first, so yeah, Fleeve, nice shot. And the danger is, if you swing like this, oh, that maybe shouldn't have worked, but I think the double push coming down the ramp, but the pistols actually distracts from the rifle. I think they were expecting for somebody to swing to get the refrag, and the AK was supposed to be helping out, but that rifle was distracted, and all of a sudden it's a 2 versus 4. Hungary, this is one of the more winnable rounds here, but they're in a little bit of trouble. Savvy, nice couple of kills coming through, even if he gets dropped very low. The bomb is planted in the back here. Now the 5-7, he knows he's low on health. Good communication, and well done by MBQ, and they'll get the last kill as well. That is really sick. Triple on him. I think the call coming in to say one of those 2 players is within 1-shot range of the 5-7, that makes a big difference.
Yes, yeah, exactly. I mean, credit to Corey, that kind of 180 shot he hits towards from white is pretty nasty. But I guess thankfully in the end it doesn't make a difference. It's a big round for a 4 spy to convert the same way Hungary did as well. Kind of Czech Republic sort of step up to the plate and say, well, you guys did it. We're going to do exactly the same. And then I'll find themselves on towards a map point on their map pick, which is pretty huge against a side who are so far this qualifier yet to drop a map. They went flawless in the best of 1 throughout the groups. Maybe the first side to really draw some blood out from Hungary. No easy feat. That first fight is good for PR. And P9 will deliver. So will the M4. This could start to spell the beginning of the end of this map, I think, Anders.
Oh, yes. You're not wrong. It's getting a little bit rough at the moment. Just 2 people left on the side of Hungary. Corey, I do like the sneak over the smoke. He's up against the MP9 on the other side, but they've just dodged each other, and the AK should come out on top, but now there's a grenade landing as well, and the AWP will equalize the whole thing. Fleeve on his own in 1 versus 4 back here. It looks impossible. It feels impossible, but he's trying to crouch around the edge, misses a shot, and now they are going to be on top of him. No more misses allowed for its Czech Republic to pick up the opening map here.
Yeah, really, really well played. For Czech Republic, that's a way to come in towards kind of a map and start. And the big thing as well, like we said, this is a side who are yet to drop, a map, or I guess a game in a sense, all throughout this qualifier thus far. They looked so clean, and now they're the first side to take a map, which is pretty sick. It kickstarts this very importantly for them. There has been some results, of course, trickled in across the board, so I guess I can read them out. We saw Germany, they've taken down Austria 13-8 in that one. That's a pretty good victory. That German side looked very solid. Portugal and Norway currently going, but Portugal are 10-5 up in map number 1. And probably arguably the big upset is Latvia lost map number 1 to Kosovo 13-5. The side who went flawless all throughout their group met against Kosovo, and 13-5 down. They lost map number 1, so they're just about to kickstart map 2. So that means now for the likes of Kosovo, for the likes of Germany, and technically the likes of Czech Republic, they are 1 map away each from booking their spots towards the World Esports Championship, because you only need to win 1 best of 3 in this upper bracket.
That's exciting. Kosovo have looked really good, I guess, too. So that's kind of cool. All right, we'll get some nice updates. We do have a break for you guys before we get back into map number 2, so don't go anywhere. And we are back once again. We have a second map coming up here. We've got Czech Republic versus Hungary. Here at the IESF, we're looking for qualification for the WEC at the end of the year. It's going to be exciting, and it already has been. Czech Republic kind of, beating Hungary. We thought they were going to be maybe a little bit stronger, but the Czech guys, they keep showing up. They keep delivering really good performances. It's been great fun so far.
It has. Honestly, it's been a really, really cool game. I mean, especially considering that it's now one of those situations where we have to look in the biggest in state. Czech Republic, they are one map away now from going towards Riyadh for the World Esports Championships. That is sick. They are so close. They've just got to see this map over the line. However, this is Hungary's pick. They are going on towards Anubis. So I have to ask, and for Hungary, maybe that's just a bad map for them. One in which they don't know all too well. One in which they really haven't done too much work on. So it was just a bit of a weakness. Maybe they're going to come back into strength here. They went flawless in their group, and this is a map in which they did play in their groups as well. So I'm expecting big things and probably a third map needed.
Yeah, we're going to find out right now. It's PR, who I must say, had a bit of great recovery individually. He was very, very slow to start with on that first map. Corey's defending himself. Oh, a pistol. They're trying to hunt him down, but the backup is there. What a ridiculous way to get started. And now the retake is on. In fact, the retake's already done. What could he do at this range? Nothing whatsoever. What a turnaround from what looked like an absolutely flawless start to the round. They should have probably won that one. And then in a second, it's gone.
I cannot believe Corey gets away in that fight. I mean, he does go down, but I can't believe he stays alive. He gets two massive kills because they kind of gifted to him, in all fairness. They 1-by-1 peak, which is the big thing. But getting away and then getting hunted, actually from both sides as well. Really good retake from Hungary. The positive is, of course, the bomb plant for Czech Republic, but the negative is the fact that they only get 2 kills in a round, which looked initially like it was going to be something good. They just couldn't hit the shots. Simple as. I think they need to be a little bit more aggressive. They need to actually hard swing him together rather than kind of jiggle peeking, given opportunities to fight.
Yeah.
So, 1-0 start. Hungary. We said we need to come in towards Anubis strong, and that's a very quick round to do so.
No question about it. That's pretty ridiculous. All right. Should give them a chance to get a bit of a start here. As long as they can survive the Galils that are being picked up, obviously, with the bomb planted. You knew Czech Republic were going to invest into this round. Nice little peek from Corey. You don't need more than that. Just a look, just to see. Take some of the power away from them there. Forsey goes down, and Aaron ready to run. So I noticed people were saying in the chat, AA run, for anyone who gets the reference.
Big one of the best sketches of all time.
Yeah, it's good times. So stupid. I love it. But yeah, this round looks like it's over and done with.
I think I've watched probably every Key and Peele sketch ever. They're pretty good. If you want another weird sketch show, just while this round's kind of done and dusted like that, I can throw out one on Netflix, which is pretty funny. It's a little bit more American humor, but it's good. But it's good. I think you should leave.
Okay, I haven't seen that. I think
it's some of them are terrible, but like that's kind of like the good thing. And then and then some of them are just unbelievably funny and very quotable. I very much recommend. If you like Key and Peele, you probably like. It's one guy who does it. He's like the main guy in all of them. Very, very good. They're worth watching.
Nice.
Yeah. Either way, 2-0 start. The force buy doesn't go successful for Czech Republic, so they're left on a kind of a low to no buy here. A bomb plant would be nice. Anything else, I think, is a big ask. Break it open the smoke and they'll find the kill.
Yeah, a kill or a bomb plant here would be really huge for them. Kind of doubt it's going to be happening. Although Detour actually, he will land another deagle shot there. It's interesting. It's PR to take one more. He's got a minute and 20 seconds left. He might not have much more than that, and it will be savvy to take him down. But I don't know. That's a very, very expensive round for Hungary. Needlessly so, I think some of those kills could have been avoided. But still, it's a decent start, right? Remember as well, they're on the CT side, so getting these rounds early on, pretty sizable difference it's going to make down the road here. Some teams struggle to even get these 3 rounds to begin with, so it's not too bad at the end of the day.
Yeah, that's true. Consolation kills, you take all the same. And it does force a pretty hefty reinvestment back in. But that reinvestment does also include the AWP out for Fleet. He was good in towards map number 1. Had his moments. Forsey as well, same for him. Both on the AWPs. The boost going to come through. They opt against it. They were tempted by it. They kind of jumped up and then decided, no, actually, let's not. There's no smoke down towards mid, so we're actually kind of openly fighting here rather than fighting above a smoke. I don't think it's worth it. Now they might be tempted to, in all fairness. They've gone for a deeper smoke, and it forces Fleeve into a little bit more of an awkward position. And the smoke and molly combo actually just forces Fleeve away. There's nothing he can do. He has to kind of reluctantly give up this position and then play a little bit further back. But at least he has support.
Some random taps coming out, Aaron. All right, he just walked into it. It's almost like he signaled that he was going to do it by shooting at the wall first, and he's like, I'll still swing for it and see what happens. And it does work out somehow. So 4 versus 5 here. Hungary, if they win this round, it is such a good start to this CT side. They're going to lose Aaron eventually. He was trying to rotate around, so he gets himself killed. 4 versus 4, and gravitating, I think. Actually, not quite sure. They've got the middle. Usually that means you're going for the A bomb site, but maybe they're just waiting for Kafita. But they got to be careful now. It's only 24 seconds left here, and he's going to go down. So where do you go with the bomb? The bomb is in the middle the whole time. They were waiting, I think, for Kafita to find a kill to maybe force a rotation, but this is super sketchy right now. 12 seconds on the clock, trying to jump in there, but the bomb interrupted. What a spray. I mean, he should have had that kill. Now they're going to get a chance for bomb plant again. Oh no, this round could have already been won for Hungary, but now MBQ fighting his way back into it, and Coolio, oh, he's not going to be able to save the day. A quad kill instead for MBQ, and a disastrous round for Hungary. That should have been their round every single time.
Yeah, not a bad one to take if you are the Czech Republic to kind of start off your T side, because it was a big buy-in both ways. We kind of see those rounds as more often than not kind of swing rounds where it should dictate a little bit of the tempo and the momentum for at least the next few. That's a big one to take, but like you said, it's a bad one to lose over towards Hungary. They are actually, though, going to opt to force again. I don't even think for the most part, the majority of them were in double eco territory. I thought they were just above it in and around kind of 1.6, 1.7, which does allow you to save them by next. But they're saying, no, we're not going to. Oh my God, they don't even realize that they're touching each other in the smoke. I think they finally figure it out, and both sides quickly dip away.
Yeah, it's not even. It was the spray at the end that made that round so horrible, because if he has that kill on the bomb planter, it's done with. I don't think they can win the round. So, yeah, that was a brutal way to lose it. This one starts out in a funky way. We'll see if they can do some damage here, Czech Republic. They kind of need to go on a long run here, because I think the 3 rounds already for Hungary is such a good sign, headed in the right direction. So there's got to be a bomb plant here, and I doubt they're going to do much more. Save the M4, look for some extra kills, and that's probably it.
Yeah, I think you're right. It's not one of those things where I'm going to read too heavily into it. PR, nice shot from him. Javi will fall. Corey will trade. I don't think retake is really on the cards. I think it's going to opt for a little bit more of, I'll just say, a little bit more of an exit for actual strategy, but they stepped up the pace a little bit there as they wanted to kind of make a move in towards carpets. Opt against it. Detour. Now he'll realize they've fallen away. You would have heard their steps as well as they ran. And that's that. A second on the board with only the 1 casualty. Not bad. And PR got out the gates quick as well for him. 4 kills, which is really what we want to see. You know, PR is somebody who should be quite important over towards the Czech Republic side. Like you said, he was quiet to start, but in all fairness, they didn't require him all too much. And when he came on towards that CT side, when he was anchoring over towards the B side on Vertigo, he looked pretty solid. 3-2.
Yes.
AK and M4 is what they've got to work with. Around that, not the best, and they are going to low buy around that so they can buy fully in the next.
Round number 6, and going to be a bit of a tough round here. Even that MAC-10, there's only a helmet on 1 player who's not one of the ones with a rifle, so that's maybe that's a big mistake, but it just means that some of those rifles could get disappeared very quickly by a fast-moving MAC-10. PR deep in the middle here. This is so much map control to take without bumping into anybody. All they have to do for the rest of them, like the rest of the Czech Republic team, just call a freeze. Don't even move a muscle. Just wait for PR to make the move across the map, because he's going to win the round just as long as you don't go down. That's the only thing that can maybe blow this one up. So MBQ does get traded, and again, I've got to say, just try not to get in any fights, because PR is winning the round step by step. He's a little bit closer, looking for a multi-kill, probably will get it. Realize that's just one of the pistols. Oh, he does mess up the first fight. He'll still get one in return, and even then, the position was so strong, and his aim is good for the follow-up, so he's going to get the triple kill. Yeah, good job, Czech Republic. A little bit of a, I don't want to say a mistake, but there could have been something gone horribly wrong if Forsey had died as well with the orb out there, but they coordinated well. Good understanding.
Yeah, true. Julio can have a look at. I mean, why not? You can have a buy next round anyway. There's a gun there. As he picks it up, knife out, he gets 50 cals to the chest. Forsey sees him off very quickly. The first 6 rounds concluded. I mean, we've barely been live for more than like a few minutes, and it's a 3-all scoreline. It's good to see they're still competitive as well. I mean, like we said, Czech Republic, they are one map away from booking their spot towards the World Esports Championship, which is pretty sick considering they finished second in their group. It's a harder run because of seeding and kind of all the rest. This is good. This is really good. They look like a very competitive side. And Hungary, who at least felt pretty scary off the back of the group, we didn't actually get to catch them. They felt scary though, and I mean, so far we haven't yet seen it.
No, not exactly. I mean, in spite of the good start here, they've fallen not necessarily behind, but they've allowed the game to be tied up a little bit. Back with some rifles. Corey had himself such a blazing hot start to this game, or at least this map. 10-4. Wide swing for Aaron. Got to be careful you're not running back into the Molotov, and they know that he can't really escape, so grenade around the corner, and Detail will take him down. Great understanding for Detail. That shows like a high level of reading the game there, just realizing he was not going to be able to make his way out.
Under a minute in this 4 versus 4. What's the play? I don't really think there's a hell of a lot on offer in terms of this initial fight. They've actually got to trade this. Trades do generally benefit the T side. The big thing, just make sure you don't get caught off guard. And Javi's getting in the back line. His decision, he's going towards the wrong side, however. Kafita's just a bit of a bait here. They're going contact towards A. No one's home. And even though now one's rotating over, it's going to be too little too late.
Yeah, starting to come a bit of a worry. Although, taking down Kafita, I guess, will give them a chance for a bit of a retake here. Bomb is planted right next to the cake. They do have, well, they had one Molotov. They started out a bit early. Didn't want to, wait around and try and throw it late in the round. And the only thing I guess I can say here is that they're not in great position for the afterplant. They're actually stuck on the bomb side. You can tell how uncomfortable that is right about now. ZBQ alone as they're all retaking from the other side. And yeah, again, you can't really play this one. He has to just run away. I think even in the 4-on-3, Czech Republic had a good chance of winning this round, but they needed to get off the bomb site somehow, and they couldn't really decide on a way to do that.
Yeah, you're right. They went for a big gamble early. It's a big decision in that 4 versus 4 to try and play over towards 8. I think because there was a little bit of information, they'd heard a bit of a fight. There was a bit of contact being played out through water. They were in their minds thinking, right, surely it's going to be an A finish here with a slower take through main. They were wrong, and in doing so, made that retake so difficult. Or made that instance in terms of the post plant difficult, and they make it work. And all the positive signs in that CT side, if they could pull off rounds like that to then take this map to Czech Republic, they had a free site, they walk into it, they get a bomb down, but they just don't set themselves up well enough in that post plant to kind of guarantee it from a round that probably should have been in terms of how it was initially looking. Javi drops a nade, dip away, PR. Him in towards doors. This fight could be huge, and he'll find it. It's a great find too on towards Aaron. And he basically doesn't really take any sort of serious damage either.
Yeah, important opening kill, no question. But 4 rounds for Hungary. In some sense, even if they lose all the rest here and it becomes an 8-4 scoreline for Czech Republic, I would still say Hungary have a good chance of making a recovery in the second half. So
yeah,
I feel like it's on Czech Republic right now to kind of just win on out here. Just try to really crush them, because it is a bit funky at the moment for them. 3-man setup at the A-bomb site. Surely you don't keep that. Surely at some point you want to push on out. There's nobody in the middle either for Hungary. They've just left Fleeve on his own. And you know what? It doesn't start half bad. He's going to get that kill, but Can he spin around and get more towards Dark? Surely they'll grenade him out at the very least here. Backup is coming in behind him now, so they are pushing out of A finally. They kind of realize we can't leave him alone forever. He'll get that kill on Detour as well. They've made the jump across, but Felive have actually brought Hungary back into this game.
Yeah, he might have. Now they've got the numbers. He's stuck on site 2. Forzy, right at the end, I think he's tunnel vision over towards that left-hand side. That will probably cost him his life. Smoke comes towards main 2. He does get caught. This round feels like it's falling apart. Oh, no. They know where the last guy is, and he's on the other side of the smoke. I think Coolier's going to call it, and he will.
Oh.
I can't believe they've walked away with that. That is so fortunate. The double spray down, though, is sumptuous, and the third to come off the back of it, brilliant.
Yeah, that was definitely could have been a round that could have gone the way of the CTs there. Nice job from Felive with the AWP, but somehow it wasn't enough. So the game is tied up now, 4-4. Still, it's kind of an expensive round, even for Czech Republic here. So I don't know. I guess just more of the same for the Czech side. Don't slow this down. The money, man, they're going to force up in this round. Okay, I don't necessarily hate it, but again, I would say for Hungary, maybe you don't have to try to play to win a round like this one. Maybe you could have gone for like a little bit of a half kind of situation, and then get one more round that's really solid in there before the half is over. But we'll see if this is going to work out.
Okay. It's aggro from Corey here. I think one thing you were kind of touching on that sort of follow up with is about what we expect out of Czech Republic on this T side. And because it's the T side of Anubis, I think if they get any less than 7, for example, I think they're in a bit of trouble. Where just as this is a map which is generally seen as T-sided, 7 or more, I think they're fine, and I think they can work on that. And it will be obviously look the less rounds you get, obviously the harder it's going to be. 8's a great first half on that T side. Anything less than 7, it is a struggle. Even if it goes 6-6, which is even if you win a pistol, for example, this just map leans in its tendencies so much of it towards that T side compared to others that you do get a little concerned. So far, because it's been competitive, because it's been back and forth, it's still not the worst thing in the world for Hungary. These rounds may not have felt great for Hungary, but we'll see.
Well, losing a player early on here, and again, trying to gather a little bit of information. Shabby going down, so 3 versus 4. 30 seconds on the clock. They've got the setup at the A bomb site. Or the B bomb site. It's not impossible that they can win this. Realizing where one of them is, smoke goes up. They have an inkling that someone could be back there. I don't know if they can see the gun barrel, but they do have a Molotov. Maybe they could throw it in the back. Detour goes down. Only 12 seconds now, and they need the bomb plant. Is anyone going to interrupt it? It doesn't look like it quite yet. So, yeah, bomb will be planted. A missed shot, which is devastating. Forcey, you need to hit one of those here. Julio and Corey left, and now I think it might still work out, even in spite of the missed AWP shot there. Julio running out of bullets. Oh, no. And he's going to end up going down. So, another round for the Czech Republic.
And, at the very least, I can feel a bit more positive about it. Where I look at now, though, Czech Republic, they thankfully shouldn't have too much competition towards this one. That's a 6. They're getting there towards what is a solid C side. Make sure they don't get too overconfident or comfortable. These rounds can very easily flip. The momentum can very easily flip too. Hungary no buy here means it should be a 6. That at the very least is a small little silver liner that we're going to take here. It's a bit of a 2-for-1 special. As long as you don't overfight. There's a gamble stack towards A with just 1 playing up via mid. As Aaron wants to try and keep them in this sort of area. The Molotov might force him into an engagement, and he does take a tag. Nade comes back, but he avoids the bulk of the damage.
Pushes on. The USP's running wild. Detour. He wanted to hide in the corner to get the multi, or at least dodge the flashbang, but somehow it's backfired on them. Oh no. Disastrous situation, although all the CTs are in this weird corner, so they might still be potentially a little bit of trouble. Swing comes through, a lot of damage, and a team kill on top. Kafida, oh, he's almost saved the round, but not quite. It's Corey instead, and it's Hungary winning a round that they had no business getting into.
Kind of ridiculous. Hungary, like you said, there's just no chance that they should be taking those sort of rounds. But the fact that they do is where we get a little worried. The team kill, yeah, it is what it is. And I like the use of kind of the USPS kind of going in towards that fight as a bit of a human flashbang. It's the right way to play it. Make sure the rifle gets the preferential fights. Make sure kind of the aim's not completely locked on. Transfers aren't exactly the easiest thing in CS2, especially in comparison to Go. Yeah, back in towards mid. He's taking a lot of damage to the mollies. He had nowhere to go there. It was either through the flames or fall back, which probably even still would have cost him his life. So he'll die early for nothing, really.
I think, again, 5 rounds already. It's such a good first half right now of Hungary. Looking at the scoreline, might not be obvious to tell, but we've seen so many of these games already on Ancient where the CT side is just struggling so much. So I'll count it as a win right now for the Hungarian side. Flea moving forward. Nice reaction time on that kill. MBQ going to be going down, but Forces getting one in return, but immediately traded. All right, Fleeve, very mobile to get into the position. Detour might be able to win this fight, and he will be. Just spots out a knee or a shoulder, and he'll be able to pick it up. So just like that, from a 2 versus 4 into a 2-on-2. They had that lead for like a second, and then it was gone.
Yeah. 2 versus 2. And with that 40 seconds on the clock, this fight's important. And Coolio will convert. As Detour drops, Kafida's got a lot to do. The one big positive he has, or I guess 2 in particular, is A, bomb on his back, B, full belt of util. It's a 1-1 split. Hungary are playing here. Smoke will come down for the cross, so he'll get a plant out. That's for sure. It's about where he wants to play the post plant. It's the main thing. Oh my god, he thankfully hits the bunny hop. The dark player won't be there in time. Molotov comes down. Kafida hasn't considered the fact of a water player just yet. He might be caught in the side, but he just slips in towards hieroglyphs. So he's got a bit of space to work with.
Does. Got a kit on Coolio. Smoke goes up. That puts a lot of pressure on. Grenade into the corner. They still don't know for sure that he's in the smoke, but they should be starting to figure that out. Coolio going to go on the... Oh, no. He's walked out right with the perfect timing. Swings wide, but he can't find it. Everything is working against Czech Republic in this game. They're so close to winning some of these rounds, but it's Hungary to walk away with it, and this is boding really well for a third map.
It is. This is already, in my opinion, a more than appropriate CT side, a more than solid one, where they can utilize this, even if they get a pistol or not. I think Hungary can showcase their T side, generally speaking. If we look at kind of how this map is traditionally played out, which is T side's being very, very strong. It's not been strong enough, I think, so far from the Czech Republic, and they'll really know it more than most. Triple Mach 10. AK and a Glil at the end. They're going to go quick into the final round, but should come in to bite them. That's a lot of damage. And what a spray down from Xavi for all 3 in a matter of moments. He couldn't even get more in all fairness, but he's flashed off the angle. I still think this round is probably done before it begins, but maybe I speak too soon.
Forsey, I mean, see if he could do anything here. Already a mountain of work ahead of him. And Corey... At that range, the M4 is going to do all the work for him. So 7-5 Hungary. This is, I don't want to call it over yet, but my god, it's impressive for a first half. On the CT side of Anubis, we'll see if the second half is going to be any different. I think the Czech Republic guys are going to have to really step it up. I will say this, though. MBQ is still playing well, but PR is having himself a much better game from the start of it now. So that's surely going to help out a little bit. But still, they are pretty far behind at the moment.
Yes. Yeah, you're all right. Pistol round would be huge to at least keep that door open. But, yeah, I'm a little bit concerned. I just don't think it's strong enough. What we've seen just generally for teams of these levels and where they've kind of showcased themselves like this tournament so far, going 2 rounds down off the back of a T-side of Anubis, it's a tough thing to try and kind of pull back in your favor. The map's not super T-sided, but it's just more T-sided than every other one we've got. The CT side, in that sense, gives them lots to work with. Detour, big flank here. Might not be needed as PR catches one on the cross. Bomb will go down. Oh, he misses a shot. No way. Now into the 4 versus 4. Back and forth as well, but that's a bad one to lose, and it might actually cost them, and I think it might just.
Yeah, nicely done from Aaron. Sneaking up close. Almost put the Glock right in his head, and PR is very, very low on health for this one. They're already kind of circling away from the bomb site, looking for exits maybe, but it will be Hungary to pick up the pistol round. I think it's the writing's on the wall right now for Czech Republic. Whether they can read the hieroglyphs or not, it's there. And the bomb is going to go up here, so sneaking away, PR gets tagged again, and he's going to be dead. And Aaron relentlessly hunting him. Going to get the shot, so not even a little bit is what they're allowed to get away with here. The lead continues here, 8-5, and it's just going to get worse from here on out.
Yeah, I gotta agree. That's a decent lead built up. I honestly thought that this was probably done off the back of the flank itself. If Dito finds even just one, I really think he makes this kind of game stick for them. But this round, may I say, and kick starts in towards that second, but yeah, it's not to beat. 8-5. I don't know what there is really left in the tank. Lower buy coming through from Czech Republic, so they're going to buy in towards the next, which probably means Hungary even go up towards 9-5. That's tough. That's a great nade. AK tapping away behind the smoke. He can't transfer for the third. The nade does do it, though.
Yeah, so one kill happening really here for Czech Republic. The rest of it going to be more an easy cleanup. 4-round lead. This is going to be quite a tough deal to come back from. In terms of the money, I mean, for Czech Republic, I guess they'll have probably 2 chances here with full rifles, right? The next one that's coming up, they're going to get a chance to buy a little bit. All right. Corey probably could have won that, but regardless. And then after that, I think maybe one more full buy, and then if they can't make any of those work, it's going to be done with quickly. But such an impressive lead. Corey, speaking of which, he's got 18-8, so it's been a very, very strong game for him personally.
Yes, all right. He's looking pretty good. He's really hasn't had too much of a difficulty finding frags, and a couple of which shouldn't have gone his way. You know, we took him staying alive in that very first round of this game. It looked like the gods on the side. I think that might be the case, in all fairness. He's really having a great time in the server.
Yeah.
Just died there, but it's not the end of the world, is it? 9-5. Buy back in for Czech Republic. Lose this one. All chances go out of the window.
Yeah.
It's not now or never, but it sort of feels like we're pretty much there, just because we know how quickly this kind of T-side can spiral positively.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much advantage right now to play that T-side. If you know what you're doing, which, to be honest, hard to argue that the Hungarians don't at the moment. It's all been lined up very nicely for them on the CT side. I'd be surprised if they're going to be worse on the T side of this map. I'm willing to be persuaded otherwise if I see the wrong signs here coming out. But so far, bit of a default setup. They're putting a little bit of pressure on towards middle with grenades for the minute. Going to set up a bit of a smoke towards that dark room connection. So, yeah, just some standard T stuff here to try and get rid of a couple of people if they can. Aaron goes down. So that is a sign of life here for Czech Republic. More of that. This is, I mean, again, like I said, probably not the last Byron they're going to have, but it's getting real close to it. So they want a chance, win this one, get into the game really early on. It's not done yet. But my God, it's going to be difficult. Kafita, nicely done. Nearly gets the double there. PR, it will be taking out Corey, and he's ready to catch Fleeve as he comes, trying to escape through the middle. And I think that's the round done with here. 1 versus 4.
Ito drops Xavi. Nice and easy. And
No
that'll be that. I've been looking as well across the board. Kosovo were well and away from looking like they were going to close it 2-0 in their series. They were like 12-6 up or something along those lines, and they've choked a bit. It's gone to overtime. So Latvia still not done in that one. There's some cool results happening simultaneously. Of course, you can check all of those out. IESF.gg for those. Germany, similar situation with them. They are 1 round away from taking a 2-0 over Austria, guaranteeing their spot. Portugal are pretty close as well. 8-4 up at the half for them too. The results are rolling in. So far, it's very much looking like we're going to have Germany, who are pretty close, Portugal, who are pretty close, and Kosovo, who are pretty close as well, locked into place. And, of course, all those losing teams then drop into the lower bracket, and it becomes Yeah, pretty interesting. So this one, we've still got plenty more of a story to be told here. The other series seem pretty quick. This one, I think probably might be the only one that actually goes 3 maps, which is what we want. We want a competition. Only got 2 best of 3s today, so we may as well make the most of it. Of course, our next game after this will be the loser of this taking on Belgium in that lower bracket too.
Yeah, of course we want the more competitive game, no question about it. Let's make it a lot more interesting. Oh, the wall bang. It's so close. He had the right idea, but they'll lose one to the Tech 9 early on here. Some trouble brewing. Czech Republic once again. 4 versus 5 to start this one with. I like the aggression coming up from the CT side, but man, it could have easily backfired even more there as they're sneaking into the middle. Forward position for Kafida. It's going to be trades in there for MBQ. He does get one, but is dropped almost immediately. 55 seconds of the clock here in Kafida. Again, nice attempt. I appreciate that. Trying to push out. He wants to tell about his teammates, but the trades just are so good for Hungary at the moment. Even oh, I say that, but Detour's the real difference maker here. 1 versus 1. Coolio, he's got him locked in the corner, and he'll find the kill as well. Detour needed that 3rd headshot, and he couldn't quite find it. So it's Hungary to win the round and put so much pressure on Czech Republic once again.
Despite this game still having kind of some legs behind it, it still does feel like we're on track with this not going in the favor of Czech Republic. It's just such a mountain they have to climb. While it only feels like 4 rounds, which many people can just be like, yeah, whatever, it's just because of the map specifically. Hungary are looking good on the T side. The economy is continuously in flux over towards Czech Republic, and they're just not building up any sort of stability right now. Only the one consolation round that they've had so far on the CT side, it's not good enough. And a buyout here, which kind of matches that sort of tone too. Then B9, FAMAS, and just ended up getting a pistol over towards PR to make matters even worse. Molly does airburst there for Aaron, so he won't get information or guaranteed information over towards Doors. He sets up one of his own as well. The Molotov, it might have actually extinguished itself on the smoke. Does he realize that PR's inside of it? He might not. And PR's going to get the kill. That's important.
Good kills coming through. Coolio making quick work of a couple of players as the bomb is going to get planted. 4C and MBQ. I don't know. There's no real good ending to this. You save, you give them 11 rounds, your money is going to get really broken up. You'll have the M4 and Defamas in the next round, but really not much more than that. I guess if you go for it, it's a bit of a nightmare scenario too. Retaking it 2 versus 4 probably not going to happen. So yeah, Hungary going to be up at 11 rounds, but realistically, Czech Republic, they're going to have their backs to the wall for the rest of this game. And there's no reason to think Hungary are going to stop doing what they're doing. They look confident. They look really well drilled on the map. It's all just positive signs.
You're right. This is so close to seeing this off in towards Mirage. We kind of said as well we wanted to see that Mirage too, because it's the perfect test of how actually both these sides are. It's kind of that blend of the pugginess and the strategic depth, which I guess we've seen bits of both of. Vertigo maybe a little bit more strategical, Anubis a little bit more puggy in terms of its nature, and both sides have had their strengths, had their weaknesses, but Czech Republic do look a little weak right now. It's a big decision there. I think for them, that being Czech Republic, their idea is, right, let's try and do it again back into maybe a little bit of a better buy. We can kind of work around what was saved, especially that M4, where if we'd given it a go, and because we were half HP, it probably wasn't ever really going to be on the cards. It's kind of a percentage game type thing. FAMAS will get one. Quick trade, though. Kafida wants an upgrade, and he'll get it, in all fairness.
Well, that's something at least. Kafida here. Didn't manage to escape in time, so we'll get taken down by that forward A position. Bomb picked up near T-spawn, and what can you do? I almost would say in a round like this one, 3 versus 4, it's probably better for the Czech Republic guys to group up somewhere, like all stack A, all stack B, group up and go somewhere even if you want to move forward. But this idea of spreading out and kind of waiting around feels very, very hard to win a round like this one. Alone on ASPR with a Deagle. If they sneak in through the middle, which it looks like they're going to be able to do, how is he going to be able to defend that bomb site on his own? Probably not going to happen. It probably will be a 12th round here for Hungary. They're set up very nicely. This is an impressive game for them.
It is.
And yeah, that third map is looming.
It's been, yeah, it's been very, very solid. There really doesn't seem to be any sort of weaknesses over towards the side. PR, pop shot with an eagle, second time of asking, catches a bullet to the head. This is it, 12. And yes, there's a buy to come through for Czech Republic, but the response that they need, the resurgence they need, I don't think it's going to happen. Yes, we may have said this in the Belgium game and they pulled it off, but that was a real sort of 1 in 1,000 type game that we had there. Hungary have looked so clean on this T side. It's why we were worried and saying, if Czech Republic don't get at least 7 rounds on their T side, and at least being kind of the key word there, if not maybe more, I don't know if they have enough in the locker, and this has been the case. Last man of Forzi will keep out of the M4, but that's all they've really got to work with. Saved over from this one. They will buy around it. I don't think enough for the orb. I mean, in all fairness, he's at 2.7k, so he might actually be able, he should actually be able to squeeze it out. Okay. So he can drop over that M4. He picks up an AWP, has an okay amount of util in all fairness as well, because he already has the half armor. So that's fine. They're going to double orb, which is pretty wild. That's all of their funds being thrown there. MBQ as well, he might actually... Yeah, I don't think I have head armor. I probably have half armor, maybe no util for him. Yeah, so yeah, basically half armor, no util. Yeah, exactly how the money works out.
I reckon that's like a little bit of sort of almost like a tilt scenario where you're like, all right, let's just try and double or whatever. Like, you know, nothing else is working. We're kind of getting beat up pretty badly here. We have to try something. So give it your all. Anyone wants to try and go for it and see if it's going to make a difference. They did almost lose a player there towards the bomb site. That would have been disastrous detour, but he's allowed to live for a little while longer. It's PR. Again, he's been a real beast in this game. I was giving him a little bit of credit. He's got 17 kills. So him individually, sure, that's been really sick. MBQ continues to play well. They got a couple of players there that are sort of shining above and beyond, but it hasn't been enough to get them competitively into this map, unfortunately. 1 minute and 10 seconds. Bring the bomb back towards middle. This could have been a good start here for Czech Republic in this round, so we'll see. It's likely that they can do something with this.
True. Forzi. Towards doors. The Molotov might force him to take a bit of damage. He does. The shot doesn't connect either. His position, though. A lot of damage being dealt with the flames. And an interesting decision there from Hungary to fight through them rather than respect them. And it will cost them their lives. And probably this round, too. They're left down to just 2 with 5 on the other side. I think you've probably just got to save it.
Yeah. There's not much to accomplish by pushing, right? Probably not going to be doing that much damage, and even if you do, it's not like Czech Republic are going to lose a round and keep fighting, right? They've got the backs to the wall, so overall, wait it out. Czech Republic guys, they still need some money in the bank, obviously, just to buy, you know, the extra grenades and whatever else they might want to get, so I doubt they'll be pushing all in to try and find the remaining guns here. Probably better just to keep it cool. We'll make it a 12-7 scoreline, which means the road back is still real far after this one. But, I mean, again, it can be done. We talked about the Belgian comeback when we were talking about this. And, I mean, something like that can happen again, even if it's a little bit out in the future still. Yeah.
It's 5 rounds being that deficit. It's not impossible. It's just highly, highly improbable. At a 12-7 scoreline, the buy comes right back in for Hungary, and it's pretty comfortable off the back of their saves too, so it's fine. Lose this one, though, and it might throw a bit of a spanner in the works of what looked like it was going to be a super clean ending. Oh, but Fleeve can have a look in. I mean, Corey's still been pretty electric. Fleeve's looked good, and same for Aaron. Basically, the big names on this side, that kind of core who've played together in the past and know each other very well. The more experienced heads on this side, too, showing exactly what experience they're bringing to the table.
Oh, that is very close to being a kill through. Fleeve dropped down to 18. Still alive, just barely. Double smoke. Landing on either side of the obelisk here at the B bomb site. But there is a nice time counter smoke coming out. So you can see Detours jump in to see if anyone's sneaking through it. All really good movements to try and stop the T's from having any kind of surprise. And he's ready. Once that smoke fades, he's going to throw down the Molotov. And again, just really, really slow them down. I think Hungary are kind of realizing, yeah, that's not really working out for us here. Fleeve's going to be going down. He was already tagged up from earlier. Detour getting the assist there. But, you know, 4 versus 5. I don't know. This could be a little bit of an interesting scenario. If they win this round, there's not enough money on Hungary's side to buy again. So it could be almost up to like a 12-9 scoreline if they win this one.
Nice swing from PR. Does he expect a second? He now does know. Tap on that corner, and he actually delivers a double. That's huge. And we'll have heard the tick on the Molotov PR. That's a beautiful 3K at the end, just to make sure there's no doubt in that round. Czech Republic still not dead just yet. This round, a non-starter for the most part. I expected at least out of Hungary, but they're actually going to go into at least a hero AK, if not a 4-spot. I don't know if anybody is going to buy around Aaron here. Big call for him to go for that sort of hero AK, because you lose this round, his money is going to be a little bit short. I'm assuming it's just going to be a hero AK buy, but they'll at least have a tactical pause and a conversation for them how they want to play this one out. But yeah, big call. You lose this, Aaron's money is going to be in a bit of a worse aware state next round too. We shall see. Only 4 rounds. It's getting more and more likely, but it's still the big thing of just any sort of mistake, any hiccup up for Czech Republic, and we're going to 3.
Yeah. That's also why I'm kind of a little bit curious to not see Hungary. Maybe they'll still do it, but I expect that they're going to throw it around where it's going to be a hell of a lot quicker. Like go for a rush towards middle, maybe even like buy a Mac 10 or something and just kind of jump around the corner, because the way that they're playing it slowly like this, the problem is Czech Republic, they are individually quite strong at the moment. So when you're edging away around the corners, looking for a couple of openings, see if you can win some aim fights. Well, if they're winning all the aim fights, then they're going to win all the rounds. Aaron's going to take a kill there, but we'll get traded right away. 4 versus 4. But yeah, I feel like that's kind of that's the way to go with it. Change the pace a little bit. Try and go quick at it. Nice spray down from PR. My God, he's had a resurgence as an individual. 24 kills. Yeah, no, that's pretty impressive.
Yeah, it is. It is. PR made that 25 with a 4K at the end as well. I mean, I'll always highlight him when I cast him. He's, from what I've seen over the last few months, especially with Mouse NXT becoming actually one of the more dominant sides in Tier 2. There was one point where the Mouse first team, the best team in the world, ranked on HFTV, and in my opinion, Mouse NXT were at least top 3 in Tier 2, if not in that #1 conversation. And PR was a large portion of it. Very talented guy. And this round, I guess this map, more so than last, we are seeing exactly why and sort of what he can do. 12-9. A buyout here. If Hungary lose it, don't get a bump on. We could be discussing the potential OT.
Yeah, most definitely. Corey, though, opening up, getting a kill. That's the kind of start you want. And look at the change pace here. It's a lot quicker. It's a lot less waiting around. MBQ, 1 shot missed, and he's going to be dead. Nice tactical call here from Hungary. The speed change, I think, is absolutely what made the difference. Just 1 opening, and then no more hesitation. They power on through, and I think the writing's on the wall once again here. It's Corey taking down Detour again individually. 22 kills for Corey. Been a really great performance from him. PR, he might have beat Corey in terms of the individuals, but it's not going to make a difference here. He's still going to go down 13-9, and we will see a 3rd map here.
Yes, yeah, we will. I mean, all we said is 1 hiccup, 1 little mistake, and that will be that. And that's what you get. I think that's the right call by Hungary at the end. Obviously, in hindsight, it definitely is. But when things have been going a little rough and you've been trying to work the map, but it's not working, just call something quick. Just get up in their face. Just play off the mechanics, because it sometimes can make the difference. And just to update you, like I have been doing all the way through, so Kosovo were, I think it was 12-7 up on their map pick. They went to overtime. They lost overtime. So that's going to a 3rd map now. Latvia took away that map, which is pretty sick. Germany beat Austria 2-0 in this series. So they are guaranteed now to be going towards the World Esports Championships. And Portugal are getting ever closer as well. They are 1 round away, as of the time of speaking, to beating Norway in a 2-0 fashion as well. So some cool results starting to roll through. Germany and nearly Portugal are locked in towards Riyadh in November. And, well, similar to our map, the Latvia and Kosovo game has gone to a 3rd.
Damn, okay. It's interesting to see Kosovo struggling to close out that game. That would have been interesting if they could have powered on through, but I guess they take a 3rd map there to settle the score on that one. Yeah, I don't know. The highlights here coming through, and again, I've got to say this was a quite maybe one-sided is a little bit harsh, but it was kind of Hungary in the driving seat for most of this game. Czech Republic trying right at the end to make up for it, but it just felt like it was in Hungary's control the whole time.
Yeah, no, exactly. There was these periods where, especially in that second half, we were looking at it saying, maybe there's a chance here for Czech Republic, but it actually required quite a monstrous comeback and a real resurgence that, again, is such a rarity. So,
yeah,
I think all in all, Hungary made that map look comfortable. We know why they picked into it. It makes sense. It's a map in which they paid a fair decent amount as well in towards the group stages, which obviously were very successful for them, and we can see exactly why. Now we go towards that Mirage, and a similar thing now where we have to look at this and say, can actually this now be that catalyst in heading in towards map number 3 for Hungary, where map number 1, they weren't really awake on Vertigo. They weren't hitting their shots. They didn't look, at least individually, like maybe they were all there, and now they start to find that format, and now coming towards Mirage, they're ready for that, in towards this third map. A map in which they probably just generally are going to be a little bit more comfortable with in comparison to Vertigo, which looked very janky for them.
Yes, it did. Well, it's a good thing that we have a third map here to decide the whole thing, right? We're looking for the best team to make their way through. Hard to tell which one that is. I think it could be kind of an open question for map number 3. So we'll find out once we get there, obviously. But generally speaking, we've got a couple of people online that we wanted to see here. Corey playing super well, but I think for PR, the individual resurgence was super encouraging. That was fun to see. Third map should be good.
Yes, exactly that. I'm looking forward to it. Mirage, it should be pretty decent. I mean, we need to see, at least PR individually look very good, but as a team, we need to see Czech Republic come in towards that one. And similar things set that tone. The way they did it towards Vertigo, I think at times been a little bit too loose. It took them a while to get going in that first half. They struggled to kind of get online, and because of it, it cost them. So we're going to have to wait and see. But regardless, we're going to throw this one to a break. When we are back, we're heading in towards map number 3. It's Mirage up next. I'll see you soon.
Yes. We are back once again. A third and deciding map here. The battle between Hungary and Czech Republic rages on, and so far it's been, I don't know, it's like they've been trading maps, obviously. We started on Vertigo into Anubis, and now on the third map for Mirage, we're going to decide who is the better team, which I think is a really open question. I don't have a strong opinion. Do you got a sense of who's going to be taking this third one?
Do you know what? I think off the back of that, I'm actually now starting to lean towards Hungary. Not in the sense just because they're taking the map, but I think it's just they've woken up. The individuals looked a little better. I think they felt a little bit more on the ball. I probably, at least from, well, I will see in hindsight at the tail end of the series, but my assumption is that Vertigo is not a good map for them. On paper, I looked at the core. For both of these two sides, they don't play it a lot. So I just think for Hungary, maybe they were a little bit surprised to see it even get picked in. I think it's probably the big thing. They didn't go for a ban. They banned out something else. And because it's a map in which the Dano Eklot core never play, I think they were probably quite surprised. Like, they're picking into this, and they weren't ready, I think is probably the way I'll go about it. So maybe caught off guard, a little shocked, and that did come back to bite them. Anubis is always a good map for them. They played it great, a fairly good amount in towards the groups, and same with Mirage. They played it, I think, once in the groups, and they were able to pick up a win with it. So I now go back to looking at this and saying, is this going to be a sign of things to come? Maybe, probably. I think Hungary are a side who, at least in terms of their individuals, are talented enough. They also got a win against Ireland on Anubis, which the Ireland side looked pretty good. They were so close to qualifying as well. They beat Denmark, the game that we... oh, no, we didn't cover that one. That was a close game, though. We would do the game simultaneously to that one, which we did the Slovakia-Wales game. That happened at the same time. They won on Anubis there as well. So that's always been a good map for Hungary, for them. So Mirage and Midge of the Sea, right? What are we going to get out from Czech Republic in response? Because they just, at least when they came online, it was too late. We saw it right at the tail end, but by that point, job was kind of done.
Yeah, unfortunately, they couldn't mount the comeback quite quick enough. So yeah, and again, another map that we all kind of know and love here, Mirage. We definitely expect the players to be able to play it at a high level. Curious to see if PR is going to continue his individual resurgence. Corey on the other side, I think, was the top player. So, two of them, it's unlikely that you're going to be just like leveling up throughout a whole game and playing better and better and better, but it does happen sometimes. And it's always kind of fun to see when an individual is just able to really have a strong series overall. So PR, again, slow start. The comeback for him, I think, started already on the first map. At the end of it, he started to play better, and then he just kind of kept on going. So, yeah, more of that, and they could be in a good spot right now.
Yeah, and for those who's joining us, I guess I can update you on scores elsewhere. Germany, 2-0 in their series, pretty easy. Map number 1 was 13-8, map number 2, 13-7. Nice and simple stuff. All in all for them, that's 2-0 over Austria. The other game that's happening in that side of the bracket, that's our side of the bracket. The other side of the bracket is Norway, Portugal. Portugal took map number 1, 13-5, pretty comfy. They were at a massive lead in map number 2, and I said they're probably going to take it. They actually choked it out in towards overtime, but they're currently 15-12 up in OT, so that they're on the precipice of taking that one and going towards taking that 2-0, of course, which locks in their spot. The other game, like I already mentioned, Kosovo up quite a lead, and they also choked that one out, and Latvia ended up winning 16-14, which is pretty huge. Hungary won the knife. They decided to start on CC side.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. I don't really mind it. They've got no defuse kit, no grenades. It's all armor and USP, and it's going to be a very tough defense here for the two people that are near the catwalk. They're trying to see if they can stay alive for now, but yeah, already tagged up. There's a bit of a quick flank coming in, but is that going to really make a difference here? Kafita able to take down Aaron, and the bomb is planted here. There's a nightmare round already.
Oh, and it might actually just get worse and worse. Having no util is a big decision that you don't really see get made anymore. I mean, no util, no kit. When you're probably expecting that you're going to have to retake in some instances on a map like Mirage too. It's a bold decision, and one that very obviously hasn't paid off, and obviously it's come back to bite them here. I mean, in a matter of moments, this round never even got started. Czech Republic just take one for free off the rip.
Yeah, they're just saying, cool, thanks. We'll definitely be picking that one up. And didn't even take much of a fight, right? On the bomb side itself, the closest we kind of got to somebody contesting the actual bomb plant was Aaron, or somebody who's just like checking in on catwalk and getting gushed immediately. So that's doesn't feel good when that's how you kind of lose the sight. You're like, oh, okay, one person getting tagged up, and that's kind of almost the end of it. So Nicely done from Czech Republic. We are off to the races. Second round is coming up here, and we have an investment now. Look at this. Get your spreadsheet out.
Oh, yeah. I'm opening it as we speak, going straight on towards Google Drive to find that one. You know how I feel about these? It's a big call, especially after a absolutely non-existent pistol round two with only the one kill. You're coming in with a FAMAS or a couple of FAMASs as your best weaponry with half armor too. No head armor, bar one. It means those Galils are even scarier than they already would be in this round two. So we'll see. They're going to be crisp as all hell to win this one. I'm already kind of tentatively hovering over the failed section right now.
Yeah, ready to mark them up. We'll see. It's worked every once in a while, and like you said, I think it's true. Some early deagle shots, and we can change our minds. We can start to say, all right, you know what? Actually, this is doable. But without those deagle shots to really set up the rest of the rifles here, it just feels so unlikely. But we'll give them the benefit of the doubt and see what happens. It's going to be PR to take down Aaron to begin with. Bomb. Oh, it does get planted, and that's probably all you need. Sucks that he couldn't get to live behind it, but once the bomb is planted, the clock obviously ticks back in against the CT side. So yeah, they're going to make a run for it here. No real surprise.
Yep, and I preemptively put the notch there on the fail section, and I can keep it nice and easy. Don't need to make any adjustments. It is a 2-0 start. Not a huge fan. That's so far now in these quals. 5 failed, 3 successful, which actually even statistically isn't that bad. But that's such a small pool of data, and in 6 months' time or whatever, we'll see how that kind of pays out. But a 2-0 start for Czech Republic is good for them. And only the one casualty too, even more so. And the fact that the only thing safe for Hungary is a FAMAS and an MP9, 1 smoke. It's not even really something they can kind of work around in this next round. They're gonna have to. They can't kind of reforce back in. Sometimes you see sides who maybe only lose 1 or 2 casualties, and they're thinking, okay, let's just go again, right? That one.
Yeah, we'll try one more time.
We never got going. This time, you just can't. You want to have at least kind of 2K in the back pockets or in and around there to buy in towards the next the rifles and the util. So this one again feels like a bit of a non-starter. It would have to be a bit of a miracle out from either Corey or Coolio. I just don't think Czech Republic are going to give them those fights for free. They've been playing off each other very well.
Yeah, they're just playing in like groups of 2 or 3 here. Mm-hmm. Stack onto the B-bomb site where nobody from the Czech Republic side is. That's, I guess, another way to try and make these rifles have an impact is if they run into a stack and there's a FAMAS and an MP9 somewhere in between everything else. It's not a bad idea. This just isn't the round where it's going to happen, unfortunately, for them. So some shots are ringing out here, and it should be a bomb plant and a very swift round to follow. It's all gone according to plan here. Some slightly easy rounds for Czech Republic, to be honest. All 3 of them at the start here are just not much of a battle back. It's Aaron finally with a little bit of something to say. Gonna steal an AK now. That could be interesting. Surely they're gonna win the round anyway, but the bomb plant delayed for hours. I've no idea why they haven't planted the bomb like a long time ago, but they're finally doing it now.
Yes. Yeah. Will PR expect the USPS of Xavi? I don't think he cleared. Oh, if he didn't peek, I think he might have gone
could have
overlooked there. Yeah. But not the case. So this round never really got going. At least Aaron's got an AK. That's honestly not the worst thing in the world. Anything else, though, would be sort of outlandish. Aaron is sort of sticking around, but I think he'll realize, yeah, let's not go for this. So he's got no armor as well. That bomb is even more scarier for him than it is for the T's on the other side. And that's it. A 3-0 start. It's a pretty decent one. This is the 3rd most CT-sided map in the pool statistically. So to get 3 off the rip like this, very, very important.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, I think having the AK, that could be kind of the start of a little bit of something that goes the right way. We start to say, okay, listen up. It was a tough start, but we stole this AK. Let's put it to use in the next round and start to get back into it. For Hungary, I do think it's important for them to get on the board really early on here. Don't want to be delaying this any further. Round number 4.
Rifles. They got the AWP, which is good. FAMAS is the only lesser investment. Mid-control taken for free. Again, this has actually been a big kind of point of priority for the Czech Republic, and it's working.
Yes, it is. Smoke goes up. Oh, so much damage. How is he alive? Oh, he's not. Forsey somehow catches him. I was going to say he should have been dead anyway, but this is a bit slaughter. Aaron drops back down into Shadow, but he is going to get traded every single day of the week. They were all over him. Saved once again here for Hungary, and it's Czech Republic. They go 4th round. Wow.
Are they safe? Yeah, they should be fine. There was a little, it felt like a temptation there by PR to go looking for a fight, and he's still poking around, but I don't think he'll catch them in rotation as they go deep into those apartments. This is quick. 4-0 in a matter of moments, and I think the most important thing is actually not even the speed of the rounds, it's the dominance of the rounds as well. Czech Republic aren't even do anything too special. They're just walking towards the site and planting.
Yeah, what a beginning. You can even, if you don't look at it, they don't even have that many kills on the T side even. It's not like they're stacking up like tons of kills here. There's obviously been a couple of saves and everything else going on for Hungary, but it just means they're getting these rounds way easier than you would normally expect. And, well, that could be a bit of a problem going down the stretch of this game. 4-0. And round number 5, yeah, saving a couple of guns, buying a little bit on the rest. They're sort of stretching their money as much as they can to make this the best round possible. And you know what? It's not half bad. So we'll give it to them in that sense. They're going to have a chance to resist in this round. But the fact that they've picked up nothing yet on the CT side is cause for concern.
Ooh, that felt like it should have hit. Doesn't. Yes. Pretty big tag on towards Fleeve as well. And then he's, I think, smoked out of that position. One did miss. I know a window smoke did miss there, but I think another one came. Yeah, and there we go. Replicated what was meant to be. But early damage on towards him. Czech Republic, I said, mid control has actually been a real priority for them. It's something Hungary have got to try and plug. That's a big weakness for them right now.
Yeah, no doubt it is. Coolio wanted to jump. Thought better of it. Could have been dangerous with an AK waiting on the other side. So for now, he's going to be fine. But this is at least a start here. 4 versus 5. Hungary with a 1-man lead. Going to be boosting up to try and get a bit closer while the smoke is up. Setting up a bit of a late round trick here that could really pay off for them. Corey, actually, it's not even late round trick. He just goes for it. I thought he was going to be kind of the bait for the rest of the bomb site. But he's already down. 4 versus 3. They're pushing on out. 40 seconds left. Oh, jump over through the smoke. What a bold play from MBQ. And Aaron's going to go down as well. Dropped by him. He couldn't get the Molotov off in time. So he's going to go down. The bomb's going to get planted here, but Forsey, what have you got for us? Can you actually win this and clutch it for your team? They've got the crosshair right there, but it's a wide swing. He steps out right next to Fleeve's crosshair. And now Savvy's on the other side. Forsey, not sure where to look, and he will get down. Oh, he had no idea there was a second player. That's unfortunate, but still, for Hungary, it's great news.
It is. They absolutely needed that. No two ways about it. Let that round slip, and I'm already saying we're in trouble here. Forsey gave it a good go. I think he just doesn't expect both of them to be on top of each other because the rifle hadn't actually taken a shot yet. I think that's basically where it all falls apart for that post barn. He's pretty exposed in the open. Javi swings out. And he'll get his kill. So there's a first, which is good. The seat side needs so many more, though. I mean, the way I look at it, in a similar vein, on the flip side to Anubis, is you've got to get bare minimum of 7 on your CT side. You know, for a map like Mirage, the way it's played out these days, the T side doesn't get as much of a luxury as it used to on Go. You've really got to make it look considerably more solid than that T side. And the fact that Czech Republic are looking so clean so far is pretty damning. That's a great flash, but there's just support there. Confida's playing anti, but it's PR full blind who gets it regardless.
Yeah, I have no real criticism for that kind of play. Like, I agree, that is a really sick flashbang. It's a good shot. That probably works like 9 times out of 10, but it just, unfortunately, this is one of the few times where it doesn't play out in his favor. Going to be losing that early fight. And, yeah, that's going to come back to potentially haunt them a little bit here. Speaking of grenades and flashbangs, look at how many are on the Czech Republic side and how few are there left on the Hungarian side here. They don't have a lot to play with. It means retakes are going to be very, very hard. I think probably if you want to win this round on the CT side, you need to stop them from even getting the bomb planted. Because you're not going to be having like a whole wall of smokes for a sick like protocol to retake the bomb site. One smoke going up towards that jungle position. And looking over it. One player here. The rest trying to rotate in behind it.
Aussie holding as the rifles get a lot of mileage out on towards the site itself. I think that smoke actually went into a sandwich, I think. It might have actually smoked his teammate.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, it did. He actually smoked his teammate. It was meant to go over towards jungle, but the fights are still favorable. And they could continue in that fashion. Coolio does trade one back. The flash keeps them at bay, but a 2v3 of how low Coolio is as well. I don't know if this round's going to start. I say that, Flea. That's a big shot. Look at the time, too.
Yeah. Oh, smoke up there. With the time that was left, if he got one kill on the guy planting the bomb, the round would have probably been over right there. Not probably, it definitely would have been over, but instead, smoked up, and now they're in a little bit more trouble here. 4Z back with the AWP and snuck for the smoke as Kafidi, right? He's actually going to come back around, but still, this is looking very hard on the retake. Again, they don't have any grenades either. They've got the kits, sure. A little bit of a flash into the corner, but the clock is running down low on this one. Kafida, even if he's tagged, he's going to get the kill. And 4C will take one more. Czech Republic to pick up the round. And everything is falling apart here for the Hungarian side. They've got a little bit of money in the bank, but not enough to make it a real buy here. Wow, they're in so much trouble.
Yeah, they are. This is, at least for the kind of time being, a pretty damning start where there's just been nothing on offer. Now, I want to give them the benefit of the doubt and say that maybe they're T-sides where they'll come alive, but they've got to give themselves a bit of space and comfort before going on towards that T-side, you know, by at least making this first half competitive. I said you've got to be getting at least, you know, normally I would say 7 rounds on the CT side. That feels like a bit of a luxury right now. Again, just a side note, that window smoke's missed for the 3rd time in a row for Czech Republic, but they're still not being punished. It's just a kind of a funny thing, but they're missing that window smoke consistently. I don't even know they realize that they're missing it, but somebody unfortunately doesn't know their spawn lineups.
Yeah, and I mean, it's kind of funny, but also you have to say those small details can really mess up a round sometimes. So
yeah.
Get it fixed before it costs you too much. Some deagles, 1 MP9 and armor. They are crossing their fingers and hoping that this is going to be somehow a powerful round. A round that can really get them back into the game here, Hungary. They need it so badly. And Czech Republic are taking a sweet time. They've got PR alone in the middle. He's got some backup now. I was going to say, I don't necessarily love him being alone here with the AK. Just don't leave a chance for them to take him down and steal the round back somehow. Make sure you are a little bit more grouped up than that. And they are now. So it's going to be an A split.
There's at least numbers here. And BQ, does he expect 2 to the right? I think is the big thing. Well, it doesn't really matter anyway. MBQ and Detour swing in and they deliver kills with ease. Aaron on the site does get himself 1, but he's just barraged with nades to see him off. This round's done before it even starts, and a 6th now on the board for Czech Republic. I mean, this is a brilliant showing. Hungary are falling apart here.
Yeah, unfortunately, never really even getting into this map so far. 6-1 the scoreline. They have a lot of money coming into the next round, but absolutely 0 momentum for them. The kills just not showing up for them at the moment. They got 10. What do they got? Like 13 kills overall on that side. That's far from being enough. We're going into round number 8 here, so we just expect a little bit more, but it's not really been happening yet. So I don't know what it'll take. Some kind of clutch, some kind of individual performance. Corey, again, he was fragging very well on the second map. Yeah. Right now, he's 2-6.
It's true. I mean, it's a complete kind of shadow of your former self style kind of situation where they need him. They really do. He's very important to this Hungary side. He plays a lot of these kind of high impact roles, and if he was playing well, I think these rounds start to flip in different ways, but he's not. He's struggling. He can't get active. Same for Fleeve as well, the AWPer. I spoke about mid-control being a real priority. The best way to counter that is with a prominent and strong AWPer. It's just not happening. This time, they're in the smoke hits. And they were going for a short jump, but they miss it. And they're struggling to get in towards the ladder jump. They will eventually get up there. I'm sure they're being heard, though. They are failing this jump. And I'm sure Kafide can hear this.
Yeah. Taking a while. Aaron might not realize, but there's a T player right there in front of him. It's going to be cute to go down at the beginning. Kafide gets 1, spins around. It's ready for Fleeve. So much damage in the middle output from him. 3 versus 3. If they win this round, 2 Czech Republic. it might be all done for the Hungarian squad, but good job on them bringing it back into a one-man advantage. Not half bad at all. 4C trying to get into a bit of a position with the AWP. The bomb is planted. PR, he's tagged up, but he's still alive and could do some damage. Smokes playing at the edge of it. He's going to see that one player, surely, yeah, instantly shot down. That's a nice kill. Back into a 2 versus 2, and now they might get pushed right into the AWP. 4C, he's thinking about it. Oh, they're going to find PR on the other side. Still plenty of time for the defuse, but with that shot almost doing it, Coolio, he's one bullet away from death here. He's picked up the kit in the meantime, and there's the shot from 4C. It's well played at the end, and Czech Republic gets 7.
This is already, I think, getting very... I mean, 7 for me feels more than good enough. Any more feels like we could just be banging the nails in the coffin for this series. And the quickest map of all of them comes into the decider, which felt like it had the potential to be probably the most even, just because of it's Mirage. Everybody knows, everybody loves Mirage, but Czech Republic are just playing it considerably better. I mean, Hungary with Lost Brothers are getting buys back out, but it doesn't even matter. Guns aren't making a difference. They are just simply put not competing.
It's so crazy, but you're absolutely right. Like this felt like from the first 2 maps that the third one should have been a really, really close affair, but it hasn't come to fruition just yet. MBQ, I would say, continues to play well. Like he's up to 9-4. He's been playing well every single map that we've seen him so far. So maybe a name to watch out for in the future. Definitely getting some good reps in on these different maps. That's pretty impressive. Again, just, stability in playing is kind of undervalued sometimes, but if you can show up to every game and just kind of have a good performance, that can go a long way.
Aaron, for the first, we'll take that. That's a small positive. Aaron's still sticking around. The flash, you'll gift him a second. He's self-sufficient right now for Aaron, but it's working. He'll eventually get traded out, but Corey with a fadeaway bullet finds his, dips away, stays alive, so keeping the numbers in a solid place. With how much damage has been dealt towards Kafida too, surely this is going to be the second, surely, towards Hungary.
Yeah, it's looking like that. Would take a real collapse in the round. Detours actually managed to sneak past. I don't think Corey's seen him, but he is kind of walking out. All right, it's going to be Fleeve on the other side, and they will be fine. So I think that was the only real risk, is that Detours kind of got into the back line somehow, and nobody was there to catch you. But, at the end of the day, it's all going to work out for them. So a 7-2 scoreline is coming up here. There's nothing Kafida could do about it. You can try and get another kill just to be a little bit annoying, but even that is not going to happen. So one step in the right direction. All the work is still ahead of them.
I think if you can get up towards 5, it's still not completely out of the realm as a possibility. 8-4 already feels pretty damning. So it's good that Hungary get that. It needs to be the start of a few more, without a shadow of a doubt. It's good, though. I mean, at least for them on an individual basis. For Aaron, thinking, okay, I'm feeling confident. I used to hit a couple of shots in that round. I'm back maybe a little bit. The whole team needs to kind of join them, though. Window smokes are now being consistent, which is really good. He is trying to tap away on just the edge of it to open up some space and get information. Nothing spotted too. Now, once again, it looks like they want to go towards A. There's a few players here to meet them too. Big fight for Flea to take. It's a risky one in the open. Thankfully, they'll dip away, and a Molotov will slow them down. And now Hungary have rotated his 4 over towards A.
Yeah, this is a really, really big presence for the CT side to be showing up with. See how long they can really keep it. I mean, that's kind of the other problem, right? Like, one thing is being here, but another thing is sticking around with all these people. They're going to try and push forward with it, and they get traded. So they lose a bit of patience. Nicely done from Corey. If you don't win that fight, I think the round might be close to done with. Smoke to line behind him. Kafida will eventually come up the underpass and try to help out, assist this A split. But it's not going to be right now. It's still a little bit into the future, so we'll see how long Corey can stick around. Towards CT spawn, it's Fleeve hanging out. He's got a Molotov. Oh, Kafida just jiggling it out. That is so smart. Well played. Shows the tip of his gun saying, do you want to take a couple of shots? If you do, I'm definitely going to swing you. And then it's a 2-on-3.
Fleeve just waiting. Oh... The question for me is, when does he decide to pounce? And that Molotov going to force him in the open. He's being held for. That's played perfectly. Kafida's initial Molotov and a flash combo come through. Coolio now 1v3 turn 1v2, and they're going to split up. And this is kind of the only time where it's perfect because it's an immaculate kind of crossfire. He doesn't want any part of it. He's going to get out of there. Call for the save, keep hold of his rifle, and an 8th for Czech Republic on T side of Mirage. I don't see much of a world in which they can kind of get back into this.
Right now, it definitely doesn't feel like it. It's slipped out of their hands very, very early on. And there's no consecutive rounds. There's no momentum being built. It's just a struggle every single time. Not that much saved either on the Czech Republic side, but who cares? They have some money. They have the rounds. At this point, yeah, it's in the bag for them. They just need to keep the focus up. Keep playing like this, and they should be able to walk away with it. And I believe you said earlier, it's qualification here if you win this one. So a lot is on the line.
It is. I mean, it's one of the lucky things where if you are to lose, say, you go into the lower bracket anyway, so you're not completely out of the realms of qualification, but you'd much more kind of prefer to just win one best of 3 and guarantee it. Regardless of all the results, you've got your spot. That's it. Join the likes of kind of Germany, for example, who quite cleanly took theirs. Forzi gets gifted. That one, there's no trade either. Xavi, he will drop with nothing really to offer, and the trade shot not being connected either gives Czech Republic all the time now to just set up and a push in the smoke. That's such a big call as Forzi makes it 3 in the round. That is huge. Jumping in towards the fight. You can just see the discipline going out the window now for Hungary.
the panic is fully set in. Corey, nice enough shot there at the edge of the Molotov, but at the end of the day, will it really make a difference? Definitely not here. They're back in once again, trying to save a little bit. I mean, that's kind of been the main experience, I think, for Hungary in this first half. It's just been trying to find creative ways to save a couple of guns here or there, and I don't think he's not going to save this one. The hunt is on. Oh, they're going to run him down. Got to be careful as well that you don't forget to reload this AWP. 2 bullets left, and he's shot in the back here. So nothing is saved, nothing is rescued. It's Czech Republic just savaging Hungary at the moment.
They are. There isn't a competition. These rounds haven't even been close for the most part as well. I mean, you see the confidence. Forzi pushes a smoke and gets 2 more off the back of the initial fight. Coolio, I don't even know. I'm not even going to try and explain that. I don't know what the decision was there, but maybe some information that maybe all of them were over towards A, so that's why he's kind of trying to dive in towards lower, but it doesn't work out for him. Tries to catch them off guard. Tries something a little funky. Doesn't work out. 9-2. We could very rapidly be discussing it. I mean, it already kind of feels like maybe the beginning of the end.
Yes, I mean, obviously, if there's a big resurgence from Hungary somehow, like not even just in terms of like the rounds individually, you see some players who are like, all right, here we go. Like this is a big 1 versus 3 that's been won or something like that. Then it's worth having a different kind of conversation. But for now, they're not really showing us a lot of that. So it's very, very hard to put up a likely scenario where this could turn out differently. Round number 12, and they are setting up for a classic A execute. There's nobody on the bomb side, and it's not necessarily the end of the world for the CT side. Obviously, you can just try and play it as a retake. We do have this kind of weaponry. The retakes are a lot harder, but there is a way. Cleve is on a bit of a flanking mission. Oh, and look at this. Corey in a jumping shot. No way. He hit the headshot jumping over the smoke like that. Well, that's how you get the job done, I guess. I wasn't counting on that one.
Yeah. 45 seconds with MBQ so low, and they're not even abided by Bogdan's law here. Forzi walking his way forward to try and at least, if he can make it into a 2v3, it's not impossible, but they just haven't taken any damage. That's the big thing for me. The only thing that they don't have working against them is util, and that's not a bad shot. Forzi gets 1, nobody trades, but they're grouped up here. Wants to isolate, and he unscopes at the worst possible time. 4 points of HP, 3 kills to find, 15 seconds, not going to happen. Corey will trade. Hungary just get a 3rd at the end there. I don't think it's good enough, though. I don't think they've given themselves any sort of a chance in towards the one. It would require, again, a miraculous comeback, which doesn't really feel like it's on the cards here. That's a beautiful T-side put up here by Czech Republic, which has put them so close now to guaranteeing their spot at the World Finals.
Yeah, I mean, barring anything like a total change of the dynamic here, it does feel like it's super unlikely. Huge lead for Czech Republic. Going into the second half here, they're not going to have any utility or even a kit on the Czech Republic side. They're saying, we are going to outduel you. Although this is very bold. Kvita running forward. PR's right behind him. Got to be careful. If you start missing those bullets, they could get a little bit spicy. But so far, they're going to be allowed to live. All right, I thought maybe there was going to be more of a swing happening there for the T side. That they would try and really run them down. Once you hear that CTs miss a couple of USB bullets, I mean, sometimes that's your signal to go. But they will play it a little bit more slowly here. Setting up for the one smoke and the flash that they do have on the T side.
A little bit of damage out to Xavi might make him not useless in this round, but at least not have as much impact as he would hope. He's going to have to try and catch somebody off guard. Forzy playing Jail, Detour playing towards Get Right. It's a good setup, but all for nothing as they are heading towards A. Oh, Aaron just turns around and MBQ's right there for him. Detour will get one through the smoke in response. Kvita hasn't been cleared from Ticket just yet.
It kind of looked like MBQ thought he was in the smoke and he just wasn't. It was like very strange position. Yeah. But good job for Hungary so far. Yeah, this is what we need. More of this. Detour's going to be going down. Forzy trying to make his way through, but they do call it the murder hole for a reason. And Kvita, 1 versus 3, obviously not going to be winning this round. So Hungary will take the pistol in the second half. And that's the first step in the right direction. Just, forget the first half if you're Hungary and just pretend like you just got started.
Well, let's say if it gets to 9-7, I'll give them some sort of look in here. That's the way I'll look at it. Anything, if Czech Republic get a 10th anytime between now and 9-7, I then go completely 100% back in their favor.
9-7. I think that's fair. I think that's probably
gun rounds too, right? That's the big thing in my mind. It's like it's all well and good finding pistols. I mean, half the scene think pistols are RNG anyway. So, that's the way I look at this. The big thing I want to see now is Czech Republic. I was gonna say don't force by here because you have the gun. You have multiple gun rounds out before you come into it, but they are gonna force. I mean, I guess they have so many rounds to work with in arrears that it's not the kind of end of the world, but. MP9, Scout, few upgraded pistols, not an easy round to convert, but they are at least gamble stacking a bit, which is probably the right way to go about it.
I think so. I prefer this. There's something sort of almost a little bit deflating watching a team with no, real rifles or anything try to play as if though they had the rifles, and they're sort of, I'm like, just roll the dice, be a little bit adventurous. It's more fun this way. Scout's playing alone over by the catwalk position. Don't have any strong opinions about this one, but obviously it could be interesting to see if they're going to be able to do a little bit of damage with it. That's usually where these rounds become really fun, is when you get some tags going on with the Scout on the CT side, and it's going to work out a little bit differently. Nicely done from Kvita, but it's MBQ who's going to get that first one. Detour might be able to get it, and he will. That's the disastrous. That's the bomb down.
He's going to drop a smoke. That's perfect. He upgrades to a Galil. Even better. Uh-oh.
Yeah.
This might be a little awkward. Xavi, though, at least answers back. Catches PR. The elevated angle's super strong here to hold for pushes out from ramp. They kind of see each other at a similar time. It's just one sees the body, the other sees the legs. So generally, the CT has the better thing. And yeah, you are right. The time is of the essence here. They are being flanked too.
Yes, they are. All right, so they're going to get that kill, but now they have to run straight back in. Forzy, what have you got for us? One kill on the right player right now could win the round. And Savvy going down, Aaron tries to pick it up. The bomb is has to be planted right now. He's going to get time for it. He will get the bomb plant here, I'm pretty sure. Yes, he will, and that might be enough. Forzy realizes, he had the time. A little bit of a grenade out wide. He does get dinked, but still, he will live. Aaron is going to be saving Hungary here, just barely winning the round. That is ridiculously close.
Oh my god, 19 points of HP. He is extremely lucky, but it's not a bad force buy, in all fairness, or down to a 1v1 at the end there and getting a tag, so that you're forcing Hungary to reinvest in quite heavily. However, they've got a fifth, they've now got a sixth to come off the back of it too. They're making this much closer than it probably should have been. The other option would be you just give them up the fifth there, and then you buy in towards this round now. You would have had rifles, and you would have had kind of all the util to work with and the rest. This one, not a hell of a lot. One MP9. few upgraded pistols, nothing too damning. On close, pistol gets the first. Not a bad shot from Kafida. He hasn't moved. He's going to go back again for seconds. That's a double for the P250. Surely not. Thankfully, we'll get traded.
2 versus 3 here. I don't know. I mean, those kind of clutches, right, for Aaron in that last round, those are the kinds that are going to make, you know, like, the team is going to get fired up. People are going to be yelling in the Discord of the team, see whatever he'll use, right? So that's important. That gives a little bit of energy back into it. Although I say that as Fleeve gets run down, Pia with a headshot. What on earth is going on? How are they losing so many fights? There's going to be Coolio dying, and just like that, Czech Republic retake the bomb site with no reason to. They have none of the weapons they needed, none of the grenades or anything. They just won a couple of great fights there from PR.
That's a full eco. I mean, more or less. They have one MP9, but it's the pistols that are doing all the work. A P250 getting 2 here is just ridiculous. And the fact that they fight him isolated too, they give him 1v1s, that is just the fundamental error. So credit to Czech Republic. They just don't seem like they have any sort of a thought process about losing right now. It was such a good first half, and winning that, I mean, this is where, I mean, that round in particular could even be the straw that breaks the camel's back. That's the one that could absolutely kill you. 5, 10, and for Hungary, I mean, they have no funds to work with, no bomb plant to at least alleviate some of those pressures. They have to go for a kind of a lesser investment here if they want to buy next, and we're talking about a gifted 11th and basically one gun round left for Hungary to keep them alive in the map, in the series, for, of course, that potential of the World Esports Championship spot. I mean, it's just how quickly things are falling apart. They've taken attack pause. They've had a discussion, what's gone wrong, and, of course, you know, a lot is the main point that we're kind of trying to drive home. They've just not shown up to play here.
Oh, definitely not. 10-5. That round, I think that kind of puts a fine point on it. That you see that and you think, okay, that's what's been the problem for Hungary here. Unfortunately, that last round, Aaron clutching it in a nice 1 versus 2, and then it's kind of all for nothing at the end of it here. The Eagles are out on the T side, but this game is completely fallen apart. Hungary, so good on the second map, but PR did some really good display of his mechanics. I know you said it when we saw them play the first time around, but, you know, slowly but surely, I'm being converted into a little bit of a believer myself, I've got to be honest. He does go down eventually, but that was just a Deagle headshot. But yeah, that's long range to make that AK work, and he got 3 quick kills to try to seal the round. I've got to say, even if there's a little bit of a return here, there's surely no way Czech Republic can lose this one.
Probably the case. Coolio's low. Fleeve's tagged, doesn't have armor. So this one should be done. Just on over 5 at detail here. Drops a smoke to even maybe sell the ruse that he's falling away. And he can just play out from Delpan. Has to support a Kafida at range. And he'll get there in the end. Second time of asking. So, 11-5. And like I said, this is the gun round. This is the last, probably, attempt for Hungary. If they want any sort of a chance in this one, it is now or never. But PR, good round from him. Looks pretty crisp, pretty clean. I just don't think anything's going to stop here. This Czech Republic side are so close to the finish line, and it looks like win this one, they more or less guarantee it.
I mean, yeah, it's looks almost inevitable at this point. Like even the slight signs of life coming out from the Hungarian side are just, they evaporate so quickly that it's kind of hard to believe that it's going to be too exciting here. 4C, take down Fleeve to begin with. 4 versus 5, and bomb has dropped the top mid, so Hungary, they are just investigating the middle, trying to get that basic map control that you do need on the T side to make almost any round work here. So are they going to try and get into the window? They could go for a roost up here. I feel like anything is on right now. Just, it's such a long way back for Hungary. There almost are no wrong choices.
1-10. Where do they want to finish here? I think is the one I'm looking at now for Hungary, because yes, you got mid control. You have no information about short or even actually ladder for that matter. Window is always a priority, and they are getting pushed towards apartments. That's been spotted at the very least for Aaron. Just on the pixel, gets that gap. 40 seconds though, fellas. We've got to make a decision. Yes, they're towards A, but the first fight isn't favorable. Detour playing up close gets one. A ticket player of Kafida spotted. PR turning around, I thought was going to cost him his life, and he turns around perfectly for a double. It's done. It has to be. Coolio's all that's left. It's a 1v4, and he's playing around the site, and he gets caught in transition. Czech Republic cannot seem to lose. Everything, all the timings, all the 50-50s, and the jewels are slotting in place of them. This one, it has to be done. Hungary, another gun round, which finds nothing and not even a bomb plant. This is it. They've just never got going into us Mirage at all.
Yeah, that was, again, another very, very convincing round. We can only say it in so many ways, ladies and gentlemen. There is not a lot being shown from Hungary, unfortunately. So 12-5 is the scoreline. Czech Republic looking to see if they can make the qualification right here, right now. And they look like a fun team. I want to see this team play, further on, see them on land, see if they can keep up this level, because it's been encouraging. A lot of great individuals, and just look like they have a good understanding of the game here. It's Corey to get the first kill, taking out PR, nearly sneaking a kill. Kafida, he had the right idea, but just overwhelmed at the end. So Hungary, with a forceful push to try and keep the dream alive. They need to win this, and they need to win another 6 rounds after that to get it into overtime. Grenades around the corner. Molotov will burn a couple of people, but it's not going to make a difference. It'll be Hungary to pick up the first one. And again, like I said, 6 more to go is what they are looking for.
Yes, it's better than nothing. It's, hey, a nice sort of spot where we can say a little silver lining. They've kept alive. A quicker round has gifted them a 6th. Is this going to be something that they can replicate going forward? I don't think so. They've got to do it for 6 more rounds in a row, and there's a buy right back in for Czech Republic. So, I don't know. For Hungary, they need consistent amount of mistakes coming out for Czech Republic for them to find this round in their favor, and they can't make any themselves. It's just too much perfection needed, which surely is not going to be the case. It's sitting in the smoke here for PR. I like this. As long as if he doesn't overfight, he actually probably should be fine, but Coolio's holding for him.
Yes, he is. He's got the right idea. He knows there could be someone up there. Doesn't have the confirmation yet, so PR's position is actually just getting more and more interesting. Coolio might think, well, listen, I've been keeping an eye on this. No one snuck through. Okay, he's going to grenade, so he kind of has the read, but oh, look at this from Coolio. This is really smart. He's actually, oh no, he doubts himself. He doesn't commit to it, and that could cost him the whole round, and as a result, the whole series. He's looking for the multi-kill here. PR ready to set it up. It's a little bit ugly, but it doesn't matter. Still gets a double. Ready to fight in the middle as well. Corey's in here in the smoke, but oh, Coolio, you kind of knew the spidey senses were there, but he just thought, no, there's no way. But there absolutely was. Shot in the back is Corey, and it leaves Fleeve on his own 1 versus 5, and it gets a very convincing round. He's already been spotted out here. Czech Republic going to take the game 13-6 at the end, defeating Hungary.
Wow, I mean, especially considering how map number 1 and 2 felt, even if the score lines are kind of relatively similar, I think map number 13-8 off the top of my head, it didn't feel as dominant as that. It was a massacre. I mean, credit Czech Republic. What a showing out from them. And of course, that does mean that they locked themselves in the World Esports Championships. They guaranteed a spot now because they won a best of 3 in the upper bracket, which is sick. And they'll be joining the likes of course, Germany, who beat Austria, as we mentioned earlier, in a 2-0 fashion, and Kosovo, who have beaten Latvia 2. The Portugal-Norway game, it was a marathon, that one. It went to triple OT in 22-20. Norway took it, and they've pushed that to a 3rd map, which is just about to start. So that one seems to be going has gone the absolute distance. You got triple OT and all the rest. So I have to keep an eye on, see who ends up making it through from there. But we run through these highlights, and you can just see, and there really just was never ever a competition. Czech Republic looked good from the get-go, and it never let up.
Yeah, even the sort of small signs of life, right? It didn't really rally the rest of the Hungarian squad. There was no point where you thought, okay, now they look alive again. So that happens sometimes, unfortunately. I mean, also the nature of playing a best of 3. You go into a 3rd map, maybe it's not exactly the map that you all love playing, and it just doesn't really play out the way that you were hoping for. But again, for Czech Republic, I've got to say, very encouraging. It was cool to see them play. We had fun with them last time, where the game was a little bit easier. But taking down Hungary, which again should be a really, really strong team, is definitely nothing to scoff at. So I've got high hopes for Czech Republic going on further into the tournament.
Yes, no, I do as well. I do. I mean, this is a side who maybe online as well. We have to really kind of keep an eye out. This is, yeah, they looked very, very good in that instance. For Hungary, it's not over. That's the positive thing. They're in the upper bracket. We can now jump into the lower bracket. They'll be taking on Belgium next. But wow, I mean, all in all, Hungary coming in towards that Belgian game, we need a completely different showing. They cannot even bring anything, similar to what we saw on Mirage. And I thought off the back of map number 2, off Anubis, with kind of how good they looked for the most part in that one, that they'd be able to chain it in towards what is a similarly kind of puggy map in its sense of Mirage. But yeah, they were completely caught off guard. They just like a stone in water, just couldn't keep afloat.
Yeah, tough break for them. Lots of individual fun highlights coming out from Hungary as well. Maybe especially on some of the other maps, like Korea, that second one was very good. I think Fleeve had some great highlights with the AWP, and Aaron, obviously, I think overall was just playing quite well, but it just wasn't enough here today. It's Czech Republic to take the victory, so well done on them. That was only the first best of 3, though. I believe we have a whole nother best of 3 still coming up for you guys. So, yeah, the action kind of continues here on the channel, but yeah, that one took all 3 maps.
It did. It was a pretty sick game. I mean, no two ways about it. Going the full distance coming through. We'll have to see whether Hungary can bounce back against Belgium. For me, it's not a positive sign in that instance, just because it was a rough. I mean, there's no talking about it. It was rough. I mean, you've got to mentally reset, but we'll have to wait and see. We're going to another best of 3. We're going to take a little break before we get there. We'll see you soon. Well, hello, welcome back. Only a quick turnaround as we're straight back in towards the action for our final best of 3 of the day. We have Belgium taking the losers of our first game, Hungary, which was maybe a shock in itself. Hungary were flawless all the way through the groups. Didn't drop a single map. Now dropped 2 in that instance as well. So we now go into this one. We're actually a bit of a different conversation to be had in where Hungary felt like they were on this sort of really high form. They were doing so well. And now we have our reservations. That Mirage was tough. They really did look quite uncomfortable. They struggled to make it sit. Nobody was really looking competent in our side. They weren't even getting the individuals online. I don't know what to expect. Is it an off day for Hungary? Is it an off couple of maps for Vertigo Mirage? Who knows?
Yeah. I think that's a good question. It does make you a little bit worried when you see them kind of run out of steam on that third one, and then they have to go in and play a whole nother best of 3 right afterwards. You're like, damn, like that's asking a lot. But hopefully the little bit of a break that they had here will sort of reinvigorate them, and they're going to come back into it. But yeah, I mean that is cause for concern. I'm willing to be persuaded otherwise. I still think the Hungarian squad is good. They had a lot of good individuals, but yeah, there could be some cause for concern maybe.
Yes, yeah, exactly. I'm going to keep an open eye heading into this one. Belgium, we saw them pull off the ridiculous comeback, right? You know, this is a side with 12-5 down in the groups, and they pulled it off in what felt like, again, an absolutely impossible fashion to get back in towards that game. And somehow, some way they did in towards overtime. That was against Norway, I think, off the top of my head. Yeah, crazy. Yeah, it was against Norway. A crazy game. They ended up winning that one 16-14. I don't know how they did it. All power to them as well, because for Belgium, they, at least in our mind, we now know them as a side you cannot actually count out of this. We know they have is the individuals that can show up, they can put up a decent performance. Hungary, from a team that felt like maybe they were a lock-in towards the World Esports Championships, in a little bit of a dicier spot now.
Yeah, just ever so slightly. I'd be kind of surprised if they don't make it. I've got to be honest, but obviously, yeah, like you slide a little bit, and you never know. You're into a weird position. It is another best of 3 though, so they're gonna have a chance to really get tested. That's obviously what we're here for anyway. So I'm quite curious. I did see a lot of Czech Republic flags in the last game we had in chat. People were spamming those. So good job, guys. Hopefully, we'll see. Maybe some of the Hungarians are back rooting for them here, or maybe we'll see some of the Belgians coming in as well to try and help out. But yeah, I'm quite excited for it. Again, Belgian Counter-Strike has always been in this weird spot where, again, some of the more talented players have always kind of famously been stolen off to France, and we just all pretend that they are French. But maybe they can field a strong team here. You've got to hope so.
Yes, we could take a look at some of these lineups. We'll start with Belgium. Why not? This is a side who have a couple of players in particular who have a bit of name value. In particular, it's Krepau. He's been a bit of a stalwart of the Belgian scene. He's been around for a long time, playing on a variety of different teams like EC Club Bruges, Genk off the top of my head as well. He played for a little bit. Project Versio, which is another Belgian side, which he played on. So yeah, a player who's been around for a bit of a minute. Same with Note as well. He played, I'm pretty sure, with Krepau on both Genk and EC Club Bruges, and recently was playing with Monty Gen. And I don't know if I think he's not anymore, but he was somewhat recently playing with them. He's a youngster, 18 years of age, but seems pretty talented. I casted him once on that Monty Gen, their academy side, and he looked pretty good in all fairness. The rest of the team rounds out with Chucky, Scyther, and Stumble on that side. Their opponents, of course, we've just seen them, is Hungary, which, again, name value wise are very good. Aaron, Corey, Fleeve, Coolio, and Javi. Aaron, Corey, and Javi currently on trial, all play on the Pera, with Fleeve and Coolio as well, who have been around on the scene for a while. Coolio currently the coach over towards Navi Academy. So Navi, whatever, junior, I think is what they're called kind of currently.
That's pretty exciting. That shows you love Counter-Strike quite a bit. If you're playing in one team and coaching another one, like you've got to be in it to really do that much. So good on him. Good to see people are building some stuff here. Yeah, those are the lineups. Now we still obviously have to find some maps to be played on. So let's see if we can get that going. Curious if we're going to see Vertigo once again. It's going to be banned out. That does make a lot more sense, but we have Nuke instead, so everyone is happy now. Anubis, and then deciding on Ancient. Great maps.
Yeah. I think we've now finally with this Nuke, I think we've actually seen all the maps in the pool. It only took us in towards day 3 of EU, but we got there in the end. I said in the best of 3s, that's where I expect to see the Nukes come through, and we've got it, so that's a good thing. I am going to throw out a little bit of a warning sign for the Nuke, though. Nuke is a good map for Pera, which is the core over towards Hungary. This is a map in which they play a lot in their team. It's a map in which Aaron calls very well on and plays very well on an individual basis as well. So I'm a little concerned for me. We already know as well that Anubis is such a strong pick. It's the one map they won in the previous series. They were flawless, playing it 3 times in the groups as well, Anubis, for Hungary, and they won all of them. So this is a map which so far they're yet to lose on. They've been very comfortable on. So Hungary, in my eyes, that feels like a surefire win, even despite how rough maybe that first series looked. So I actually look at this veto and say for Belgium, who I would say is the underdogs coming in towards this one, they're at least in the name value side of things, not as strong a side as Hungary, obviously, despite the result we've just seen. I look at this and say, I think if Belgium don't find Nuke, I think they actually could be in a lot of trouble for this series. So that's the big focus for me, is that Nuke. They've got to have a game plan. Para play this, the core of Hungary. It's a map in which they played on LAN at Pro League as well and looked pretty decent. So I'm tentative about it, a little nervous just in Belgium's side. Maybe, I'm not sure if it's a case of they've got an idea about how to beat Para on it, or whether they maybe didn't do the research and they've just kind of picked for themselves.
Yeah, well, they're going to be tested either way for sure. I mean, Nuke is, I still think, the most fun map in the pool. Don't get to see it nearly enough. Also, the kind of map that definitely, again, normally it's dodged in best of 1 scenario. So usually it's in the best of 3s that we really start to kind of see it get popped out a little bit more. But yeah, I'm interested to see. I'm guessing you're tilting towards the Hungarian side in spite of the fact that we just saw them kind of get beat up a little bit on that last map.
Yeah, I am. I just think despite what was a rough showing and despite all the rest, I still look at this and just say I really do enjoy how Hungary can play. I know how they can play because of the individuals, and I think that might be the thing that drags them across the line. I do think Belgium had a little bit of an easier group. It's as simple as, for Belgium, they finished 3rd in their group, but it was actually a tie, but it was between Norway and Austria. Also, 2 of the teams who aren't the strongest, in all fairness. Norway, they looked okay. Obviously, they had a big kind of choke where they lost out from 12-5 against Belgium. Austria, again, there's a couple of names there, but it's not exactly a region which is the strongest for Counter-Strike. So I think they're probably the easiest group of all of them, Group C, and Belgium still finished 3rd in it due to round difference. I feel that Hungary, who arguably had the hardest group, they're Kosovo, who have now booked their spot towards Riyadh. They won their game against Latvia earlier, 2-1, so they're locked in towards going to LAN. Slovakia, who also looked very good as well. They had Frozen playing, which kind of ridiculous. I'm not 100% sure if he will continue to be playing. I think it might have just been for the day. And then, the other teams in that group were pretty good as well. Denmark, the Gaming Gladiators core didn't show up. Ireland had some good names from the UK and Irish scene who are very solid too, and they both went 2 and 3. So I think there's a very solid group, and Hungary went flawless in it. That for me, even though despite the previous best of 3 going badly, I'm still looking at the more kind of macro sense of things.
Okay, that's a pretty good analysis. I appreciate that. Yeah, sometimes the results don't tell you everything. There's a little bit of context to it there. Yeah, you reminded me of Denmark as well. That does still make me a little bit upset that they just didn't even do anything at all. Like, it's very bad overall for them. So they won't be there. But our neighboring country in Sweden, obviously, won it the last time around. So they'll be defending the title, no question. I don't know. It feels like it could be a little bit of a comeback here for the Hungarian squad if they're going to keep playing well. Krepa, last time we saw him, I agree, he played very well. I don't know. I had a pretty good feeling about this team the last time we saw them, but obviously it's hard to judge if they're going to continue to be on that same form here today for a whole best of 3. But we'll find out. I think we've got almost everybody in the server. Maybe need 1 or 2 more players to join up, but then we should be good to go to get into the opening. Remember, you guys can head over to IESF.gg as well to keep up with all the results. If there's a particular country that you are cheering for, maybe your own country, then you can usually find out what's going on there once the game's over and done with. So go check that out.
Yes, exactly. You can see the results and all the rest. Yeah, I'm quite interested about this series, primarily looking towards Hungary in how they respond. They've had 10-15 minute break in between. It can be quite tough to mentally reset off the back of what inherently wasn't the greatest of showings. They really didn't feel comfortable. They didn't look exactly like they were going to be a side who were competitive, especially in that 3rd map at all, and that was the case. Map number 1 of Vertigo wasn't great either. So yeah, it's weird. The positive note is both of those maps aren't here, right? We've got the Nuke and Anubis, 2 maps in which that they feel good with. That Ancient, if we need as a decider, another map in which they did play in the groups and won. But yeah, it's at least for me a weird scenario that we're in. I just think Hungary, the way I'm going to put it is they just didn't play the way they should be playing, or they didn't play the way they did in groups as a side who were there in Yash with us last year. They were great on land. They made it all the way to the playoffs. I think it was Sweden they ended up losing to, which is fair enough, who ended up winning the whole thing. Yeah, it's a weird scenario that I'm in with Hungary. They're just not playing to the level I know they can.
Hopefully that can change. Yeah, in the meantime, we had a little bit of a break here before we really get into the game. You were telling me just before you got started, you're playing the Battlefield a little bit. You've been enjoying that? Has it been worth it?
Honestly, yeah. When that game first came out, I don't know if you saw, but it was just like a mess.
I remember. I seem to remember, yeah.
It seems to be always the case with these like AAA studios where they just release a game not ready. It wasn't ready. So many bugs. It had like no hit reg, which is kind of awful. Apparently they fixed it now. Well, they have fixed it as of, I've been playing it myself. It's pretty good. So yeah, man, I can't complain. We have just had an update. Players are struggling to get into the server. So rather than us sit here and waffle a little bit, we're going to throw us onto a break. When we are back, we're going to go straight into towards map number 1. Sit tight. We'll see you soon.
Okay, well, here we go. We're into the game. They sorted out all of the issues. So shout out to the teams for fixing that. We are going to have Belgium playing up against Hungary. We have a best of 3, and Hungary looking to make up for... Oh, it's a pretty disastrous finish to the game against Czech Republic, but that's all in the past. We're on Nuke to begin with here, so let's just get this show on the road.
Yeah, it was a tough finish. They just never looked comfortable in that one. Quick play. Scythe gonna lead it out. And he'll get that first frag. Xavi just overwhelmed. Everybody overwhelmed towards A. I think it's done. Round done. I think Anders.
That's it. Well, can't really twist it in too many ways here. Coolio showing up, looking for a headshot. Instead gets headshot. Life for you. And Fleeve gonna get overrun as well. So not a single casualty on the Belgian side. And they will just absolutely pick it up. I just realized I don't think I've spent any real time in Belgium at all, in spite of the fact that it's like pretty close to Denmark, all things considered. I just, I've never really been hanging out there at all. How could that be?
I have. I can say I have. I've been probably like 15 times to Brussels, I would say.
Oh, damn, okay.
Yeah. My ex-girlfriend was from there, so I kind of had to.
Well, that's cheating, isn't it?
I wasn't really like going of my own accord.
That's fair enough. Yeah, I really haven't. Like, I've touched down in the airports. I think that's about it. What a weird scenario.
Do you want to hear a bit of a big opinion though about it? This maybe I hadn't seen the right places. I would say Belgium's probably one of the most boring cities I've been. About Brussels, one of the most boring cities I've been to.
Brussels, really?
Yeah, I find it so dull. It's just like nothing to do. It's just like London, but without the cool bits, just like the business bits. That's kind of that's how I thought of Brussels when I was there. I mean, it's where that like the UN's head of the UN's there, I think, and stuff like that. Business. So it's very businessy, very like kind of political headquarters and stuff. And that's kind of the feeling I got. And it's just like one of those places like €6 coffees and just it's what it is. I didn't really find it like uber cool. I remember it being quite unremarkable. Sadly.
Okay.
Well, maybe I didn't see the cool bits, no offense, but I think I like so many times and it never changed.
Fair enough. we'll have some Belgians in the chat that are gonna be there too, to tell us otherwise.
Yeah, please.
I believe well known for waffles. I feel like that's a reason enough to go on its own,
Yeah, they're pretty good. And beer.
Waffles and beer. I mean,
most old school breweries are like from Belgium, but like Germany's known as a place of beer, but it's actually not. Belgium's actually like the historical beer place, and they have like really cool, very
so many enemies right now. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I know, but it's just history. It's just fact. They've got I forget what they call it. It's like when like old. Oh my god! Yeah, Xavi nearly quick switch there to his demise. I think you call it like when old monasteries, when they would brew their own beer. That's how a lot of like really old school beer.
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
What it's called. But
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, it's a crazy percentage of them are actually from Belgium rather than Germany. Germany just drinks a lot of it, but it doesn't have as many like old school monastery-esque kind of beer places, which is what Belgium has a lot of. It's got like a really deep beer history, basically.
Well,
they're pretty good. They're
going to get all the hate mail in your inbox from Germans saying, "What are you talking about?"
I've been to both places. They're different types of beers. I say. German beer is like the one that like, everybody kind of used to. Is like quite palatable. Their lagers and whatever. And the Steins, super cool. Belgian beer is like it's significantly stronger percentage wise, and it's a bit more of a niche taste. But I really like it. I think it's probably all the best beers I've ever had are all Belgian.
Germany, they all have like different city beers as well, right? Like,
yes.
I remember it's like you go to Cologne
is a cool
like,
one. Yeah.
Kölsch or whatever,
yes,
and like you have
that's
to
the
learn
one.
all the local ones. Wild times. Here we go, though. There is a Nova shotgun in play, and it's done a little bit of damage already. It's been picked up by Aaron now. He's pushing forward. He can't find it. That's a bit of a shame. I would have loved to have seen a Nova do a little bit more damage here. Stolen Mac 10 on Xavi as well. Surely he is not long for this world. If they swing wide, this is outside of the range where the Mac 10 is going to be doing, that much damage to 2 or 3 people coming in. So, yeah, it's a very, very quick 3-0 here for Belgium, just to catch up with the game again. Yeah, this is starting to look very good.
Yeah, I forgot to mention it as well, but I had to do it. Another CT4 spy unsuccessful, so on the list it goes. But 3-0 start on T-side nuke is important. This is the most C-side map in the pool. It has been for a while. The only map that was even in kind of recent memory that was comparable was when Overpass was in the pool. CS2 Overpass was so CT-sided, even more so than nuke, statistically, in fact, as well, where we could even see, it happened on multiple occasions, 11-4 halves, way back at the tail end of Go, and then in towards the likes of CS2, where we saw kind of these Even more so, these more one-sided halves, like 9 threes and 8 fours, be flipped immediately when you went in towards the CT side. Overpass was maybe a little busted, maybe one of the reasons as to why they kind of took it out for the pool to rework it a bit. But Nuke has always been super CT-sided, and since Overpass has left, it kind of reclaims its crown.
Okay, well, they got money back. Again, like I said, we left off with Hungary in that Czech Republic game looking quite flat. That's the kind of energy you kind of want to get rid of in that map. Like, throw it away, try and bring it back on this one and just start anew. And this is looking very good. 3 kills on the CT side with no rebuttal at all from the T's. Going to be Krepau finally taking 1 kill, but that probably will not make a big difference here. The bomb is not picked up by anybody of the last 2 players that are left here, so a lot of work ahead of them. And I think for Hungary, you just want to, yeah, it's right there in front of one of the players on the Hungarian side. So just take it easy here. Make sure you stack up. You don't give them too many single fights. Trade the kills if you need to, and then you should be good to go. So looking good to pick up the first rifle round here.
Yeah, I think so. 2 guns to work with. Double AK, 1 flash, 1 nade. What do you actually really do here? I don't think all too much. Also, just to note as well, for lack of a better term, IES is coming in place for Note as in the lineup for Belgium. He was incredible the other day. He actually ended up getting MVP of the day when we caught him on day 1, and deservedly so. One of the maps, I think, is 28 kills he dropped when they went towards OT and they pulled it back. He was the hero. He was the man who kind of tooth and nail sort of dragged this side to success when it felt like they were out of it. So definitely somebody to keep an eye out for the Belgian side. He's crisp, very, very crisp. Obviously, Krepau as well is another name who is more notable. And Scyther had a really decent game the other day too. So they're the 3 I'm going to throw out who, in particular, looked really, really solid. And so far, I mean, IES has looked good. 6-1. Keeps hold of his AK because that round was a non-starter. Never going to get going. Hungary going to find their first. And it has to now be a bit of a first of many. Rebuy back in for Belgium. No issues. They have plenty of cash off the start of the first 3. Lose this, though, and it could change that.
Yeah, all right. We'll take it. Again, we're just looking for, more than anything, I think, for the Hungarian side to recover a bit of their confidence early on here. That's what it's all about. Get into the game, get warmed up, start to believe that you could do a little bit of damage here. A little bit of tag onto Krepau at the start of the round, down towards the squeak door. It's going to be Stumble to go down, and shot in the back is Chucky. Fleeve ready for more. He's going to make his escape. Oh, he's not quite escaped. I was going to say he's very, very lucky to make it out of that one, but Krepau, knowing the spray well enough, knew he had a chance still to get him. So 4 versus 3, still a man advantage for the CT side, but you know what? At least they get a chance to still have a little bit of a say in this round.
My God, if he got out of there, that'd be insane. It looks like they're still going to give this a go. If they don't find the first fight, though, if they can't bring us back down to a 3 versus 3, I actually wouldn't even hate the call to save and go again towards the next. And it's not great. Trade is just about, though, for Scyther, but he's taking a hell of a lot of damage. Up towards Mustang, Corey resides. The molly misses. He has spotted them going down vent 2. And Coolio's here waiting. That bomb is probably going to get caught in transition. It is on the healthier player of IES, but this is not easy. Smoke going to come down. That baits them out. But they're still struggling to get a safe plant here. They will get that bomb down.
Okay, that's the first step in the right direction. No HEs either to get rid of Scyther here, so he's not going to get blown up by that. Obviously, anything touches him apart from that, he's going to be dead. IES in the corner, and he will find the kill onto one of them. Nice headshot from Scyther. That's going to really help out, and they take down Aaron as well. A great 2 versus 3 conversion, favoring the T side. And you know what? That is not at all bad. Hungary, they're going to have still a little bit of chance to buy in this next round, but it's tricky once again.
Yeah, it is. Crep out for him. Good that he got that kill on towards the Hopper escaping. They're good that they get a bomb plant down. But it's one of those where, for Belgium, they never should have got away with that round. The bomb plant should have been the absolute luxury they got, and that's it. So in a numbers advantage situation, for Hungary to lose that, it still feels like they haven't fixed the issues, the inherent issues of that previous series. And this round might be more of the same. Immediately, they lose 2 fights to the smoke. Thankfully, Xavi replicates.
Sixth round here. What could you do? Mostly grouped up on the T side, with 3 of them playing over by the lobby area. They're actually going to make their way outside. I thought maybe they're just going to try and connect with IES, who is all the way on the other side. But they will go back and instead leave just the one player. Scyther here, he's the one to sort of make sure that no one's sneaking up behind, which is fine. Might even get almost a free kill here. Did he see the gun barrel?
So.
Certainly, yeah, wow, that is well played. And that might be enough to win the round here.
I think the radar probably gives... he probably was maybe a pixel, but if you're in his position, you're so tunnel vision, then I think the radar is probably the big thing that gives him that kill there. 4v2. I don't think this one's really getting off the ground. They just keep all of the AWP is the main thing. They've gambled towards the lower site. The information's coming from the top site. I don't think it's even worth it looking remotely close. Just make sure you don't die to the bomb. That's the only thing you can ask out of them. Make sure you keep the AWP alive. They can't really buy around it, which is it's super difficult. And I mean, look where we are. 4-1, turn 5 on T side. Wow, maybe we overestimate Hungary a little bit off the back of the groups. Flawless in the groups, but so far, 2.5 maps of what we've seen out of them in today's action, they have just not looked comfortable.
No, they haven't. And it's kind of, I mean, this is where it becomes really tricky, because now we're at a stage where we maybe don't know the players that well, but it's where you need sort of like a bit of a leader, a bit of a captain to bring the team back. I've always found in the past that something that helps out a lot if you're in this kind of mental state is actually having somebody who's like a funny character on a team, someone that can be laugh your way through the hardship, right? Someone to crack a joke, say something inappropriate at the right time. But it's just like, it helps, because otherwise what can happen, and what it feels a little bit like here for the Hungarian squad, is that you're just stuck in this weird space where it's like, come on, like nothing's really working. Where are the kills? Like, we're losing more rounds. We just lost like an endless amount of rounds against Czech Republic. Now we're losing more rounds here. And it's just like, there's nothing to break up that feeling. So, take a timeout if you need it, but otherwise, like, find a way to get mentally back into the game, because it is starting to feel like they're lacking that a little bit at the moment. Absolutely.
I wouldn't mind just seeing a couple more pauses too. Just even if you're not having any sort of tactical conversation, just to be like, okay, we just need to have a breath here. Let's just take a moment. We're not playing the way we should be. We're a little bit all over the place. We're kind of disjointed. Let's just relax for a second. I think they're probably feeling a little bit too much pressure. Bad series loss has kind of leaked in towards the second series of the day here. And if they're not careful, they're going to potentially lose this map without even really getting to a point of contesting. Fleeve, you're up close. If you can get one here and fall away, that's good. A second would be lovely. The jump across is beautiful. Might be in trouble. 1-for-1 isn't actually bad there, in all fairness, with Belgium. Trades generally do benefit the T side.
No, that's really respectable. You'll definitely take that one. Nice little dink coming out. Aaron finds the headshot against IS and make it a 4 versus 3. Fleeve is going to be careful, and he's not quite careful enough. He wasn't holding the angle, and he wasn't really falling away, somewhere in between, and that gets him killed. 3 versus 3. The bomb surely going to get planted here. Stumble going to be able to put that down. Grenade around just to take a look, but one of these retaking with is going to be a Mag 7. Oh, they've picked up the AWP. That's a no-scope. But pushing up behind them, 1 versus 2 now, spraying them down, hunting him, Chucky. It's another no-scope coming in from Corey. That is wild, and they will win the round behind that one, but my God, that could have gone 10 different ways.
They needed a bit of luck. They'll get it. It's as simple as that. Couple of no-scopes come through. Corey is very fortunate, but in the end, I always come back to one thing for me of, is that replicable? Maybe not. Hungary have got to find better ways to win rounds. And so far, that one is not giving me the confidence just yet. Yes, they've got it, which is great. The way in which they've got it is, it's a little bit funny, isn't it? Right? M4 swings, the no-scope. They're close range no-scopes, but it's a no-scope warbang, actually, as well, to make, insult to injury.
Why not?
Is it replicable? no, is probably the way I go about it. It's a little bit of RNG that goes their way. Luck is part of the game, you know, but
yeah,
Hungary have got to find better ways to win rounds. That's a better start. Flea finds the first, goes untraded. That's much more like it.
Did they realize that Crepo's out here? They surely will call it out that there's a chance. Nicely done, Fleve. Yeah, keep it going. Again, this is something that was just missing on the final map in the last series that we're covering was any back-to-back rounds for Hungary. They just were so few and far between. And that, again, is going to stop you from building momentum. IES coming into this round, all of a sudden, 2 kills, just no response to it. And now stumbles here. If he'd held the angle, I think he would have had it, but he just hesitated. Again, doubted himself ever so slightly. Moving forward with the AWP, and that's a no-go for IES. He's going to get dropped. Krepau's been flanking this the whole way through, and unfortunately for him, there's a FAMAS waiting for him that he's never going to check. There's just 0 chance that he looks here. Coolio going to get this one for free, and it will be Hungary to win the round. That's encouraging. Back-to-back rounds. I still feel like there are ways that they could have lost this one, but we'll leave it for now. It's pretty good.
Yeah. Nice and Fleve individually too. There's opening couple. It's still a very weird game. I think for Belgium, the other side for them is just make sure they don't get too comfy. Just find your way in which kind of the tone and the tempo of the way they found those early rounds. A little bit quicker. I like this kind of more puggy, slightly natural style of play. The A site seems to be found a lot of success. B site is a little harder for. Pistols in this round. Not a huge amount as an expectation. Coolio. You heard a bit of information. Doesn't want to overfight. Now spots it too. Don't need to stick around. Drop a smoke, fall away.
Fleve, I like this. Stay alive if you can. A little bit of a wild time for Coolio as he just gets jumped on by a bunch of Tech 9s. But again, if it comes down to it, giving up the bomb plant's not the end of the world here. Just make sure you win the round. I think we're back to basics for the Hungarian squad. And you know what? They're going to win this round too. Only losing 2 players. I don't really hate it. 4-5 as they're starting to build. Finally, that bit of momentum here. Waking up. I think it's about time.
Exactly. 1-round game. It's still anybody's game. And the way I always look at Nuke as a whole, I would say if you get 5 rounds on your T side, that's more than enough. On the other side, the C side have to get at least 7. So 7-5 feels like a bit of a handshake for me. Belgium so far, they started well. They started strong. Letting it slip a tad. That last one I'm not going to read too highly into. The other one was, of course, double no-scope. Again, I can't really blame them too much for that one. This round could be quite important, though, to at least detail the narrative a bit. Where is this momentum swinging? I'll flash out. Krepau's trying to get out a single door here, but he's being kept at bay. Oh, and actually, just tucking the head there in towards Garage, not spotted.
Krepau out of the round, yeah. Not much to do about that. A little bit of a trade-in. They will take down Coolio in the meantime. Aaron sneaking up. Oh, but they're waiting for him. Nicely done, Chucky. Going to be a 3 versus 3. If Aaron would have been allowed to turn that corner and nobody was looking, probably the end of the round. Belgium looking to extend their lead. Get up to a 6-4 scoreline here. Fleve, though, he's got the right idea. He kind of knows. And he's going to get rewarded for it. Scyther goes down. Gotta wonder what the Belgian squad is doing out there in the yard. Kind of, the goal is to get to the bomb site. I don't think playing around the smoke out there for that long, it's fine. Like, you go back and you check for Aaron and you find him, and that's okay. But maybe at some point you're going to have to try and move on here. It's now 2 versus 2. About 35 seconds left. So they're committed to the B bomb site. Smoke up here, but look at this positioning here from Xavi. This is very powerful.
Fleve. Oh, he's trying to help out Xavi with information, but he gains none inside of that smoke. They both sneak out a single door. This 2v2 post plan is doable, but then they get smoked themselves. And a Molotov is in the hands of Xavi. He drops it via window. Tap on towards the bomb. Holding mouse 1. He might just stick. This time's gone. That's it. Round 1. Off the back of just 1 smoke. They use the smoke to plant Belgium, and Hungary do the same thing to the fuse. 5-all. And now game is on here. I mean, the bomb plan is good, but we are still seeing a decent resurgence from Hungary, which could be utilized for them heading in towards that second half. I said for the core of this island towards Hungary, this is traditionally a good map for them online when they play under Para. And we're starting to see a little bit of why now.
That is, yeah, that's a kind of a rough way to lose around there, but still, if you're on the T side, you do a lot of damage, and that's probably why they're forcing up into this round. They kind of know that there can't be that much money on the CT side, so try and put some more pressure on, even if it's with 3 Mac 10s like this. And we'll see. It could be the kind of round where you just try and get close, and, you know, once you get the fight started, you just keep going with the Mac 10s, because that's what they do well. The speed is really the key for them. Setting up at lobby, heading towards the ramp position here. Coolio gonna just jiggle this position with a incendiary grenade in hand, so should be able to slow them down a bit, or at least do a little bit of damage if they try to make their way through. Potential push coming through on the other side for Hungary, so I don't know, the door's closing on this one for Belgium. They're in a little bit of trouble.
Xavi, for one, IES gets caught. That's a big kill to get early too. So far has at least been a little bit more of that consistent factor for Belgium. And now with 45 seconds after losing the initial fight, they look a little perplexed as to where to go, where to finish. I mean, do they go to wrap A heaven here? I mean, they've got hell control. It could be a temptation. Once playing down towards this lower site, Coolio, kind of alone here, has to go 2 for 1. He has a bit of support. I feel like Hungary think it might be going towards top side. So Coolio, yeah, 2 for 1 might be a necessity. There's 1, there's 2. That's fine. Any more for any more would be nice. I don't get it with a pistol. He's done brilliantly. Even getting 2 there is all that's necessary. The last man alive as well of Cypher. They could even play time and try and kill him after it, but they don't need to. He swings, Flea finds. That's a perfect hold down towards B. And Hungary guarantee at the bare minimum it's going to be a tie at the turn of the half.
That's pretty impressive here. Coolio, good work. Like you said, 2 kills, probably enough. Third one, you think he actually double dinks Chucky there. 1 in the head when he was falling down, and then 1 as soon as he touches the ground. Hungary now taking the round lead, 6-5, moving into round number 12, the last of the half. And anything can really happen. It's a very open game right now. But I've got to say, it's good to see Hungary getting, you know, coming alive a little bit again. It was depressing to see them disappear from the game altogether, but I feel like they're kind of back online. Xavi's coming in with 11 kills at the moment, and everyone else is kind of doing pretty well. So, yeah, I would say we're starting to have a real game on our hands here.
Oh, Aaron gets close. Those smokes are going to fade soon. They need to be careful. They are in the open, are only 1 crosses. They didn't realize the timing on their own smokes, but thankfully they'll get a kill. So, I guess it kind of works in their favor.
Yeah, good kill in return.
Where are they trying to go? This is the thing. They don't have the U-turn now to replicate outside smokes. So I think they're forced into going for a topside hit here.
Yeah, I don't know. It was the same kind of hesitation that we saw earlier when they were kind of out of the yard just fighting. I feel like maybe that is become a little bit of a problem for the T side here. A little bit too much movement. And not enough decisions to just go for a bomb site when you have the opportunity. Corey, if he sticks around in this position, could be very good with the AK. Oh, assuming they don't count an event. But yeah, if they swing on him here, might be able to just get a kill. Oh, it's going to be very quick for Chucky. Well done. So 20 seconds. And now bomb is going to be planted on the other side. One of them retaking with the AWP. That's Fleeve walking in. You miss a shot here, you should be dead. He's going to get killed by Chucky. It's a very good round out of him. 3 kills will tie up the game at 6-6 leading into the second half. Yeah, it's anybody's map at the moment.
I'm surprised they walk away with that final round. They really looked lost off the back of their smokes going. But yeah, at the very least, 6 is generally actually pretty good for a T-side of nuke. I still think Belgium have got more than enough in terms of foundations to lean on. A pistol round really kind of secure them. I feel like if Hungary are able to start their T-side, you know, a similar fashion to how Belgium started theirs, then it could be maybe a little bit of a problematic spot. But like you said, it still is anybody's game. It's a tough old spot that they put themselves in. Yeah, I don't know. This is one that feels quite difficult to call so far. I feel like for Hungary, it's good that they came online. It's good that it's at the tail end as well. But can they now come in towards the T side where they struggled a little bit as well on towards Mirage 2? Can they make it work? I don't know. From what we've seen today, especially with that first series, it wasn't positive signs. So I'm a little nervous for them. And that's not a good start. They try and fade the smoke, and Krepa are going to get a double.
Yeah, not bad. Chucky back here. Oh, he's going to get it run down. He did get the 1 kill, but 2 versus 2. Pissed around could be absolutely critical here. Tied up game. You want to have that little bit of an advantage. Fleeve, nice. Just almost a fadeaway shot falling around the side, leaving you stumble. Alone, he knows. Oh, what a headshot, but he still goes down. Fleeve to save the day for Hungary. 3 kills on him. I thought there was a chance that Scyther was going to be able to do that.
Yeah, I'm with you. It's a nice little double from Krepa. He nearly gets a 3rd as well. It's pretty close, but a good round. That was a bit of a necessity out for Hungary. I mean, the bomb plant is kind of all they're actually looking for, but taking the round itself is big. Well, how many kills they got, Belgium are going to go back into a force themselves. Triple Mac 10 versus triple MP9. Very similar buys. The only difference is on one side it's upgraded pistols to round it out. The other side is double AKs. So you would lean in favor generally. Hang on, they've gone past each other. Did Aaron hear him? It seems like he's not really that aware. He might not have.
Yeah, there's a little bit too much chaos. He's not looking for it at the moment. Back in the smoke we go. Who's going to find who first? That fight outside could dictate what's happening on the rest of the map. Aaron is certainly looking, so it does kind of feel like he's aware that someone could have been in that smoke somewhere, but Krepa's right there in front. What a weird position for each player to find themselves in. MP9 versus Mac 10, and I would have bet on Krepa there. He did get the dink, but a little bit too much of a return as Krepa goes down. Okay, good beginning. Hungary, they take this one. They cement a pretty good lead.
One round lead and Hungary for them. They want to build upon it, but this round's still losable potentially. Yes, the numbers favor them. They fight isolated. It could be uncomfortable because IES going to get one with that 5-7 for free. Up close could be more of the same. They're trying to tap away, and IES isolating them up the vent. Chucky going to get one with the MP9, and that's why those sort of rounds are losable. If you don't fight together, now look what they're left with. 1v3. Xavi's really going to pull them out of a dark hole here. And I don't think it's going to be the case. That's a bad one to lose. Hungary, that's a real lack of discipline in that instance. And a good force to convert for Belgium. I'll give them their credit.
Yeah, but I agree. That should not be happening. Good situation overall, but Chucky just comes barreling in. He's had some deadly rounds. 15-7 on Chucky. He's kind of been the standout player for a while here, and we'll tie up the game 7-7. Belgium coming into this game, maybe a little bit stronger than some people were expecting. Certainly impressive work that they're putting on for today. They've done great damage to the T-side economy. It's going to be 1 AK hero picked up here for Corey, but that's it. That's what they have to fight with.
Yeah, that's a bad one to lose. I think that still for me is showing the real holes in the side of this Hungary side who individually have good talent, but losing it in that sort of fashion there where they have the better firepower, they should walk over around like that as well, and they just fight isolated. They allow for individuals to take control. Credit to IES again, still continues to be a menace. Even that 1 kill alone completely halted all their attention towards main and allow for the MP9 to dive up vent. It's small things like that just make a massive difference. 1 AK, the hero in the hands of Corey. He needs to be a bit of a hero in this one.
Krepal, as long as they're not making too much noise or getting tagged up, he's not going to know quite every single one walking away past, but he spots them out. That's great information. And as long as he lives, I would say that's pretty much okay. You can see they can make some rotations down below. That's so much knowledge to work with. Stumble, going to try and take a bit of a fight, just chipping away at them. Good stuff. Oh, the reload! It's a second too late. He actually does go down. There's Seuss involved somewhere in there. Xavi alone, and he's going to get dropped as well. That's actually a more costly round than I was expecting for the Belgian squad, but they'll pick it up.
Yeah. It's a good thing they do get it. They will have to reinvest back in, but now they've got double AK to work with, and they can buy around it. So for the most part, it's fine. They're made to work for it. Credit to Stumble even getting 2 out of that. I honestly thought he was going to go 1 for 1. Hungary lose the lead from what felt like, especially with how things started, that it was going to be them able to chain them together. They are Yeah, they're in a bit of a spot here where it still feels, at least for me, that Hungary are not in this game properly. Advantages are in Belgium's court. They should get a 9th here too. There's only, 2, maybe 3 if you're lucky, kind of full buys in for Hungary before this map kind of gets stolen away from them.
Yeah, you're not wrong. Ah, yes, 13 kills. Chunky at 16. On the other side, I guess it's Xavi at the moment with 14, playing pretty well. But there's nobody that's, I guess Stumble is struggling a little bit. He was from the start, so 5 on him. Apart from that, it's not looking really too bad in the server at the moment. Very close game once again, but I am a little bit surprised to not see Hungary with a little bit more of some more forceful rounds. I guess that's the other side of it. We're talking about like sort of momentum and the energy and all the rest of it. But you know, some of the other teams that we've seen so far in the qualifier, what we talk about is confidence. Like they're taking sick fights. They're really out there disrespecting their opponents in a good way. Hungary are not showing that right now, and they should have some of the talent to be able to do that a little bit, right? But they are playing a little bit more muted, perhaps. And that can really be a bad sign at times. Good cleanup here. They'll lose a couple of players on the CT side, but overall, they take a 2-round lead. They start to build a little bit of an economy. Yeah, it's looking decent.
Yeah, I can't complain. Not what we've seen for now. Buy back in for Hungary. One that, for my money, feels like it has to be converted. If you don't, you got Belgium up towards double digits. They probably get an 11th off the back of it too if you deny the bomb plant. Bit of the 2-for-1 special because that economy gets broken. The loss bonus isn't built up just yet for Hungary. This is a very important round. This could be the one that could break this Hungary side and could see Belgium across the line. And hence why I said 6 rounds on that T side from Belgium felt pretty good. Normally for me, 5 or more, you're sitting pretty happy. Smoke gets broken open. Corey doesn't capitalize on his chance though. Damage dealt, but it's Corey the first to fall, in fact. That's tough.
So much damage on the Stumble. Unfortunate for him. He had the right idea, but just got kind of blind, sprayed through the smoke there. A lot of damage onto the Belgian squad here. Chucky's still alive, though. I've got to count that as a big plus for them at the moment. He seems to be almost unbeatable. 4 versus 4. And round number 17 here. We'll see if Hungary can stop the bleeding for a round or two. They need to. They don't have any money in the bank. If they lose this one, then they're going to be saving, and it's probably Belgium getting all the way up to 11 rounds. Nice timing on the smoke there to really slow it down, about 50 seconds on the clock, and now it looks like they might try and execute onto the A-bomb side. The question is, what part will Fleeve play in this? He's down below somewhere, so is he going to try and come up the vent, or what is the plan? Smoke up.
Is he the fake?
Yeah.
He's going to drag him away.
Oh, it could be. But that's suspicious. You see that going in? Ooh, oh, yes, not ready. They burnt a little bit to their own Molotov, to be honest. That's... Oh, actually, another one thrown out there. Nice headshot from Aaron coming through, and it's Chucky alone, so that's a great take. Wow, that worked out super well.
That was pretty solid. I can't lie. They go through their own Molotov, but I don't hate the decision either because it's just a little bit unorthodox. Chucky, he spotted him. The only thing he wants to make sure is he doesn't get tunnel visioned, and he does. Down 4 to the hands of Aaron. So Hungary, a much needed round taken for them and all picked up as well. They had to win that gun round. If they hadn't, they would have been in a very problematic spot for in my opinion, where we're talking about Belgium getting 10, maybe even 11 rounds before the next full buy comes back through, and it could have been spelling the potential beginning of the end. So that 1-round lead is pretty frail kind of now for Belgium. You don't have a buy to go around it. Just a few upgraded pistols, nothing too scary. Hungary should tie this game up, and that puts them back in towards at least for themselves, a bit of a confident position.
Oh, no question. Money broken. It's all right here for the taking. Just gotta avoid some of the pistols, but apart from that, it's not like they can do a lot on the CT side here. Hungary playing very, very, very carefully. They're really trying to make sure that they're not screwing up this round in some sort of disastrous way. I can respect that. Yeah. We'll see if they can find a way to make their way through. Spend, like, how much time? 45 seconds, kind of just waiting around here. Corey Could he find him? Krephouse snuck on through. It's a bit awkward. Ooh, is he going to know? Might be a free kill here, even with the USP. Yeah, that's it. Going to get that one. Pick up the AK. And I don't think there's anyone up at the silo to stop him either, so going to try and make a bit of an escape. 4 versus 5. That AK could be dangerous, though. They're going to take down Scyther and the spray wild. He does a bit of damage, but not enough to get the kill. So the bomb should be planted. I still think this should be absolutely fine for the T side.
I think you're right. Flea takes one, misses a second chance. Turn around. Ooh, they might be looking the wrong way. It's fine. Xavi can hold the cross, and he gets 2 out of 3. Stumbles the last, and he will not be able to pull off any more. Fleezy's off with the pistol. Hungary, a big tie-up for them, just to make sure that they don't let anything slip. They lost a couple of ones that they most definitely shouldn't have. That's probably the way I'll put it in towards that first series. That time, see over the secure one, and that's all you can really ask them. The rounds that you should be winning, you do win, no matter how comfortable they are. That's all that really matters. 9-all. A buy back in, a little bit of a haphazardly buy, though, for Belgium, which requires a double MP9. So it's not exactly, I think, probably as comfortable as they would have hoped. I think maybe if they'd saved just even one gun, it would have absolutely alleviated the financial pressures here. But they're prioritizing utility, which I can really get behind.
Yeah, I mean, no one, I think, is feeling super comfortable in this game at the moment. I'm certainly not. I feel like neither team is being allowed to really run away with it, but they are getting back into it a little bit. Hungary. Xavi again playing quite well. Fleeve started to hit a couple of more shots with the AWP. Round number 19. Oh, he saw just enough, and a great spray from Aaron. That's a good start, but they will lose a player on the other side, so still make it a 4 versus 4. Scyther hearing all the footsteps, calling it in, saying, yeah, they're definitely coming towards that ramp position. Chucky started to try and get there. The Molotov surely going to force them to slow down. And they don't want to press that other side because Chucky's already there. So 4 versus 3, and things are looking pretty good for the CT side. They're up the ladder pretty quickly, going to heaven. They want to try and see if they can go back in towards that A-bomb side, and maybe they can. I don't think there's anyone down there.
I think you're right. Aaron. Trying to hold out a single. I think they would have heard that step. Pretty sure Stumble made a bit of noise. Flash comes over. That's why he goes for the fight. He can't get the... It's actually a team kill. I'm going to say he can't get the second, but he doesn't even actually technically get the first. Coolio will, though. He banks over. Doesn't make a difference, but Chucky's given himself a chance in a 1 versus 1. Oh, Chucky has pulled it off. That is a ridiculous 1v2. They give him isolated fights, which is rule number 1 against an AWP of what not to do. And Chucky... Another round where she's bailed them out, and still continues to be a brilliant game out from him.
Yeah, absolutely. What a surprise here. Chucky, don't think we saw this level out of him last time, but this time he looks absolutely deadly. Good job on that one in the corner. Again, this is kind of all or nothing, right? If you miss the shot, that's it. It's game over, but he doesn't. 10-9. Chucky with 21 kills. That is just... delightful to see. That could easily make the difference, right? It's between him and Xavi under the team to be top fragging. But right now, Chucky playing just a couple of percentages above. Grenade around the corner. Catch Corey. He's not going to be loving that, but still capable of putting a little bit of a fight in this round. Auto shotgun picked up. Now we're talking.
Ooh. That's something that I can get behind. I'm an avid XM 104 enjoyer. And on this map in particular, there's a couple of positions which really are very strong in the CT side. Xavi's fallen early. So now the big hit of Hungary down, and he has to kind of watch in the grave. This is a tough spot where Belgium find 11, and if they find the 11th, and if Hungary don't get a bomb plant, they probably get map point as well.
Yeah, well, still 55 seconds here. Molotov's going over. Flashbangs to follow it. That's always a sign. Ah, yes, super important kill to begin with. Even if he gets traded there, it slows down the T side, and they will survive with 4 members on the Belgian side. This is starting to look so much better. 11 rounds to their name, and they just need 2 more. But even more importantly, they denied the bomb plant. There is not enough money on the Hungarian squad here to put together another buy, so this has worked out very, very well for them. That's a huge round in their favor.
I can't see them losing this map now, Belgium. I mean, they should get map point. I mean, absolutely. Hungary, if they went for a force, they can't bring anything to the table, and it'd be a risk for no reason. So Hungary have got to play for overtime. Belgium, they are on track here. This one, it's a gimme. There's no two ways about it, unless things go horribly wrong. But they're against just Glocks. It's so rare that we see one of these rounds converted. Go for a bit of rush. AK actually only gets 2, but the AWP, it's a quick shot. He quick switches, which cost him his life. Thankfully, it won't make too much of a difference. Actually, a team kill from Stumble. So you can't kill him. Fine. I'll make sure he goes down. No kill bonus for you. 12-9 map point for Belgium on their map pick.
Yeah, it's absolutely fine. Even if it's a little bit funny, they'll be okay with it at the end. Hungary need 3 in a row. Now, they had just enough money to put together a bit of a buy here, but it was kind of close. So, yeah, these AKs are better made to work. They couldn't afford an AWP if they wanted one. So surprised. But I guess positively so as well. Just Belgium playing better than maybe we were expecting. And that's always good fun to see that kind of thing popping up. Bit of an attempt to try and get some outside control on this one. A couple of people, actually quite a few people now, pushing to try and see if they can clear out the yard. Krepow hoping to catch someone right over the smoke. My God, the timing is close on that one. Double smoke that position. I don't think they were meant to do that. I think one of them was meant to go a little bit further on out, but maybe that'll backfire on them, in fact. He almost spots it. That could have been really scary.
If he got that kill, it would have definitely changed this one. Double smoke in the same position, like you said. Now they actually really can't cross without having to take fights. Belgium stick around. You'd hope they at least go 1 for 1, but it looks like they want to give it this control. They're actually going to gift them a smoke, too. Hop in towards lobby. A bit of a crunch. 3 go in that direction. So Javi has too many places to look, and he just cannot hold them.
Julio, he's just got his aim trained up there, and while the rest of them are trying to get the boost up, maybe try and reverse into the bomb side. But you know what? That might be a little bit of an issue. There are a couple of people down here. What's even worse, there's only 20 seconds left. I'm doubting this. One single mistake, you lose the bomb, and you can't make your way down. Good kills coming in. 10 seconds on the clock now, but they're not out of the woods yet. Krepow is down here. The spray is good. He's going to get traded himself. And just like that, Chucky's in another 1 versus 2. Hungary, they just barely thread the needle on this one. Now they just need to stay out of the scope of Chucky. He's been the real hero that Belgium has been relying on here. Spots it out, didn't quite go for it. Flashbang up there, not going to do anything. If he had an HE, it might have been different. But yeah, he's going to walk away from it. He realizes it's not quite feasible this time around, I think. Might look for an exit or 2, but the bomb, you can tell, is already so far ticked here. So yeah, it'll make it expensive. But it will be Hungary to win the round.
That's reaction. Oh, you hate to see it. You really do hate to see it. Fleeve is falling down the ladder. That actually will mean they don't have an AWP next round. That's unfortunate. That's a mistake that can actually come back to bite them, because Chucky saves his AWP and they can buy around it. So it does mean that Hungary do not have an AWP to work with. Yeah. You hate to see it. That could actually have a bit of a knock-on effect here. I honestly, that one could be tough. 12-10. Hungary they're not there just yet, but also in the same time, Belgium aren't quite out of the woods either. This map's still not locked in place. They need one more mistake from the T side. That might be it. Chucky finds the first, trades favorably to the CT side as they try and go out of heart. It's not looking good. Coolio's the last that's left. The AWP will be the one to get a kill, but a 1v2 now for Coolio. He's being flanked as well. Krepow, he might get a timing here perfectly. Nade comes over. He's waiting for his opportunity. The util might bait them in, but he's slipping the net. Ring around the roses here. Surely he's going to get spotted, leg spotted. He's dead man walking, Coolio. It's done.
Yeah. They know he's coming this way. Ooh, Scyther misses the opportunity, but still all of the attention's drawn away, and he has no idea. Crepo's hot on his heels. Gonna be the round right then and there. 13 for the Belgium squad. I can't believe it, but very well played, to be honest. I mean, that was a good performance. Chucky, maybe especially, out of this world for him.
Yes. I mean, that really does look like an upset. I mean, there's only way. I know it's Belgium's map pick, but the name value wise over towards this Hungarian side are so solid. So the fact that they've actually managed to even make something out of that, I can't believe it. Credit to Belgium. They looked really good. They deserve that map. No two ways about it. And the same conversation still remains here for me of what is happening to Hungary. Flawless in the groups. They've come now in towards the best of threes, and they're falling apart.
Yeah.
It's as simple as that.
Just, unfortunately, not very convincing. You feel like individually they have more to offer, but as a team right now, it is looking pretty rough. So just they've got obviously more chances. Here's a best of three, but you wanna say that they need a real spark back in that team. At the moment, it is looking pretty grim. So we will have a little bit of a break, and hopefully Hungary will come back stronger on the second map. Stay tuned.
And we're back. We'll be heading in towards map number 2 in just a moment. It seems to be the only map in which Hungary, at least from the groups, and of course towards the best of 3s, that they've got on the lock and keys. That Anubis for them, which seems very solid. But Belgium taking map number 1 it wasn't on our cards. They're a side who finished 3rd in their group. They only just made it through on rank and a round difference, right? Which is how they finished 3rd. And I came in towards this one with Hungary into the name value thinking that they're in a strong position, but now they're in a tough position for Hungary. You know, they're one map away potentially from being eliminated.
And again, it's not that we're doubting the individuals or like we've seen in the server what they could do. It's just like an overall weird vibe about them not really like ever getting any real role to them. Obviously, you know, it's hard to judge on the outside. We don't have the player cams or anything, but in general, it just kind of feels like there's not a lot of like, you know, here we go winning 3-4 rounds in a row. We're building an economy. We're taking like sick fights or anything. It feels like they're all the time trying to recover some lost situations. So yeah, I'm a bit nervous, but maybe they can turn it around. I've got to say, I'm a little bit skeptical at the moment, but the map is going to surely favor them.
Yes, yeah. I'm a little nervous, but I think that's the one thing they've got going for them. Even in the earlier series where Vertigo and Mirage looked very, very weak, they were all over the place, Hungary. At least Anubis looked very good. That was the map in which, like, okay, they've got a chance here. That's even why heading in towards that map number 3, I was thinking, right, this is what they've got going for them. Yeah. They've just won Anubis so comfortably. Surely they can kind of bring that in towards the next. It's, yeah, not the greatest of showing to Nuke on a map which is meant to be good for the core of this team. I think this is still, I want to save face a little bit over towards Hungary and just say, I think honestly this feels like a bad day so far. I've seen these guys play Nuke before. I've seen those individuals, 3 out of 5 of them, and they've looked considerably better. So far it's not working. It's as simple as that. They've got to change things up though, heading in towards Anubis. They've got to try and find a way to stay alive, because this is for tournament, you know, qualification on the line. If they want to go towards WEC, they were there last year in Yash. Yeah. They want to go back to back, and right now they're one map away from that not happening.
That's pretty brutal. I'd be surprised if they don't make it, but I said that at the beginning, and now they're one step further away, losing on Nuke to begin with. So yeah, we'll see how this one plays out. Second map is going to be on Anubis to decide the whole thing, potentially, unless we can get some surprising results here from Hungary. They are going to be starting on the CD side, and Belgium going to be starting on the T side. So once again, welcome back. A new map has just started. If you are joining us, here's much more action coming up. Obviously, there is more qualifiers happening. There's also a whole female qualifier happening. So if you guys haven't spotted that out yet, it's worth checking out. Some good action happening over on that side too.
Oh my, look at this. Oh, Julie's for the first. Javi only going 1 for 1, maybe not good enough. The nade, however, is good. Very good. Cypher is lucky to be alive. And I think this might spell potentially even the beginning of the end for this fight towards mid. It's very messy. Scyther will fall on the cross, but he was the low HP player, so maybe not the most damning thing in the world. Chucky had a great map number 1. Might be continuing towards map number 2, trying to ice a fight. Uh-oh, Chucky's being gifted the 1v1s, and he's pretty crisp right now. He's hitting those shots. IESF will add to it. I think they're about to lose this round. That's a bad one to lose because they're in a 4v3.
Yeah, if it's anyone you don't want to get fired up early on, it's probably Chucky here as he gets the last one. Makes it a triple. He was an absolute superstar on the opening map of Nuke. And if you give him the chance, why wouldn't he just continue to do the same here? Wow. Very clean on that first one. Good pistol. You see how he's not just taking another fight, but he's limiting himself from the third player to be able to return on him. He's sort of ducking down behind the cake. It's all very, very good work. So it will be the opening round for the T side there. Which is Belgian. I think the HUD is a little bit messed around, but that's fine.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a big one to take, though, honestly. Pretty impressive stuff for the Belgian side, who maybe you have a little bit of reservations about them coming in towards this map just because of how good Hungary are. It's important. Flash is actually good for that first kill. Fleeve will take it. Will he get a second? Answer to that one is no. The trades aren't exactly bad here, though. This fight back site, running out of ammo. Stumbles a little bit fortunate there. The Molotov should force an engagement, though. They know he's back plat. The nade going to go down as well. He's still alive. Not for much longer, but there's still trades going back and forth. It's a 2v2.
Yeah, they're taking so much damage here, and eventually they'll lose the round as well. That's kind of unbelievable. They upgrade into an AK and a Galil at the end, so Hungary, that's about the best result you could have hoped for here. Again, if you were gonna come into this one with, losing the pistol, you get this round back. Again, if anything was going to get them fired up and ignited, surely it's a round like this.
Yeah, exactly. That's pretty special. Not a terrible one to take at all. They're just gifted trades. It's as simple as that. I think Belgium actually, in that instance, actually have to go quicker. They have to try and isolate some duels, and they don't. And in doing so, Hungary can continue, take a fight, fall away. Another one takes you a bit of space. Same thing back and forth. Buy in for the T side. They had to force it, in all fairness, and so far not the best. NATO come through as well. Decent tag on towards both Scyther and Chucky. And Scout hoping to do a bit of the old tag and bag and hope the pistols can clean it off, but hasn't been gifted the opportunities just yet.
No. Some attempts with the smoke with the deagle, but when you don't connect on those, then what is there left at this point? Scout on the T side. Very interesting kind of scenario. Don't have high hopes that it's going to be working out, but we'll see if Chucky can work his magic here. We're talking about straight headshots. If you're going to survive that, that's not happening with the Scout. And just like that, Hungary primed to take a second round. It's early days. We don't want to get too excited yet, but I mean, it's a start.
It is. Aaron, he's been keeping that mid-control, trying to the very least. Pop Flash will come round. Tech 9 doesn't get as active as they would want, but the one following will. Do they expect another in towards main? It's looking like no. Doesn't get any damage, though, so the bomb will go down. This is not actually the worst thing in the world.
Oh, definitely not. A little bit of a follow-up cleanup. Even with the Mac 10, or the MP9, sorry, they're going to be making a little bit of cash behind it. You'll take that. It all counts in the end. So, yeah, I don't know. For Belgium, I don't think they would have had time to have seen the earlier Anubis that Hungary were playing. So I don't think they're going to be able to strat that much against it. But we kind of got the sense in that game that Hungary felt very, very comfortable on this one. So in that sense, if you're a fan of the Hungarian teammate, there's a reason to believe that we could be seeing a third map right now.
Yeah. Yeah, it's true. I really do feel like Hungary, this is the one map that they've got in their pocket, which is comfortable. It seems like so far, Nuke, Vertigo, and Mirage aren't. At least Ancient's up next if they are taken to a third. So there's that small positive.
Yeah.
We'll see if they get there. I won't confirm it just yet, but Corey gets 3, looks for 4, but denied.
Yeah, I remember Corey was the main engine when they were playing this map to really bring them through. So shots like that get you a bit of a sense of why. Very, very crisp with it. They're going to clean it up. They lose a couple of players, but ultimately they win the round. And that's really what we care about here.
Okay. Back into a bye for Belgium. One that I really do feel like has to be converted, just in the sense to keep their mental state in a little bit of a high point. They don't want to, have this sort of unfortunate scenario where Hungary go 3, 4, 5 rounds up, and because of it, they can just build upon it and utilize it as just the foundations. We normally say that on the T side of Anubis, you should be taking a lead. Bare minimum 6-all, but honestly, the way this map's played out these days, you should be going to at least 7. It's not a good start as Aaron gets aggro, finds the first.
Yeah. Once you get the rounds rolling on the CT side, you just have such a good chance of taking the map here. Coolio cleaning up a couple. No real response coming out from the T side. So Belgium, but perhaps potentially looking a little bit lost on this one, which obviously bodes very, very badly as they're on the T side, which is normally where you want to be displaying like a lot of that early skill. So yeah, this could be a very, very tough game the way that this is playing out. Stubble and IES are left. And you can't even do anything with you. A minute to wait around. I doubt they're going to be able to even get into a bomb site here. Yeah,
I think you probably just save here. I mean, what really else do you actually do? Corey, Coolio backside. I mean, it looks like they're going to give it a go. I honestly would just keep hold of the AKs. I know maybe he throws a bit of a spanner in the works.
Yeah.
The econ going forwards, but it's better than nothing. They go for 1-for-1. They get 1 kill. Doesn't make a difference. Hungary, 4-1. It still remains as this is their good map. This is the map in which things for them look so much more comfortable than anything else.
Which is nice. Good to have a whole map. Obviously, in the best of 3. The big question is, how's that third map going to be looking? But Yeah, so far so good in terms of what we're seeing here. So 4-1 scoreline. Money's building up on the CT side. No bomb plant for Belgium. They're going to have to wait it out a little bit longer. Can't do anything about that, unfortunately. So this is going to be some speed behind it. Maybe trying to, run into the middle, create a bit of a distraction. Okay, they divert that attack and go straight in towards the B-bomb side. But even that is going to be slowed down with the incendiary grenade. So I like the attempt to, change of pace. I think that's a nice idea. But they still need kills to get this bomb planted.
Big nade breaks open that smoke, and they are so exposed behind it. So I think it's one, but it just doesn't make a difference, does it? The bomb's down. The round's probably done too. Deagle on a Tech 9, hoping a swing behind. In all fairness, Stumble is given that kill there. Bit of overextension caught in rotation. It still surely should be impossible. There's one. The last man is just going to pick up that Galil and hopefully keep it alive. And will, in all fairness, a couple of taps. And Galil's, it's not the worst thing in the world to keep alive. It's not the best. I don't even know if you actually really want to. You may as well actually just fight, in my opinion. You've got 45 seconds and you're going to buy next round anyway.
Yeah.
For my money, you may as well just go and fight. And if you lose it, who cares?
Yeah, kind of tempted to agree. Also because, there's a chance you get another kill in there, try and do a little bit more damage. So he's making a long way around. Try and see if he could stab somebody in the back here. 25 seconds. Now it's kind of... Yeah, they're so far away here. We'll see if he can find anyone in the fading seconds of the round, but they are real far away. Maybe... Ooh, could you upgrade to the M4 here? That could be interesting. Again, you are going to have a little bit of money in the next round, so got to be careful as well. It's Coolio taking him down. Nothing much came of it, except for Hungary winning another round. 5-1. Keep it going. This is the first real momentum that they've had in like the last 2.5 maps or something, so yeah. I'm sure they're enjoying it.
Honestly, just for them to have a bit of success, that kind of consecutive round of the board, just giving them some confidence finally for the first time in a while. I mean, basically the first time in 2 maps. The tail end of Mirage, well, the entirety of Mirage was nothing. Nuke, sort of similar. I wish we just loving finally being into a bit of a winning way and hoping that it's something that they can change going forward. It didn't happen, though, in towards that previous series, which is what kind of really worries me. Fleeve getting proactive. He might get a chance here. Sticking around. He hasn't seen or heard anything, and he actually will get an opportunity. Nice find. Nade and a flash. Everybody's blind, but IES recovers in time, and he'll be the one to get the kill.
Okay, been a while since we've seen kills come out at the start of the round here for Belgium. 4 versus 4. Chunky just in there. Oh, there's a player outside of the range of his scope. They don't know that Coolio is back here. Might be a free kill. He stands up, gets the one spray. Looking for a second. He's going to get it. He still has a couple of bullets left, but his teammate will be there to take on over even as he falls. So, wow, powerful position for Coolio. Obviously making great work of it in the corner. And now it's Crep out. They've got the right idea. It'll be Xavi to take him down. It'll be Hungary to take another round. 6-1 here. This is, again, reminder they're on the CT side, so everything they're doing right here is so much more valuable.
Exactly. It's a map in which generally leans to the T side, and it's just something that Belgium can't get going. Well, it's a tough spot that they put themselves in. There's just nothing, at least from what we've seen so far, that we can fall back on. 6-1. 5-round lead and back into a less than adequate buy. I mean, it's not the worst in the world. If the tech go quick, if you try and kind of barrel in towards a site, but they're playing slow. So they're playing a default. And this is the one thing I don't really like about these sort of rounds. You see it happen every now and again where you've gone for a low buy, you're bringing out guns that are very good on the move. Get them on the move. You play it slow, it can give individuals like Coolio, for example, here, an opportunity to isolate fights. Nice shot from Fleeve too.
Yeah.
Here we go. Aaron, Coolio, they're combining, but Scyther going to get a double with that AK.
Okay, then. Some speed. Yeah, that's made a real difference. Molotov, all right, on top of Xavi, but he's still getting the kill there. That's important. Just at least make it expensive for them to try and get onto the site here. Bomb now finally being planted. Belgium, one of the best chances they had in the while to win a round, but I don't think it'll be easy from here on out still. IS moving in. He knows that Fleeve's on the other side, but the question is, Could Corey upset the situation? He's already moved in. Did he spot him? I don't think he did. That's a free kill taking down IES, leaving Chucky in a very tough position behind it. Good headshot on the one, but now his position's been discovered, and it's going to be Corey to take him down right afterwards. What is he doing? You have the kids? Careful now. Don't overplay your hand. All right. Maybe he wanted to find an AWP or something. I don't know. But it's going to be the round anyway. He left enough time. I was getting real scared there that he lost his mind, but it's all good.
It was a little weird at the end, wasn't it? Thankfully. I mean, can we start saying this one's done already? I mean, 7 on the CT. It may not feel like a lot, but for those of us who've been here before, and especially in the sense of Hungary specifically, we kind of know what's going on. I don't know how much I feel, but on a positive note here for Belgium. That round, maybe we don't read too heavily in, just in the sense because it's a load to kind of half by. They full buy back in here. They get the AWP out. If they can't find around in the next maybe 2, if Hungary get up towards 9, it's got to be done. Molotov, that's heard. Coolio, he'll know. He has to know he's in the smoke now, surely.
I think so. I take down Corey at the start. Good sign. But yeah, I do feel very scared for Belgium at the moment. Just dreadful beginning for them here on the more powerful side. They're going to find Coolio. So this round is on lockdown. But the truth is, even if they make it back to a 7-5 half here, they're still very far behind. There's just no real way around it, unfortunately. So, okay, Chucky with a funky miss there. Probably could have been a kill. Gonna get some help, and they definitely will take him down this time. But I don't mean to be too doom-pilled on it, but the truth is, it's just such a huge deficit here.
You're absolutely right. You want to give them the chance. It's like, even if they got to a 7-5, even that feels like it potentially could not be enough. That's just how this map does play out, especially in the case of Hungary. They are good on it. Belgium need a real resurgence. They need to get bare minimum 5, and then from there, heading towards that CT side and do what doesn't happen all that often, which is dominate it. A lot of teams play such a kind of a quick style and tempo on that season. Hungary are ones that can do exactly that they just make it look easy. 7-2. Reinvestment right back in for that CT side. But Belgium win this one. It could actually hurt the econ, which might give them a chance. Maybe even the possibility of getting up towards that 5th that we spoke of towards the tail end. Chucky, he's out in front of that smoke and the molly. They should know he's there. There's Hungary aren't going to give him the fight. Not early, either way.
Yeah, and if you want to repeat that on the CT side, at least do what they did. Oh, that's an HE on top, I think. IS goes down to Aaron. Very frustrating way to get the round started. And it kind of slows down that T side a bit. Can they find a way through? Flash being tossed in. It's pretty good. I mean, it's going to win them this part of the map, but they're not through yet. Incendiary, and they'll take down Krepow to follow it up here. He's very low on health, Corey, but he gets to live. And it's a 5 versus 3. Nice find there, and a good double for Stumble. Much better game for him here than it was on Nuke. They're going to be coming through. Aaron goes down next. What an unlikely turnaround. Hungary here. That was a 5-on-3, now into a 2 versus 3 the other way. So kind of giving up the round, which probably didn't need to happen.
It's true. Chucky. It's a little standoff there, which first the peak probably dies, and that's exactly what does happen. 1v2. Wow. Scyther, he's tagged. Javi's got HP, but then retaking with an AWP's never the easiest. And he's being held, and he's dead. Hungary, back to winning ways. Simple as that. And this now, surely, 8 on the CT side. Best you can do is 4. I don't really know if there's a possibility behind this. This feels too outlandish for Belgium.
Yeah, it is. I don't know. The road back here is it's just such a long one. We'll give them the benefit of the doubt, but yeah, like we already knew, Hungary, they love this map. That momentum needs to carry over into the third one, obviously. But for anyone playing in the future, might even be worth banning this out if they get a go on Hungary. If they don't get eliminated, then surely other teams in the future are going to be like, well, this is a hard team to play on Anubis.
Yeah.
Scyther moving up on towards the dark position. Look at this. Aaron sneaking on through. Oh, this is a round-winning move as he spots them out. He's going to get the 1 kill. They actually get more in return. That's wild. Flashbang to go on over. Aaron now struggling to try and keep his team in the round. That could have easily been a quick double kill for Aaron and enough to seal the deal, but somehow they kind of overcame the defense of the B bomb side, and suddenly Aaron is alone. Tagged up his position, discovered already, and I can't believe it. They should have won the round with that push, but somehow it's Belgium instead looking to take a third.
It's true. Aaron just exits might actually make it pretty interesting at the end there. If he can get both of them, or even actually just one, it still puts a lot of pressure onto what I mean, actually, it looks like he's going to have a little look in. The money isn't great across the board for Hungary. So an interesting decision if he does give this a go and loses, but I mean, the same thing, you win it, right? And you get so close to basically winning the map in itself from this position. Molotov's interesting. That goes to the right spot. Chucky now kind of forced to stay behind, but he actually just trying to keep them drawn in that direction. Won't make a difference. Belgium will get a third. It's better than nothing. It's still not going to give us confidence, though. Needs to be a pretty miraculous recovery. But if any team are going to pull off a miraculous recovery, it will be Belgium. We've seen it happen before in the groups. They were 12-5 down, and they made it stick. So, again, if there's any side you don't count out, it probably still is Belgium, but this is just a really decent showing where Hungary, even though you lose that round, I don't think they're actually too bothered.
No, I don't think so either. 8-3. Such a good performance. And again, off the back of just very confusing vibes being sent out on Nuke for the Hungarian squad. Gotta say, I'm impressed. Nice return on this one. Rushing the middle and taking down Chucky. Krepal going down at the same time. So a quick 4 versus 3. But they are kind of tagged up on the CT side. There is definitely a way to get through the defense here. Scyther is looking right on top. It's 3 people, especially 2 of them, Fleeve and Corey there, quite low on health. You want to be careful about that. It looks like Fleeve and Aaron are thinking about pushing out of the A, although they kind of slow it down behind the smoke. I thought maybe they would go for a little bit of double peak coming out there. Mid is solidly in control of the Belgian team, and that might be the way to victory. If they can walk into the A bomb side, or even into B, but that flank through the middle of the map could be pretty powerful.
Yeah, I mean, numbers are good for Hungary. It's that lack of HP that worries me. And I guess also the fact that one of them is an MP9 too. Flash out, that's the commitment. That's where they're going towards A. And the good thing about this, no one's here. They'll realize sooner rather than later that actually no one's towards the site itself. So then you start to kind of ask yourself where they're coming from. One in towards main. And Flea's actually playing this perfectly. He's not going too early. He's holding for his teammates to rotate in. But then now one of them stuck behind a smoke. 2 of them, in fact, is going to make it a little bit tougher. Flee chunks a grenade too. The flash is good. There's that first fight. IESF will find it. Head on a swivel as he looks for more. Do they expect the 3rd player in towards main? It doesn't matter. Now he's heard. This one is done. On the corner of the site, Scyther will get his kill, and Belgium will get a 4th. It's not the worst thing in the world, but it's still just such a damning first half where I can't see Hungary losing this. Even if you lose a pistol here, you know, Belgium take the pistol, they kickstart things in towards this CT side. They still need to win at least the pistol, the force, and then at least 2 gun rounds in a row to make it for my books an opportunity. That's just how T side of this map can be.
Yeah, it's certainly. I think you're right. Like, it feels like for this to go the way of Belgium now, it would probably require some X factor about them that we don't know about Belgium on the CT side. Like, maybe they have some secret strat, or they're just secretly way better than we expect. But from what we've seen so far, it should be the Hungarian side able to pick this one up. Nice couple of kills at the beginning of Corey. That pretty much opens up the bomb side. Bomb plant's just a second away here, and yeah, if things weren't already almost impossible, it just got a hell of a lot worse.
2 left, and they're just trying to stay alive. It's as simple as that. And they're being hunted all the way throughout. Oh, the Glock doesn't actually get the kill there. Both of them are so low. So, in all fairness, Coolio could still make it even more damning at the end. They might even kind of opt to like a 1-2-3 swing this. He still can't get the Glock ball. It's not just yet. Farley will get it, and he'll get both. Hungary, there's 9. That's got to be the nail in the coffin. I can't see a world. It would be miraculous to recover from this if you're Belgium. It's not a good start to the half. They're not really going to have enough really of anything to work with if they want to go for a force. They can opt for it and take the risk, which is sort of understandable because if what have you actually got to lose here?
Yeah.
You lose this, you just delay the inevitable. Is kind of the other side of it. So it's one of the very few times I actually don't even hate the force buy. The force buy could change the momentum. If it doesn't, it's just the same thing that's going to happen regardless.
Yeah, you're at a point anyway where it's such a hard game to come back into. You might as well try something crazy. Good job with the MAC-10s, using them the way that they were designed to be used. So that mobility with the run and gun and just overpowering everything here at the A-bomb side. Bit of a double retake coming in. I think Scyther and Chucky are about to go for a bit of a flank, but Stumble, if he only had a flashbang, he could actually set them up, but it's a smoke instead, and at range now, those MP9s just, they won't stand up to scrutiny. Some damage, but it's not going to be the round. It'll be Hungary instead, picking up round number 10 for themselves here. Could be expensive, or it could not be, depending on how much Chucky could do, but ultimately, they're going to be fine.
It's true. Couple of consolations, and quite literally 2, with Javi and Aaron falling, but they just don't make a difference. Stumble and MP9 is all basically Belgium have to work with in towards the next. The force buy failed, and again, another just indication of the percentage going further and further in their favor. A pretty simple one, all in all, as well for Hungary. A quick play. That's how you got to play those kind of bonus rounds, especially if you maybe even are expecting a force to come through. You know, get in their faces. That's something that Belgium didn't do themselves, which is why it was costly and the fights got isolated, why they lost their force, because they were so nervy, taking 50-50 duels and constantly getting isolated. In that instance, Hungary are barreling in as a pack. They're taking these fights together, and it works with ease. So, nice work with them. Not much of an investment around. That saved MP9, so I'm not expecting miracles here. Nate will come over towards main. Does do a decent chunk, in all fairness. Flea's taking a hell of a lot of damage, which doesn't make a difference. They can, again, just barrel in towards these fights and know that firepower alone will bail them out. Molotov misses, which isn't the worst thing in the world. Javi's up close with a MAC-10.
Everything here set up nicely for them. No real complaints. Bomb planted once again. 11 be the number on the board there for Hungary. Wow. I mean, the sad part is, I guess, is like 5 or 6 rounds into this game, we already kind of knew that this is going this way. Just a completely different team on this particular map. So the real open question is, can they do it on a third map as well? Which is, was it Ancient or Mirage that we decide on?
Ancient. Oh, wait, no, sorry.
Is it?
All right. Have a look. I thought off the top of my head, I was thinking, yeah, Ancient's on the decider. Yeah, right, Mirage got banned out for Belgium's second wave. Yeah, so Ancient is the decider coming through. I think that, for me, is actually probably as good as it could have got in terms of the veto. And actually, interesting that Belgium do ban Mirage, considering how weak Hungary looked on it. I honestly thought that was a map in which they really were uncomfortable.
Yeah.
So, yeah, quite an interesting one in general for me. Going towards the Ancient actually feels riskier for Belgium than maybe Mirage did, but we'll see if it pays off. Maybe they've got something up their sleeve for that Ancient, because at the moment we are absolutely going there.
Yeah.
AK, we'll find one, I'll crap out. An opener, which is good. More needed. The Molotov Stumble. He should be heard. He should be known. Aaron. He sprays, he tags, and he will fall to the flames. It was going to happen regardless, wasn't it?
Yeah, no question about it. You could tell he had a very, very good idea, but didn't want to overextend it. Sometimes it can be scary just spraying through the smoke like that, and you get something in return, or somebody dinks you instead. So I kind of respect the fact that he was trying to play it cool. Wow, nicely done. Xavi's had some very good back-to-back maps here. It's going to be 12. There's nobody at the A-bomb side once again, so even if they got kind of the early kill there, giving them by crep out, it's just not enough. The return is too much. Hungary, they're too strong on Anubis. Nobody can stop them.
Yes, it's true. Up to 12, the economic state, it's feasible. It's okay over towards Belgium. They can kind of buy back in towards the next, especially if they save here. They absolutely can.
Yeah.
But, I mean, realistically, this one's done. And it has been done since the halfway point. This is kind of what we were sort of saying. This is just how this map plays out. If you don't put up a strong enough T side, you just cannot compete. Simple as that. 11 turn 12. Hungary 1 round away now from seeing this off. Deservedly as well. This is a map in which is very good for them. We've seen it all the way throughout the groups. I think they played it 3 times in groups, won all 3. Won it earlier today. The only map in that series that they won. The other 2, of course, being Vertigo Mirage, which they lost. So yeah, it's a crazy kind of showing. Maybe, like you said, for teams going forward, if they do play against Hungary, if they do manage to take that ancient survive, teams might think, actually, I think we probably should ban Anubis here. This seems to be a very good map for them.
I expect that's going to be the case. It just seems like it's very, very risky. But yeah, we'll leave that an open question. We'll remember in the future, assuming that they make their way through. That's something that's going to be a talking point if we see it picked or left in the map pool against Hungary when we get deeper into the tournament. 12-4, and round number 17, flashes are coming through. Chucky in the right position. He's been pretty damn good today with the AWP, but again, kind of a dangerous position to be in here. One missed shot and it could be all over. They put a bit of a smoke. All right, he's not seeing anyone, so they're trying to sell it a little bit. Or Coolio, they're going to be walking right around the corner straight into him. He made a jump up here. Yeah, I think if he'd stuck back, maybe he wins that fight, but he was very exposed up on that little ledge there. So 4 versus 5.
Still doable for Belgium. Would have to be a miraculous recovery. This round, though, feels like it's probably going to be confirmed. You'll take that. Krepal sneaking through the smoke. He might catch Fleeve here. He's pushing through, and he gets it. So, yeah, individually, one man has basically won them this round. I'll keep them alive briefly. Brief being the key word here, though, because I cannot see a way in which they don't pull off at least one mistake for Hungary just to see it over the line.
Yeah, I mean, again, you need to win so many rounds, even after this one, that all it takes is one slip up. I think last time Hungary were in this position where they had to close out Anubis. Eventually, they pulled a bit of a change pace, and they just ran for the middle into the A bomb side, and it worked. So, still the problem that you're having with your Belgium here is that eventually they're going to start to just change the pace of the game, and the question is if you'll be ready or not. Hear a little bit of typing, so hopefully it's not too big of an issue, but maybe they're just throwing out some memes in the middle of the game. Oh, we'll save the AWP. But yeah, it's a round for Belgium. Don't think it makes a big difference, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think all right. Yeah, hopefully no issues of the sort. We've had a pretty smooth day, and yeah, it's fine. So 12-5, back into the investment. No issues. And actually, even if they are to lose this one for Hungary, no issues in towards the next. That's just how dominant they've been on their T side. They've built up plenty of stability in terms of the econ. The funds are fine. So for them, no real worries. Bit of early damage dealt with the util. Hungary, bit of a slower round once again. I think they maybe just got caught a little bit off guard in that one. So they don't want to overfight. Speaking of that, flash is good. And it forces the 2 players in towards main to just dip back. They had an idea about playing offensive, but, quite aggressive on the offense there, and they just have to be reined back in.
Chucky in the right position, certainly. Getting closer, and Fleeve walks straight into it. Slow around the corner. Sacrifices himself to the AWP. Still, Hungary are in the middle of the map. It's... Even being a man down, it's a very tactically powerful position here. They run into IES, and that might be enough here. All right, he's going to get a double kill back there towards CT spawn. And Aaron, even if he wins this fight, not going to make a big difference. Okay, a little bit going back their way. 6 rounds on the board. Still need another 6, but if we forget about that for a moment, at least it's first time I think that Belgium might have had a little bit of a chance here to relax ever so slightly on the map of Anubis.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the first kind of couple of rounds as well in a while, which they've taken with ease, in all fairness. They've been comfortable. This is looking more akin to kind of what we saw on Nuke from the Belgian side, who did, for the most part, on that CT side look pretty comfortable. So, yeah, this is good. They put off a 12-5 comeback. It's now asking them to pull off a 12-4 comeback. That, statistically, is so outlandish. To do it twice as well, that's not a good start. Corey playing around, that pillar in towards water, get a double. That might spell the beginning of the end there. 5v3.
A bit of an issue, surely. The bomb gotta be planted. There's nobody even in the area that could feasibly stop this. So many smokes going up as well, Dan. What do you do here? One of them flanking. It's Chucky on a flanking mission with an AWP. Certainly he's brave, but once you fire that gun, they're going to know, and they're going to just stay out of the line of sight here. Coolio crouched in the corner. He's going to get that kill as well. Nice attempt from Belgium to make a bit of a comeback. I appreciate that. They put some heart into it, but it just doesn't make a difference. Hungary, they're too good on this map, and they will end up taking it whatever Scyther does at the end here. A 13-6 victory. He simply is too far away and has too little time to do anything. There's a firing squad waiting for him on the other side. And there we go. Map number 3 is confirmed.
Yeah, going to be needed. You know, that is the map, right? That is their pick, which they just make it look so easy. It's the only one we've seen so far where they make it look easy. Every other one, they have to fight hard for it. They don't really look comfortable themselves, not playing off each other. But at least Anubis is the one in their pocket where they're thinking, hey, this is something we've got to work with. This is our real confident point. The thing that worries me is because it's the only map we've seen so far, what is the expectations heading in towards towards Ancient? I don't know. Are we going to go back to what we saw in towards the first series where Hungary lost map 1, went in towards Anubis in map 2, won it with ease, and then go to map 3 and just fall apart again? Is that going to be a repeat of the same thing? And if it is, what do you even say? It's just is this team just like one map team?
Yeah, the one trick pony. That's what scares me a little bit too. I'm not gonna lie, but I'm hoping that we'll see Hungary kind of prove that they have a little bit more depth to them. It should be interesting. We'll see how that goes after the break. We'll be back with the third and final map, so stay tuned. We are back again. We have a whole new map coming up, and we'll see if Hungary know how to play this one. We know Anubis is kind of their home ground, but we'll be on Ancient to decide this one with. So I'm certainly excited for it. Belgium, they still are playing pretty well. I just think they got outclassed on the map on that second one, but overall, they look like an impressive team so far. What do you think is going to happen here, Neil?
This is so difficult to call because I'm going to kind of go on probably the same logic that I brought into that previous series that obviously kind of came back to bite me, which is Hungary have just won that map so cleanly. Surely they should come in towards map number 3 with confidence. They're crisp, they're feeling okay. Thankfully, are back to winning ways, and I think they know the pressures that are on their shoulders. So I'm still going to lean in favor of Hungary. I think as well the one thing I think they've maybe got is that when times do get tough, they've maybe got players who can dig a little deep. Look at Corey, for example, who's had a couple of those instances where he's been able to bail them out, or Aaron's been able to call a decent round. Fleas at a couple of moments with an AWP as well. I'm going to lean Hungary here, but it's quite tentative because I said this in towards the previous series, and then they got massacred on Mirage. The one hope that I really have, and it would be kind of hilarious if it is the case, but I hope that Hungary can't only play Anubis. I looked up in the groups, they won 2 maps on Dust 2, but we haven't seen Dust 2 because he keeps getting banned out first wave. So I hope that they can't, they're not a side that can only play Anubis and Dust 2 and every other map's bad. That would be... it'd be quite sad, but also quite hilarious in a weird kind of like ironic way. But with how important these games are, it also would be quite damning as well. So we shall see. Belgium on the 9th round. They'll be starting CT side, which I think is pretty important on a map like Ancient.
It well could be. We're going to find out right now. So once again, big welcome to everyone joining. We appreciate you guys hanging out with us for a whole day of Counter-Strike. We've got Belgium versus Hungary. It is the final map of the best of 3 here, and everything is on the line. Belgium, they're going to be starting on the CT side, and Hungary, they will be on the T side. Let's see how this plays out.
Let's see. Yeah, you said it. It's a really interesting and kind of weird spot that we're in. I really just do not know what to expect. But Hungary's on the T side. The T side on Anubis is really good. Maybe this might work in their favor. Smokes come down. Sights open. They'll get a plant for free, and they're going to post plant to work off the back of it too. But they lose one. The bomb, in all fairness, they lose through the smoke.
Yeah. Bit confusing, perhaps. But at the end of the day, they get the bomb planted. There isn't a kit on the CT side, so not really panic territory yet, but again, that clock just runs against you so much quicker than you were expecting, so you got to get in there and try and see if you can get close to it. They're trying their best, but they are getting shut down in a big way here. Stumble and Krepow left. Oh, wait a minute. They've turned it around now. Can they do anything? 10-second defuse inside. Julio doesn't know that. He might think it's just 5 seconds, so now he might be having an idea, trying to find him inside and stabs him in the back. That's a way to get a map started.
Yeah, that is a funny way to kickstart things. A knife actually could even tempt a big buy here. It looks like it's going to go for AKs and the Galils, but sometimes the knife can even tempt in the likes of an AWP in some situations. You got AWP half armor. Do you want to do that against a low buy though? No, but well played. He knows just going in with a knife is the way forward, and you'll see it off for Spy coming through from Belgium. They've won 1 and lost 1. So why not take your chances? I think if you are Belgium, I know I dislike them, but it makes sense in a way in this instance. Can they make this work for them? They're stacking 4 here over towards B.
I mean, you can do it, and I think so much of it is about the element of surprise. So if for whatever reason Hungary aren't expecting it and they kind of just stumble into the fight, they're like, oh, let's see if we can get some USP kills, but suddenly it's MP9s on the other side. It could be shocking, but if they're playing carefully and leading with the MAC-10, they're going to find out about this, and they might have already done that. Now they definitely know here. Good job on the submachine gun, though. Scyther in the back. No one's checking him, and that's a big problem. Oh, it's absolute carnage on the bomb site. IS showing up, and Aaron and Coolio dropping very low, and this is a huge victory for the Force Buy on the Belgian side. Well done.
That'll change things. That's a bad one to lose for Hungary, in all fairness, because now they come in towards this where they didn't really even get kills to work off the back of. So sometimes if you lose a force like this, you can at least kind of come back in with a Galil, for example, of your own. I don't think even that's going to be the case here for Hungary. I don't actually think they've got the econ to work. They've only got 1 kill. So yeah, they actually can only got upgraded pistols. They can't even get in towards the Mac 10s, for example. That's kind of hurts a little bit. So,
Oh, yeah.
Belgium should, in all theory, get a second off the back of it. And then probably the third too, because the money's in a weird spot. I say that. Great flash. Aaron finds the first, and that's a gun picked up.
So I thought, just keeping a bit of distance. I don't mind that he's playing at this position as opposed to pushing up even further, because again, you just don't want to be giving up too much here. Keeping it a little bit cool. Plenty of time on the clock right now. Mid control still there for the Belgium squad. And they're just looking for now. Oh, they're coming up with the double dip. Krepow and IS. Nice grenade. Signals that they're there at the very least, but doesn't even matter. Nobody's looking. That's surprising. I thought that grenade would have got the attention of the Hungarian squad. They were going to keep more of an eye on middle, but I guess not. Scythe surely going to be winning this first fight here. Oh, no, he won't. I think 1 or 2 bullets would have done the job, but he missed everything on that one. Chucky sees the shadow, but it's not going to make a difference. What a shot from Fleeve. Oh, it's doing so much in this round. It's unbelievable. Belgium, they had every chance to win this. Now it's a 1 versus 1. Bomb plant not happening yet. I think Xavi might have sort of saw that wallbang coming, so he just decided to not plant instead. Going to get the bomb now for Mars, and he walks straight into the tunnel. It's a nightmare here for Krepow.
Yeah, I mean, in all fairness, Krepow walking through the smoke there. It's a massive call. Where is he? Is what Krepow's probably thinking.
Oh, but it's 10 seconds. It's 5 seconds.
Yeah.
He's got the kit.
Here's Snicket. He won.
Oh,
that's it.
No.
He went off the back of the kit alone. All right. That's a kind of a sad way to end it, in a,
Yes,
in a way. It felt like we had a chance of something quite cool there, but it doesn't happen. I think Krepow's maybe by accident kind of played that perfectly. He creeps through the smoke, which in itself is so risky. But Belgium get bailed out. They are very, very lucky to walk away with that round. Arguably, Hungary even deserved it, but the long rotate, there is the potential to kit on the other side, I think is quite risky there by Hungary. And it does cost them, but it does mean that they can buy in towards this one. 4 kills, bomb plant, that's money to work with. That's a Hungary investment, which is, in this instance, actually a good call to force. Look how close you were on pistols. Why not go in with the AKs?
Corey here, very patient. Good job as well. Didn't push in front there, just waited for his teammates to show up and apply a bit of pressure, and that's going to be the opening for them. Flash through as IES wanted to check a peek, but didn't find anyone. The T side, they've fallen back, and they are setting up for what looks like a pretty plain A execute. Now, funnily enough, they don't have any grenades, so they can't smoke off donut or CT spawn or anything like that. There are a couple of ways, even being a man down here, this could backfire. Oh, wait a minute. They go back through the middle again. Are they going to be able to catch it with a deagle shot? If they get this kill, it might be on. And they will, just as he was trying to jump back through there. Stumble going to be found. And it's a 5 versus 3.
Tsai going to pump the brakes a bit as well. Go back over towards the B site, which he's on a bit of a timer. There's a rotate coming through. And actually, all 3 are going to commit from Belgium over towards B. Smoke aptly timed too. Yeah, that'll force them right back over towards the A side. However, this is a good call. Xavi's in the back lines. He should get a kill here. And actually, in all fairness, if they lose the site, Belgium might just call to save. I don't even think that's the worst call in the world. And it might just be Hungary winning the round flawlessly.
Yeah, I agree. There's almost no chance you're going to be able to do this one. And you have 3 M4s to try and get away with, so might just be a better call. I would probably tilt this way too. So, tied up game. I've noticed as well throughout the last couple of days, it's generally quite a slow game for both teams, right? They spend their time, they try to make sure that when they get some of these advantages, they kind of try and keep them through the round. There's not a lot of just rush in and fight for. So, yeah, they both have an opinion about how to play. I'm not against it at all. But some of the other teams that we've seen in the qualifier definitely have a very different kind of let's just go, let's pug our way through this one. This feels a little bit more like 2 teams that have a little bit of practice playing.
Yeah, this feels better than Hungary's Mirage, so I'm kind of glad I didn't go there. I'll throw out once again though, it was sort of up to Belgium in a way. Belgium banned Mirage in that final wave and left Ancient open. So hopefully that's not something that comes back to bite them, because the Mirage was incredibly weak from Hungary. In that previous series, they looked all over the place. Something that we really didn't expect, but were, quite pleasantly surprised with by the Czech Republic. 2-2. Super back and forth game. Neither side really getting any sort of momentum, any sort of consistent rounds on the ball, but I guess it's probably a little bit better in the way in which Hungary found there too. Belgium was a pistol, a force on a ninja defuse, so they're not the most replicable rounds all in all. Hungary, that previous one was pretty clean. Fight taken in via mid, work off each other well, and they sneak in the back lines. Corey might make a move in towards Redmond through the smoke. He actually knows he's got a bit of a timer here, which he can work with, so they do opt to go through it.
Krepau sneaking in front from us. Maybe not the best weapon of that kind of fight, but when you hit headshots like that, well, you can make anything work. Fleeve will take Ayers down, and so they know that there's still Krepau in the middle. That in itself is kind of interesting for them, right? No, there were 2 CTs in this position. One of them you killed, the other one got a kill against you, so the math is fairly easy. They're going to try and flash their way through and get up onto the bomb side. They should be able to get a bomb plant here, but the question is how much it will cost them. Almost Aaron going down, but able to win it out with the Galil. Bit of a spray coming through as Chucky will take 2 of them, and still there's no bomb plant here. So they got the site. Maybe they could have had it, but you kind of see how uncomfortable it is when they don't have the smokes or the Molotovs to push away the CTs. Yeah, that's just unfortunate.
It is. I can't really actually even complain with that one all too much. Belgium getting a third. At least for them. This is where a strong start comes in through. They play off each other in some of these trades. And I think for Hungary, it's not the worst round in the world to lose. I just think they get caught in 2 minds. I'm not sure if maybe there was a kind of a relay of misinformation, but they seemed so nervous about what was an empty site initially when they burst into it. Maybe somebody had heard something wrong, some of the sort, but decisions like that can be costly, and it was in that instance. Belgium, I'm going to better buy again towards this one where Flea's only got a Tech 9, for example. A few Galils, a few AKs, not a lot of util. That's the big worrying thing. Even if Hungary has to get onto the site here, the post one's difficult to set up.
No question. Fleeve shooting the wall, but unable to land the headshot. It still is on here. Scyther, nice double. Pulls out the USP to try and land a headshot, but not going to be able to. And again, they keep trading very favorably here. I think that's their big force at the moment, Belgium. And a nice little bit of teamwork there. Chucky throwing in a flashbang to set up his teammate for the kill. And they will have a 2-round lead. 2-4 over Hungary, who don't have the bomb plant, don't have the money. Wow, this is starting to look impressive. Belgium, they are, I don't know, they're a nice surprise.
Yeah, they are. This is a decent performance. I'm getting worried about that little thing that I threw out there of, are Hungary like only a 2-map team? Is Ancient going to be another bit of a weakness for them? I'm a little concerned. However, this is a CT-sided map. This is a map in which generally you should be taking a lead on your CT side. The T side, though, normally can at least do something if you play aggro. These fights aren't bad. Glocks are trading, which in itself is good, but they take so much damage.
Definitely. Bombs in the middle. And isolated, you have to probably go back with this one. Savvy's just, I think, waiting to see if there's going to be another peak, praying that somebody will walk into the shot so they can make it a 2 versus 3. Obviously, we can tell it's a little bit away from that happening, although Scyther is considering it, certainly thinking about it, saying, you know what, maybe I should go and investigate. Under a minute now. Still, they've been just calling the freeze, slowing down this whole round to try and just see if they could get a bit more. And now, finally, Scyther is thinking about giving it 40 seconds here. He's been here the whole round. Now they're going to turn the corner, and it's a good kill there. Nearly lines at the double, but still, just get to the confirmation. 2 versus 2 here, and about 30 seconds left.
Stumble. Catches Aaron. 1v2. He's got to isolate at least one of the fights. I think for him, the issue is he knows where one is. It's about where is the other. Is he being flanked? Are they stacked? Is the site open?
Yeah.
It's all gone quiet, basically. So he has no idea really where the AWP is. Time ticking. Has to win out this fight. Xavi, what have you got for us? So, crossing is what he's got. Jumping on towards the site, though. Stumble's played it perfectly, because even if he dies, Stumble, he's won the round because no bomb plant can come through. So it's fine. 5-2. And the fact that there's no bomb plant as well is a nice thing, just to keep that T-side economy a little weaker, but it was always going to be a buy-in here regardless. And the fact that it got down to 1v2, in all fairness, considering it was Glocks, that's not bad from Hungary. The general situation isn't good, though. They're 3 rounds in the hole.
No,
the opponent is looking good as well. I'm still concerned.
I think there's cause for concern, to be honest. I think we're at a point of the game here where you can tell that Belgium feel good about the map. Ooh, nice start. Krepau taking down Corey, and it's not that far from being a kill against Fleeve as well. Although he will stay alive, it's on the other side. Stumble, able to pick up a double spray down. And like we said, Fleeve is practically... Oh, they tag him again right through. He's like, running right. Like, all right, never mind. I'm out. I don't want to stick around any longer. Bomb is on the A-bomb side. And funnily enough, they actually could go straight for the bomb plant. Not that Xavi has any way of knowing that. So he's investigating. He's saying, surely someone's going to be here. But in theory, he could have had the bomb plant. I still think they'd probably lose the round. But yeah, it's a funny little quirk in the round here that they were able to do this.
Yeah. As that bomb goes down, it is technically still possible. He mollies to sell the ruse. He's not gone in towards Donut, but it just doesn't make a difference. He's been spotted already. So that'll make his life tough. I'm sure IES knows. I'm sure he spotted him.
I think he did, yeah.
Yeah, he's very tentative, so I'm sure that's probably the reason why. Let the rest of the pack do their job. Last man is now known. 1v2. They have a smoke as well. It should be pretty tough to lose this. I say that, though.
Someone's surely defusing it. Grenade comes in. Oh my god, that was the guy defusing. No. He's done it. That is such a ridiculous way to win the round. 2 versus 4. Oh, Belgium. They're going to be remembering that round for quite a while.
And not even just 2 versus 4. It was like 1 1/4 versus 4 because he was so low on HP.
True.
That's a terrible one to lose for Belgium. Another round as well in which they just play so nervously.
Yeah.
They're so tentative in some of these fights, Belgium, where honestly, the big thing you hope for them is just back yourself. You know, you are winning confidently. Most of these rounds have been comfortable as well. Why aren't you swinging comfortably? Like, you're swinging with this confidence and saying, right, we are the better players right now. And it's cost them. It really has. And it's given that you can even kind of see a bit of confidence back over towards Hungary. Look how quickly they take mid control.
Potentially quite a devastating round. We'll see if they can mentally recover from it or if it's going to have some rippling effect going into the next couple of rounds here. We're in the 9th round, near the last stages of the first half, as Coolio will find a headshot. They're going to be getting a spray through Stumble, just a straight wall bang here, but he'll take a bit of damage escaping from the Molotov that was thrown his way. They have a pretty good stack here, but look at Aaron. He snuck up right behind with a MAC-10, and it could have been a double. Not quite, though. They know that Stumble's going to be here, right? He got a kill, and they know that he's still on the bomb side. They might not know there's a second player there. Oh, but Chucky's on a flank of his own. USP is out there, and he's going to go down. Oh, man. Flanks upon flanks, but it's Hungary who come out on top with IES. I don't think there's anything you do here.
IES in a 1v3. And the real kind of unfortunate thing is, if he loses his MP9, they probably don't have anything to work with in towards the next round, which basically means Hungary are going to make this a 5-all game. Or they should at the very least, because it's going to be lesser pistols as basically all there is to work with. Oh, it's not good. It's not good at all. Belgium were looking like they could have comfortably seen off this first half, walked away with 7, maybe even 8 rounds, and now they could be the ones even potentially losing the half too. I think this game's going to go 5-all in a moment because of the economic situation over towards Belgium. They're not really even going to buy around an MP9. Because kind of why would you? Only gun you'd probably even tempt fate with rebuying around would be an AWP.
Yeah,
so
I agree.
It's kind of dwindling for Belgium. They looked confident, start things off, and are now faltering quite rapidly.
What a brutal situation that we're facing here. And most of all, for Belgium, just that one decision, a fateful round, 2 versus 4, and it blows up in their faces. It destroys the economy. Chucky, he was a real superhero earlier on in the game. Like on Nuke, he was out of control. So if they can get him back in this round with the AWP, maybe there's a chance. Crepo going to go down to the middle, and where's that AWP? So on Chucky over at the A hallway. So he's in a bit of a funny off angle there, but there's nobody nearby. And I think that's kind of the key to get into this round. If they're going to get even close to it, it has to be him.
True. Spam. Pretty close, but will not do a thing. Chucky's got to really bail them out in this round. He's got to find a way to make something out of nothing. He's had a couple of moments, in all fairness, like this series, Chucky, where we've been pretty impressed with at least his mechanical side of things. But again, this one is such a difficult position that they're in. It's such a tough spot.
Yeah, even with the stack here, I don't think it's going to make a difference now. So the grenades down, you could see that they have nowhere to stand here. Stumble's going to get one. Chucky, all right, there's one good shot. But again, he's kind of pushed in the back, and he's alone. I don't know why they're peeking him. Just, I would say, leave it alone. Just go plant the bomb while that smoke is still up. That should be enough, yeah. Chucky, best thing to do is probably to make an escape with this AWP and hopefully have it in the next round. So, tied up at 5-5.
Yeah, what a weird kind of game we've got here. I honestly thought after 3 rounds ago that Belgium were going to walk away with this half, and now they're in a position where they genuinely could be losing it. In itself is kind of a crazy kind of spot for them. It's pretty damning. 5-all. Only a couple of casualties. The main thing is the AWP staying alive towards Belgium. That is something they can work off. Chucky doesn't get too overzealous. He gets his kill. He realizes there's no other opportunities for him. He just falls away. Gives it up. Parks up with the AWP like a turret and says, if anyone comes this way, I'm going to fight tooth and nail to keep it alive, which he does. All tied square, though. This game's got some legs behind it, and where it's going to finish is hard to call. It's kind of an odd spot where for Belgium, they've just made a few small mistakes that have cost them rounds, where they've been forced into either saving or economy broken. I don't think it's been like a collapse of the system, so to say, over towards Belgium, but it just shows how feeble at times the CT side can be, especially in terms of like economy as well. A few mistakes and you're in trouble. That flash is a beaut, and the transfer might even just be a little bit better. Corey for 2, but Chucky Alonso back.
Yeah, nice. But that might be the thing that keeps them around at least. Although, I say that the bomb is planted so quickly here for Hungary. They're starting to come alive a little bit on the T side. We're seeing some good rounds and some more danger coming out from their side here. Fleeve, just a couple of shots ringing through, but I think, there's already so far ticked. They're still pretending like they're retaking this, but I don't think they are. I mean, maybe they just wanted to kind of set up for a little bit of damage. In the middle, Stumble's looking for exit kills, and I think that's fine. He's got the MP9, probably worth it to look to upgrade that into an AK or something like that. But it'll be Hungary overtaking everything here, making this 6-5 scoreline.
Wow. I mean, at the very least, a couple of kills at the end, which are good. Maybe another one for Stumble. Yeah, he'll get that. And an AK, he'll take. Not the worst thing in the world. It won't really have too much of a knock-on effect. Final round of the half. Hungary have guaranteed at the bare minimum a tie, which on T side is absolutely fine, in my opinion. That is more than enough. But if they are to lose this half, Belgium, I think they already could start to potentially even spell the beginning of the end. It's been a damning few rounds. That one in particular, where they came back in with an investment and it doesn't go in their favor. Once again, just showcasing where things are fundamentally going wrong. Bit of a play over towards ramp. Fleeve going to get boosted up with the AWP. And Corey probably a little perplexed. There's no presence mid. They've dropped the smoke into his red room, but there's no molly or no smoke elbow, so they just gifted the control. They're probably thinking, why?
Yeah, what's going on? Some tag damage on the Fleeve is nice to begin with. Round number 12 here. So last chance for Belgium to grab a little something on the way. That probably should have been a kill. It looked like he had at least a second worth of spray there to get the kill. Fleeve's going to take down Scyther, and now the bomb site's going to fall behind it. Wow. One pin pulled from that bomb site, and the whole thing blows up. Krapow and Chucky, 2 versus 5. And obviously, be it being round number 12, you're going to fight for it. You're going to go and do whatever you can to get back into this one, but it's just so unlikely. Wow. Flashed and threw the Molotov. He still gets the kill. Krapow then know that he's going to be back here somewhere, just patiently waiting, and he's going to crouch right into the shot. Flea will take him down. Good triple for him at the end, and a 7-5 lead. Wow.
Pretty insane what we've just seen in the recovery out from Belgium, but the recovery out from Hungary, but the collapse from Belgium. What went wrong? They were in complete control of this game. Everything was looking absolutely fine for them, and now with that sort of a half, they actually already could be potentially on track to fall in flat here. That for me was a really, really good showing, which might even be enough, in all fairness, for the Hungarian side. They found a pistol here, and I think they're 90% of the way there, more or less. It's a bad choke coming through from Belgium. Something they were on the other side of course, in their groups. They recovered from 12-5. That loss of controlling towards that first half might actually have cost them. They just don't, for my money, have the kind of the foundations to work off.
Yeah, tough break at the moment here. At the start of that half, I mean, I was going to say, looked like Belgium were going to be able to do it. Now, this is interesting. Bomb is planted, but I will point out there is a kit on Aaron, so it's not really over yet. And now they're getting the good kills here to retake it with Flea with a headshot. He's ready, but IS will take him down. That's Aaron with the kit now dead. So somebody has to go and pick that up right away. 2 versus 3. They still got a little bit of time here, but they're getting close to the Glocks, and now it's a 2 versus 2. Oh, and they're playing it so well on the T side, making themselves very hard to find. Kit's been reignited now, and Coolio going to go straight for it. Oh, and it's Corey with the headshot. That Kit made the whole difference in this round, as Hungary will pick up the pistol in the second half.
Yeah, exactly. And maybe now we can start to say this might be on the tail end. This might be looking towards potentially the beginning of the end and all of the rest. I mean, Belgium, yes, they're going to get a buyout here because of that bomb plant, but this is getting up there towards that last hurrah. I think if things are to do, if they lose the force buy, if they then lose the next buy, I think that's it. We're talking about Hungary getting towards 11 rounds at that point. And yeah, we've been such a wealth of a lead that it's kind of been a no-show. So at least we know that Hungary aren't just a 2-map team. At the start of this map, it was looking like that might have been the case because they struggled to get involved, but yeah, thankfully they're feeling okay at the moment. 8-5 with a force buy from Belgium off the back of their plant. If they don't find, they're in trouble, and they've already lost the first.
A little bit of a trade. They hit down Chevy at the very least, but 3 versus 4. Bomb planted on the other side. They kind of realize, yeah, shooting through the smoke's probably not going to do much of anything at the moment, so regroup. The only thing is, Aaron is really far away. So the question is, do you kind of want to wait for Aaron to get here, or do you just want to try and do the retake right now? They're regrouping behind it. So actually sending Leave back towards CT spawn to try and do it from that direction. It's a 3-pointed retake, so a lot of different angles for Belgium to cover here. You look the wrong way at the wrong time, you can get shot in the side of the head like Aaron coming through on that one. Clock is very low, though. It's already ticked quite far. He has a stumble. You have to stay alive for another second or two, and you might be doing it. Oh, but Coolio comes in for it, and they have just enough time. It's real tight. I mean, you can tell there's not much time left at the end here, but it is Hungary to pick it up.
And it is a good retake. I think the way they've played it, they maybe took a little bit of time to formulate the plan of how we're going to pull off that retake, but they've played it well. They're waiting for them to group and fight off each other rather than fighting isolated. You kind of said, Aaron, you know, for him, it took a bit of time to get him involved in the action. They had to wait for him just to not be too far away in the rest. So 9-5 now. A bomb plant could have meant a force buy coming back in for Belgium. They aren't going to go for it, though. They're actually just going to half buy here. 1 MAC-10, few upgraded pistols. That's really it, but it might not be enough to really scratch the surface in this round. Definitely not towards Corey in his first fight, as he'll deliver with ease, dropping Chucky.
And, I don't know, it's been really hard for them to find rounds. Again, it's the, you know, if you missed the start of it, first half of Belgium were looking very good. But then at one point, Hungary just kind of overtook the whole thing. And now, obviously, they got the cash. They're about to have a 5-round lead. and the whole squad's kind of come alive here. Fleeve, 13 kills. He does die right here, but not going to make a big difference. They'll survive with 4 people in the round. And they're 3 away from surviving a scary best of 3 against Belgium, I've got to say.
Yeah, it's true. This is already getting damning for me. And at least at the other side as well, for Hungary, there's the positives that I've had from them where their individuals are starting to come alive, the ones that are really important to kind of their game plan. We mentioned Corey's name, Fleeve as well, right? They're 2 of the most experienced players on this team. And Aaron, the IGL, right? Again, another one of the most experienced players on the team. Xavi and Coolio. Coolio, of course, primarily a coach these days. Xavi, a youngster from the region. They're holding their own, but you always do lean on the experience. And it's good to see that they're playing the way that they should be. It's understandable why Hungary are doing well, and I'm glad that they are. This is a side that we've been concerned with a little bit today, and we've got to catch them across all 6 maps, so we've got to really get to know this Hungary side. We know their highs and their lows, and this is the thing. They've got quite a big disparity. They've got quite a high skill ceiling, you can see, but it does feel like they've also got a bit of a low floor at times too. Thankfully, it's not the case, it seems, in towards Ancient for now.
Definitely finding some strength at the end of it. A very long day for them. Okay, well, this is a new look. Krepal getting a couple of kills. Oh, no. They walked right underneath him. IES has no idea. What a wild time. But Corey, on the other hand, doesn't know either. They've somehow tricked each other. This actually could be kind of devastating. The bomb is right here. So Corey knows that. Maybe knows. He should know. He's just ducked in, ready and waiting. He's going to get that kill, pick up the AK. I was going to say he could even wait longer, but fair play. That's a little bit of a wrench in the machine for them. It's going to be IS spinning around. And again, Corey had no idea that he was even there. Fleeve going to go down next. So, at the end of it, even though it was a little bit scary, they will win the round.
I think they're probably perplexed, thinking, where the hell has he come from? Like, how has he actually even got in there? We've got players in towards mid. You've got 1 player main, 1 player elbow, and 1 player on shelf. And we've been holding ramp, so how has he possibly even got towards doors? But in the end, like you said, thankfully it's not the end of the world. Belgium will get a 6th and stay alive, and Hungary can't really buy here. Even though Corey's got 5.5k, maybe he half buys, but I don't want to see too much of an investment. I'd actually rather them keep a little bit more of the stable funds, maybe potentially even on towards Aaron, but enough for Fleeve to have the AWP in towards the next round. That's, for me, the priority. When he's had the AWP in play, that should look really good. And on the other side, you don't want to allow Chucky to have the advantage at range. Chucky's looked good when he's been given the chances with the AWP. Looks like for the most part, a bit of a lesser buy coming through. Aaron and Corey got plenty of econ, so one of them will be able to drop over an AWP, which is fine in towards the next round. Just a few pistols. Even armor's a bit of a luxury that not everybody can afford in this one, and they already eat a lot of damage. They're going aggro, and oh my god, they're going to find the first 3. 4! Oh no! Systematic collapse from Belgium as all 5 fall. They've been ecoed this late towards the game. That might just kill them.
It surely will. That is absolutely disastrous. Oh, out of all the ways this could have gone, that's going to be one of the more heartbreaking ones. Pistols wrecking them. They don't suffer a single casualty on their Hungarian side. Surely that's the kind of, now you're going to be laughing. Now you know that's surely our game. Mac 10 on the Belgian side, AKs for the rest of it, but a sinking feeling, I'm sure, in their stomachs that could have just as well been the best of 3 right then and there.
Just tickle Krepal there, so they say no, somebody's over towards ramp. This is it though, isn't it, really, for Belgium? This is now or never. I said you want Fleeve and an AWP, and that's why this could be the last hurrah for Belgium if they can't see this round over.
Stuck outside of B for the moment here, with Krepal already going down. Tough position to be in. Maybe even worse is the lack of grenades. Just not that much to work with here. You can't Molotov out every single position. You can't really do that. So let's see. They're setting up for it. Just the shoulder. Chucky goes down. Fleeve triggered as a plan not to shoot the first time around. They still have the setup over here at the B bomb side, right? 3 people that are able to defend each other. Very, very strong. Admittedly, the rotation's quite far away. Savvy and Corey are all the way over at the donut position. Okay, a little bit interesting here. Scythe, how's he allowed to get away with it? Cleave gets one, actually does get the leg shot, taking Ice down all the way to 23, but remarkably, it's a bomb plant.
Yeah, I mean, somehow they've made this round a possibility. The Molotov doesn't help. The setup is good until Scythe gets spammed down to the smoke, and now they can actually play time. Both have got kits. Xavi's tagged, though, so might even be the play to use him as a bit of a human flashbang. Aya's going to sit in the open. He's got to know they're sitting behind that smoke, and time is ticking. Aya's going to park up. He's tunnel visioned in a little bit, but not the worst way to play. He can hear them. There's the first. Aya's trying to play around the pillar, but he can't find it. That's the round. They've got time for the defuse. Anders, I think this is it. And this has been the story of Belgium. Kind of close, but no cigar.
Yeah, it's upsetting because obviously, you know, a winnable round in spite of a bad start to the round itself, but couldn't find a way to close it out. So 12-6, and Belgium just fall a little bit further behind here. 17 kills on Fleeve, 17 on Corey. Well, the two of them doing a fine job right now to keep their country going. They just need one out of the next 6 rounds, and it kind of starts with a scrappy bye for the Belgium squad here.
Corey in towards mid, looking like he wants to maybe settle this himself. Like you said, the buy isn't good, and it's not a good start for Krepau, who gets caught. This already feels like we could be on the last legs for Belgium in the map, in the series, and in IESF. This is the lower bracket, ladies and gents. There is no room for error here. Spray is good 1-for-1. Isn't bad for the CT side, who have numbers and are making them work. One man left. Chucky is dropped, and Hungary take map number 3 and the series to stay alive in the quals through this lower bracket. What a series, a wild one, very back and forth, but they just could never get going. Belgium in towards Ancient. It just wasn't a map which felt too comfortable. So the reverse sweep, in fact, coming through from Hungary.
Yeah, good job. Still, obviously, someone to think about them struggling a little bit with some of the other maps. Maybe they have time to fix that before they head on into the rest of the tournament. But I've got to say, on Anubis, they look really, really strong. And I think maybe Belgium also just looking a little bit better than we were expecting. So credit to them in some sense also, but it just wasn't quite enough here. The final map betraying them just a little bit. But I say good day at Counter-Strike nonetheless. I'm not too displeased.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you. And I guess as well, just while we're here, we can run through some of the scores of some of the other games. Portugal did beat out Norway. That was in the upper bracket. And then in the lower bracket games, Latvia beat France. They beat 3D Max 2-1, which actually, that's a wild upset. In all fairness, France, you know, 3D Max as the side, they should be making it towards that qualifier. So the fact that they haven't is kind of crazy. Norway beat Spain 2-0, a pretty clean stage from them. Slovakia beat Austria, which is a pretty big one from them as well. Slovakia looked pretty good when we caught them a couple of times. And then, of course, Hungary here beating Belgium. So we have said goodbye to Belgium, Austria, Spain, and France from the lower bracket, which is, yeah, that's pretty wild. That's pretty wild, it has to be said.
Yeah. Okay, that's some surprising results in the mix, but we appreciate that. You know, it's fun when there's a little bit of variety in that sense. Overall, yeah, I mean, just we obviously got to see Czech Republic again on the stream, playing very well against Hungary. It's kind of the first game of the day. I thought that was a really fun game. Not at all bad. Do you got any last thoughts here, Neo, before we send it packing? Obviously, we'll be back tomorrow with even more here at IESF. But what's your final thoughts of the day?
Good to see Hungary. I've got maybe a little bit of map depth. That was the big concern for us. We know they had the names. We know they had the individuals. It was just the depth, which was worrying us a little bit. Thankfully, not the end of the world. I think Belgium played quite well. They're a side, a region that doesn't maybe have as much of an appetite for Counter-Strike as maybe the rest of Europe. So credit to them. It's a very decent squad. Some decent names to keep an eye out for. So, hopefully we get to see them next year when these qualifiers come back around. But like you said, that is us done for today. We're going to be back tomorrow, same time, same place. And this time we're going to be jumping over towards the other side of the quals. We're going towards the East Europe quals. We've got plenty of sick teams over there as well. So you do not want to miss it. But for now, from myself and Anders, thank you for joining us. See you tomorrow.